सही किया है और उनके 9 ठिकानों पर आज जो एक कड़ा प्रहार किया है, इसको वो सदैव उनके जहन में गूंजता रहेगा ये, और वो ऐसा करने की कायरतापूर्ण काम करने की ऐसी हरकतें
Right. So that is a passionate and emotional, rather, response from Vinay Narwal's father, who's, I mean, he must be so heartbroken, but yet this is a moment that offers some sort of feeling that the country is looking out for what happened to them. And I'm also joined now by Aishanya Dwivedi, the wife of Shubham. He was among the first tourists to take a bullet. Aishanya ji, आपको मेरी आवाज आ रही है? आप मुझे सुन पा रही है? आप मुझे सुन पा रही है?
जी।
सबसे पहले तो मैं आपको दिल से कंडोलेंसेस, प्रेयर्स और आपकी बहादुरी के लिए एडमिरेशन अपनी दाद देना चाहती हूँ कि किस तरह से इस किलिंग, आपके हस्बैंड की किलिंग के बाद आपने इतनी हिम्मत दिखाई है. यू आर आउट देयर एवरी डे, रोज आप कुछ ना कुछ कहती हैं अपने हस्बैंड के लिए. तो आपकी बहादुरी की मैं दाद देना चाहती हूँ और आपके लॉस के लिए मैं दिल से, जो आपका दर्द है, मुझे मालूम है मेरे अल्फाज, मेरे वर्ड से कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा, लेकिन मैं फिर भी बाउ डाउन करना चाहती हूँ आपकी हिम्मत के सामने. मैं पूछना चाहती हूँ आपसे ऐशन्या कि जो हुआ टेररिस्ट बेसिस पे 24 मिसाइल्स, 9 टेररिस्ट टारगेट किए गए, लश्कर और जैश के जो बेसिस हैं उन पे हमला किया गया हमारी फौज की तरफ से, तीनों आर्मी, नेवी, एयरफोर्स की तरफ से. आपका उस पे पहली टिप्पणी क्या है?
मेरी पहली टिप्पणी ये है, सही मायनों में आज उन 26 लोगों को श्रद्धांजलि मिली है. आज कहीं ना कहीं ये 26 लोगों की सोल, दे मस्ट बी इन पीस. एंड इवन जब ये न्यूज मैंने सबसे पहले देखी, मेरे मुंह से सबसे पहले यही निकला था, शुभम विल बी इन पीस. नाउ शुभम इज एट पीस.
Yeah. You feel that this is the first expression of tribute to not just your husband, but to all those who were killed in that terrorist.
I do feel that this is the starting of the tribute. ये एक शुरुआत है आतंकवाद को खत्म करने के टुवर्ड्स, जिसमें इन 26 लोगों ने अपनी बलिदानी दी है. और आज श्री माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने ये करके एक श्रद्धांजलि दी है हम सबको, हम 26 परिवारों को बताया है कि वो हमारे साथ हैं, हमारे साथ खड़े हैं.
इससे पहले क्या आप अपने आप को अकेला महसूस कर रही थी? इस ऑपरेशन से पहले?
अकेला तो नहीं बोलूंगी मैं, लेकिन हाँ, क्योंकि जो हुआ वो होना नहीं चाहिए था. और जिस हिसाब से इन 26 फैमिलियों ने अपना, और इन 26 वाइफ ने अपने हस्बैंड्स खोए हैं, इम्पेशेंट होना लाजमी है. हम सभी इम्पेशेंट हुए कहीं ना कहीं, हम सभी टूट रहे थे कहीं ना कहीं. बट आज 15 दिनों में ये हम शायद बिगर पिक्चर नहीं देख पा रहे थे कि इस काम को अंजाम देने में टाइम लगता है. आज हम ये देख पा रहे हैं कि मोदी जी शायद नहीं बोल रहे थे कुछ, कोई शायद कुछ नहीं बोल रहा था. उसका रीजन ये था कि वो इस बिगर पिक्चर में काम करना उन्होंने उसी मूवमेंट से शुरू कर दिया. द मोमेंट उन्हें ये पता चला था, उसी मूवमेंट से वो इस चीज पे काम कर रहे थे. आज उन्होंने दिखा दिया कि नहीं, वो हैं, वो है, वो हमारे लिए खड़े हैं, हमारा ध्यान रख रहे हैं.
आपने सही कहा कि एक मिलिट्री ऑपरेशन को करने के लिए वक्त लगता है, और हम इंडिया की तरफ से 2 हफ्ते में ये मिलिट्री रिस्पांस आया है. यहाँ पे जनरल बाली हैं. जनरल बाली, अगर आप कुछ टू अ न्यू ब्राइड, ऐश्वर्या, आपकी शादी कब हुई थी, इफ आई कैन आस्क?
12th February 2025.
This year? I have no words, ma'am. I have no words. I just want to ask you one thing before I come to General Bali. I think women like you and what has happened to you is the reason that this operation has been called Operation Sindoor. Sindoor, of course, is a symbol of marriage, and you are a new bride. You were married in February. You were on a post marriage honeymoon holiday in Kashmir. 2 months later, you've been widowed. I mean, I don't know what to say. When you hear the word Operation Sindoor, what does it say to you, Shania?
Firstly, when I saw this Operation Sindoor, when I was watching the news and everything, जब मैंने ये नाम देखा, मैंने अपना फोन निकाल के I saw the photo of me and Shubham and I cried because somewhere this word connects me to him. Sindoor is all about that. It's your husband basically. And ये मैं उस सेकंड सिर्फ शुभम और जो हमारे 2 महीने वो सारे शादी वो मेरे दिमाग में पूरा फ्लैशबैक था.
Yeah. My heart goes out to you, ma'am. My heart really, really, really goes out to you. Neeraj sir, if you would like to add your thoughts at this point, Shania has been one of those who's been at the front line of asking for retaliation. And today she says that while her emotion was understandable, she now understands that the military, the government needed time. And she feels that Shubham, her husband, maybe he'll be at peace now. It is such a, it just brings tears to your eyes. General Bali, अगर आप कुछ कहना चाहें.
First of all, I want you to know, and I'm addressing you, Shania, that I wore uniform for nearly 4 decades. And I don't think people like me made even 1% of the sacrifice that you had to make. So and you are the reason why the army exists. Okay, I wish we could play this all back and you could be protected earlier, but not everything, can be protected. Not everything can be done. But having said that, I'm really proud of the calm manner in which you are telling us what you went through, what your thoughts are. Life is very long, and I really wish you all the very best for a wonderful life going forward. I know your loss will never be, can be recouped. I'm also really happy that this word Sindoor resonated with you. अगर मेरे जैसे फौजी को छोड़ दिया होता ये ऑपरेशन का नाम देने के लिए, सिंदूर मेरे नाम दिमाग में आता ही ना. ये लास्ट वर्ड आता, हम कोई भयंकर सा नाम रखते इसका. And Barkha also said in the morning, ये तो खाली प्राइम मिनिस्टर के माइंड में आया होगा. And he is really a master of connecting with people and their hearts. So I'm so delighted that when you saw Sindoor, you remembered Shubham, everything came back to you. And nothing that I will say is going to make any big difference. As a father, as a grandfather, there's not much more I can tell you. But all I can say is, I'm really, really sorry for your loss. As far as the operation is concerned, I'm delighted and proud that we took this action. ये बहुत सोच समझ के लिया गया है. 2 हफ्ते से लोग बड़ा स्पेकुलेट कर रहे थे कि ये होगा नहीं होगा, कुछ होगा. मैं भी सोच रहा था कि शायद कुछ ज्यादा होने वाला नहीं है, अभी ऐसा लग रहा था मुझे, क्योंकि कोई मोबिलाइजेशन नहीं हुई, कोई फौज बॉर्डर्स पे नहीं गई, कोई ऐसा कुछ नहीं हुआ. लेकिन ये many ways I think the word master stroke is a little misused and overused word, but I think it's a bit of a master stroke. जिस तरह से ये किया गया, स्पेसिफिक टारगेट्स चुने गए, जहाँ पे लोग बैठते हैं, जहाँ से अपना जहर फैलाते हैं, जहाँ से लोगों को गुमराह करते हैं. आई हैव मेट अ लॉट ऑफ देम. ओके, ये सब गुमराह है, इनका कोई दिमाग नहीं है अपना. So only animals can do what they did in Pahalgam. So I'm delighted we did this. This morning, one of the ex-chiefs, Manoj Narwane, said, picture abhi baki hai. Maybe that is the case. पर ये बात मैं पक्का कहूँगा as a professional, it is not over. It should not be over. In the sense, we may not go to war. I'm not talking about war. I'm not a warmonger. But we have to take a long-term view, not look at Pahalgam as a one incident and therefore we have retaliated. We have to look at sorting out this problem forever. And I do not want to spell out what I mean, but this takes strategic thinking. It takes a lot of military ramping up. It takes some time plan in our mind. It may lead to building new relationships. I have Afghanistan in mind, for example, building new relationships in the world, and then ensuring that people who did what they did to you never again think of doing it without paying a very big price. So really, I'm really grateful you're sitting here, and you're definitely younger than both my children, but I'm delighted you're sitting here and you're calm and you're giving us
So
courage.
brave, so brave, so brave, so brave. Aishanya, how old are you, Aishanya?
I'm 28.
And your husband was how old?
He was 30.
And you're very young, and as General Bali said, you are a soldier. You are a soldier of a different kind. You're not wearing a uniform, but you are a soldier. You are a soldier of India. And I just bow to you in admiration. मैं आपसे पूछना चाहूंगी, आपने अपने कई इंटरव्यूज हमारे साथ भी आपने पहले बोला कि एक शुभम should be recognized for his sacrifice, कि उन्होंने पहली गोली एक तरह से ली और उसके बाद जाने बची. उसके बारे में जो लोग ये शायद जानते नहीं, थोड़ा सा अगर मैं आपको रिक्वेस्ट करूं कि आप दोबारा बताएं कि कैसे शुभम ने बाय टेकिंग द फर्स्ट अमंग द फर्स्ट बुलेट्स कैसे उन्होंने बाकी लोगों की जान बचाई.
We were sitting very close to the gate. If ये अटैक ना किसी और डायरेक्शन किसी और कॉर्नर में होता तो हम बच गए होते और वो इंसान पहली गोली खाता और उसकी वजह से हम बचते. ये हम और शुभम जिस पॉइंट पे बैठे थे, हमला हुआ ही वहां पहले सबसे, और इन्होंने सबसे पहला शूट शुभम को किया. एंड मैं एज somebody who was present at that very place, I could see people running, people saved, people could exit through the gate. And even my own father, he was also there with us. He went to the washroom. While he was coming back, the attack happened. He also could run towards the gate because of this reason. Because Shubham was shot first, many of the people could get alert.
Extraordinary courage by your husband, by you. One thing I want to ask you, and I know General Bali has strong feelings about this also, Aishanya. पाकिस्तान ने क्लियरली टारगेट किया आप सबको फॉर बीइंग हिंदू. सबसे पूछा गया आप हिंदू हैं या मुस्लिम हैं, और उसके बाद गोली मारी गई. पाकिस्तान का एक एम था इसमें कि भारत को डिवाइड किया जाए, कि लोगों को डिवाइड किया जाए, कि आपस में हमारी लड़ाई कराए. हमारा एकजुट होना इस वक्त बहुत जरूरी है एज अ नेशन. एंड आई थिंक हमने दिखाया है कि पाकिस्तान जो करना चाहता था हम नहीं करने देंगे. इसके बारे में आई नो आप मतलब आपको शायद आपसे ये एक्सपेक्ट करना अनफेयर है, लेकिन एक देश की यूनिटी के बारे में अगर मैं पूछूं, क्योंकि पाकिस्तान को डिफीट करना जरूरी है इवन इन योर मोमेंट ऑफ ग्रेट लॉस, इसके बारे में आप क्या कहें?
अगर ये देश एक नहीं होता तो आज इतना बड़ा अटैक जो माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी कर पाए हैं, वो इसीलिए कर पाए क्योंकि आज सब एक हैं. आज हर इंसान एक होके खड़े होके एक आवाज में बोल रहा है कि आतंकवाद खत्म करो. इसी रीजन से सब खड़े हो पाए हैं. ये भी एक तरीके का उनको हमने दिखाया है कि हम सब एक हैं. तो हमें डिवाइड करना चाह रहे थे, लेकिन हम सब एक हैं. नहीं,
ये बहुत जरूरी बात है.
तो क्वेश्चन करते हैं, बहुत से लोग सवाल उठाते हैं कि क्यों है, क्या है, क्यों कर रहे हैं, किस लिए कर रहे हैं, बट कोई क्वेश्चन नहीं है, कोई भी वो पॉइंट आउट्स नहीं है. एवरीबॉडी इज सेइंग कि सही हुआ, जो हुआ सही हुआ.
General Bali, before I ask Aishanya last question, because I don't want to overstrain her, it's a sensitive time. ये जो उन्होंने बात कही कि हम सब ने दिखाया कि देश एक है, ये बहुत जरूरी बात है. ये बहुत जरूरी बात है.
I have very strong feelings about this, and I'm going to say 2-3 things. First of all, this makes me even more prouder for this, of this young lady, for what she has just said. देखिए, there are many foolish people among us who are trying to become the people we hate. We have hated certain people for being radical, for dividing people, for talking about religion all the time. We are trying to become those people. How silly is that? And to all those people, I want to tell, if you can't listen to these young girls, this girl sitting here, the naval officer's wife, you can't listen to these people who have lost so much and yet maintain their balance and calm and logic. And, this is true patriotism. This is not nationalism. This is true patriotism. They understand what is good for India. And what is good for India is to stay united. And if they understand this, who are we who have lost nothing, who've done nothing in life? Who are we to question this and say, oh, they are wrong? There are asinine people who got after that naval officer's wife. I wish I could meet them face to face. What I want to tell them is, there's an American comedian, Dave Chappelle, whom I like quite a lot. In one of his set pieces, he said, America can never beat China because in America, you're either white or you're black or you're Asian or you're gay or you're straight or you're Hispanic or you're this. In China, everybody's Chinese. Think of that. We are wanting to be a world power, a regional power. Our competition is not this tiny little country sitting on one side which is with a nuisance value. Our competition is far bigger. Are we like that, or are we dividing each other based on silly things? How will it solve the problem lash out on our own country people who've done nothing at all to earn this? Every army officer understands, every soldier understands something. You've got to recognize your enemy. If you don't know who your enemy is and you just lash out on any person who comes in your way, how stupid is that? So I think as biggest Shraddhanjali we can give to Shubham, to the people who laid down their lives, and the biggest tribute we can even pay to the living people like you is this. We must understand that we must stay united. And it is, I fully agree, it is because we are united, today we have taken action. I was just thinking, when I was a little earlier, I was watching television and thinking, I was saying, okay, Pakistan will respond, and we might respond. It may go out of hand. And then I said, so what? As a country, we can take it.
Yeah.
We can take it. Today, we are not the country of 1960s. We have the courage. We understand. So we got to stay united. And thank you so much for saying that.
Shania, I want to give you the last word. You were trying to say something there, and then I'll ask my question.
I was just trying to say the army is very strong. The Indian army, they are well trained. They can finish off this terrorism at once. And now they're proving it also. They're proving it to the country. They're proving this to the all 26 people. They're proving it to all 26 families who've been through this.
Is there a sense of community among you all? Have other, you didn't know the others who got killed, but I'm sure nobody can understand what you've gone through except each other. Have you all been reaching out to each other, or you don't really know each other?
I just keep seeing their interviews. I just keep seeing them on various media platforms. That is how I'm able to connect with them. Nothing as in personal.
I want to ask you a last question, Shania. आपने कहा कि आज हमने पाकिस्तान को दिखा दिया our strength, our unity, और पहली बारी आपको ऐसा feeling हो रहा है कि your husband who was amongst the first to take a bullet in that terror strike might be at peace. लेकिन जैसे जनरल नीरज बाली ने कहा, ये अभी खत्म नहीं है. पाकिस्तान हिट बैक करेगा, उसके वो कैसा हिट बैक करता है, हमारा रिस्पॉन्स आएगा. ये एक लंबी लड़ाई है, और इसमें जैसे आपने सैक्रिफाइस दिया, सैक्रिफाइसेस होंगे, और देश को ये समझना होगा कि ये एक लंबी लड़ाई है. इस पे आप देश के लोगों को आखिर में, somebody who has suffered a new bride married just in February, बहुत बड़ा लॉस हुआ है आपने, और आपने बहुत बहादुरी दिखाई. आप क्या कहना चाहेंगी अंत?
मैम, हम देश के नॉर्मल सिटीजन्स हैं. हम जाके बॉर्डर में लड़ नहीं सकते, बट मैं ये आउट लाउड ये बोलना चाहती हूँ कि हम एक हैं. हम हर कंडीशन में देश के साथ खड़े हैं. हमारी लड़ाई भले ही जाके बॉर्डर पे नहीं हो, लेकिन जिस तरीके से कल रात में भी जब ये न्यूज आई तो हमारे घर वाले बैठ के यहाँ पे उन आर्मी वालों के लिए प्रे कर रहे थे. एटलीस्ट ये तो हम शुरुआत कर ही सकते हैं, उनके लिए प्रे कर सकते हैं, जितना हमसे जो एज अ सिटीजन हम मदद कर सकते हैं, खड़े हो सकते हैं साथ में, उनको सपोर्ट कर सकते हैं, वी कैन वाउच फॉर देम. That is the starting, and that is a kind of way we can show them that we are with you. They are fighting for us and we are standing with them.
Actually, I want to say to you, you said you're not fighting at the border, but I want to repeat what I said. You are a soldier. You have shown the kind of courage that that is a rare and an exemplary courage. And I really want to fold my hands in tribute to you. And I want to say thank you to you for giving us power, for giving us courage, for giving us the strength, because our strength comes from people like you. Is there a message you have for our armed forces before we say thank you to you?
I just want to thank them for everything they are doing. And thank you is a very, very small word. Thank you means nothing in front of what they are actually doing for us. But I just want to say, we believe in you, we trust you, and nobody in the world can beat Indian Army.
God bless you, Aishanya. God bless you, and Jai Hind. Jai Hind, Aishanya. Thank you for your time. I don't want to take more of your time. Extraordinary young woman there, General Bali. And those are the images of her wedding. I mean, she was married in February. It is just gut-wrench. It is, and look at her stoicism, her poise, her choice of words. Extraordinary.
Absolutely, it's really amazing. And listening to her, listening to the naval officer's wife, I don't know whether I ever had that kind of sense at that age. This kind of calmness, this kind of courage, this kind of, and what's more, we are just confusing chest thumping sometimes with patriotism. That's not patriotism. It is what is good for the country's patriotism, and I think this young lady understands that, and this is what we need to follow.
Absolutely. General Bali, I'm going to say thank you to you right now. You've given us a lot of time. We'll reconnect with you in the day. This story is only just developing. If we can get my colleague Zafar Iqbal to please join us. In the meantime, if you have been living under a rock by any chance, India has hit inside Pakistan 24 missile strikes targeting 9 bases. And I want to play out for you an excerpt from the military briefing, the diplomatic briefing just earlier this morning. The Prime Minister has cancelled his foreign trip. He has chaired a meeting of the Union Cabinet. Perhaps we will hear from him later. Let's play out at this point what was said at the military briefing.
मुजफ्फराबाद यह एक जैश मोहम्मद का स्टेजिंग एरिया है। यह हथियार, विस्फोटक और जंगल सर्वाइवल ट्रेनिंग का केंद्र भी था। गुलपुर कैंप कोटली यह एलओसी से 30 किलोमीटर दूर था। लश्कर ए तोयबा का बेस था जो रजौरी पुंछ में सक्रिय था। 20 अप्रैल 2023 को पुंछ में और 9 जून 2024 को तीर्थ यात्रियों के बस हमले में यहीं से आतंकी को ट्रेन किया गया था। बरनाला कैंप बिंबर ये एलओसी से 9 किलोमीटर दूर है। यहां पर हथियार हैंडलिंग, आईडी व जंगल सर्वाइवल का प्रशिक्षण केंद्र था। अब्बास कैंप कोटली यह एलओसी से 13 किलोमीटर दूर है। लश्कर ए तोयबा का फिदाइन यहां तैयार होता था। इसकी कैपेसिटी 15 टेररिस्ट को ट्रेन करने की थी। अब मैं पाकिस्तान के अंदर के टारगेट से अवगत कराना चाहूंगी। पहला,
all right, so that was an excerpt of the military briefing there. I'm waiting for Zafar to join us now. I don't actually see him. There you are. Zafar, I'm just going to hand over to you for a few moments because we've all been up for many hours. I need to get to our office so that we can look ahead. And I think we can ask you to maybe start with playing out that very moving conversation that we just heard from Shubham Dwivedi's wife, also take us to the key highlights of what was said at the military and diplomatic briefing. Zafar, it's over to you.
Thanks so much. In fact, extraordinary briefing that was done in the morning today. In fact, there were proofs that were shown of the terror camps that were demolished by in Pakistan and Pakistan occupied Kashmir. Visual proof of those terror camps. This one is in Bhimber. Bhimber is very close to the line of control. There are camps which have been targeted right near the line of control and the international border with Pakistan, but also some deep inside Pakistan, like 100 kilometers inside Pakistan, like the uh, Bahawalpur camp of Jaish. Now, this is important in the sense that India has carried out these strikes on these terror camps. 9 locations have been struck, and in which, of course, terrorists and their handlers have been targeted. Now, India clearly said that they've gone to the root of the problem. Now, these are the places where indoctrination would happen, planning of these terror attacks will happen. Like, for example, Murid K in Pakistan, in Punjab, where uh, Mumbai terror attack terrorists received their training, including David Hadley. Now, what is important and significant is that TRF, the Front for Lashkar and Jaish, carried out the Pulwama terror attack, but India has gone all out targeting other uh, terrorist outfit as well, like the Jaish and the Hizbullah, and that's precisely the reason that all these terror camps have been targeted. And you saw those visuals on your screen; they just on fire when those missiles struck those terror camps. Now, of course, we saw a briefing in which the entire Operation Sindoor, was explained 2 weeks after the Pahalgam terror attack. Operation Sindoor was carried out by the Indian military. It was a tri-service action where target terrorist camps inside POK and Pakistan were targeted, uh, and uh, uh, and all those details that are coming out now. Now, what has happened after this? What has happened after this is that what has happened after this is that uh, what has happened after this is that there is a flare up at the line of control. Pakistani military has used artillery and it's targeting the civilian and other positions at the line of control in the Kashmir sector and also in the Jammu region, particularly in Poonch, Rajouri, and Akhnur areas. Now, we've seen lots of those visuals where damage have been carried. There are at least 3 people, 3 civilians have been killed in those attacks by uh, Pakistan military near the line of control. But there are many others. There are dozens that are uh, that are uh, that are uh, uh, there are many that are uh, there are many that are uh, there are many that are uh, those are injured. Now, uh, we have been talking to uh, we have been talking to people, who are the family members of those who were killed in this terror strike, and they have been reacting. In fact, if we have some of those reactions, like Adil Hussain, the Kashmiri man uh, who was killed in Adil Hussain, the Kashmiri man who was killed while trying to save the tourists. His family has reacted after Operation Sindoor. Let's try and play some of those family reactions.
लिया है, कितने खुश हैं आप?
जी मैं मतलब सबसे पहले जो है शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहता हूँ हमारी सेना का, मोदी जी का, हमारी सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट का, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट का। मैं सबका जो है शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहता हूँ, क्योंकि उन्होंने जो है ये एक अच्छा कदम उठाया है। उन्होंने जो है ये निहत्ते मासूमों का जो कत्ल किया था उनका जो है बदला लिया है उन्होंने। ये तो हम बहुत जो है मतलब प्राउड फील करते हैं हमारी सरकार पे, हमारी सेना पे, नरेंद्र मोदी जी पे, अमित शाह जी पे, हमारी सेंट्रल की गवर्नमेंट पे और स्टेट गवर्नमेंट पे हम मतलब बहुत फख्र फील करते हैं, और हमें यकीन भी था और भरोसा भी था उन पे।
अच्छा, भरोसा था
जी बिल्कुल।
आज आपको लगता है कि जितने भी मासूम जाने चली गई वहाँ पे उनको शांति मिली है, उनकी आत्मा को शांति मिली है, और आपके आदिल का आपका जो भाई है आदिल, उसको भी?
जी बिल्कुल। मतलब ये जो मतलब इन्होंने बदला लिया है, इससे जाहिर ही है कि मतलब उनको जो है ये जो निहत्ते लोगों का कत्ल किया गया था, ये जो 26 लोगों को मारा गया था, तो उनको यकीनन जो है इसे मतलब उनका बदला लिया गया है, तो उनको यकीनन जो है इसे शांति मिलेगी।
देश के प्रधानमंत्री पे भरोसा था आपको?
जी बहुत हमें नरेंद्र मोदी जी पे बहुत ही ज़्यादा मतलब भरोसा था, और उन्होंने करके भी दिखाया, तो हम उनका भी शुक्रिया अदा करते हैं।
क्या मजीद और स्ट्राइक होनी चाहिए?
जी ये जो मसला है इसको जो है जड़ से ख़त्म कर देना चाहिए, क्योंकि ये मतलब बार बार ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए। बार बार जो है निहत्ते लोगों का, मासूम लोगों का कत्ल नहीं होना चाहिए। इसको जो है जड़ से ख़त्म कर देना चाहिए।
कितने खुश हैं आप?
एक ही बात जी, बहुत खुश हैं। जितना मतलब गम था उससे ज़्यादा आज खुशी भी है, क्योंकि मतलब हमारी सरकार ने
ये बहुत ही अच्छी बात है कि जो उन्होंने मोदी साहब ने बदला लिया है, और मैं उनके साथ हूँ, जनता उनके साथ है, और हमारा सारा परिवार उनके साथ है।
सेना के जवानों को मैसेज देना चाहेंगे, आगे भी वो लड़ाई लड़ रहे हैं?
मैं वो सेना के जवानों को यही मैसेज देना चाहती हूँ कि आगे बढ़ते रहो और ऐसे ही बदला लेते रहो, कि ऐसी कोई घटना दोबारा न घटे। उनको मुंह तोड़ जवाब देना ऐसे ही देना चाहिए।
लेकिन अब लगता है कि जो आपके अंदर आक्रोश था, जिस तरह से सब हुआ पहलगाम के अंदर, अब जब बदला लिया है, तो अब क्या कहना चाहेंगे कि बाकी आक्रोश पूरा हुआ जो आपके मन में चल रहा था?
हाँ जी, मैं बहुत खुश हूँ, उसके लिए बहुत ज्यादा ही खुश हूँ, और आगे मेरे हस्बैंड ही बोलेंगे।
श्रद्धांजलि मिली आपको लगता है उन तमाम लोगों को जिनकी जान गई पहलगाम में? सभी लोग?
हाँ जी, उन सभी को श्रद्धांजलि मिली है कि भाई उनकी जान जायज रही है। वो जो शहीद हुए हैं उनको न्याय मिला है।
ऑपरेशन सिंदूर पहलगाम में जो कुछ कायराना हरकत हुई थी, अब इंडिया ने जवाब दिया है।
जब ये हादसा हुआ उस दौरान भी आप लोग घर पे आए और मुझसे ये सवाल पूछा कि आप सरकार से क्या चाहते हैं, और मेरा एक सटीक जवाब था कि मुझे भारत सरकार पर पूर्णतः भरोसा है और वो अपना काम कर रही है। मेरा आंसर यही था, और आज भारत सरकार ने वो काम करके दिखाया है। हाँ, जिन घरों से जिनके लाल चले गए उनका जीवन तो वापस नहीं आ सकता, परंतु जो बात मैंने उस समय भी कही थी कि ऐसा कुछ हो कि इस तरह की कायराना हरकतें और बुज़दिली हरकतें करने की कोई साहस ना करे।
आपको लगता है सर
उसके लिए
Right.
You feel that this is the first expression of tribute to not just your husband, but to all those who were killed in that terrorist.
I do feel that this is the starting of the tribute. ये एक शुरुआत है आतंकवाद को खत्म करने के टुवर्ड्स, जिसमें इन 26 लोगों ने अपनी बलिदानी दी है। और आज श्री माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने ये करके एक श्रद्धांजलि दी है हम सबको, हम 26 परिवारों को बताया है कि वो हमारे साथ हैं, हमारे साथ खड़े हैं।
इससे पहले क्या आप अपने आप को अकेला महसूस कर रही थी इस ऑपरेशन से पहले?
अकेला तो नहीं बोलूंगी मैं, लेकिन हाँ, क्योंकि जो हुआ वो होना नहीं चाहिए था, और जिस हिसाब से इन 26 फैमिलियों ने अपना, और इन 26 वाइफ ने अपने हस्बैंड्स खोए हैं, इम्पेशेंट होना लाजमी है। हम सभी इम्पेशेंट हुए कहीं ना कहीं, हम सभी टूट रहे थे कहीं ना कहीं, बट आज 15 दिनों में ये हम शायद बिगर पिक्चर नहीं देख पा रहे थे कि इस काम को अंजाम देने में टाइम लगता है। आज हम ये देख पा रहे हैं कि मोदी जी शायद नहीं बोल रहे थे कुछ, कोई शायद कुछ नहीं बोल रहा था, उसका रीजन ये था कि वो इस बिगर पिक्चर में काम करना उन्होंने उसी मूवमेंट से शुरू कर दिया। मोमेंट उन्हें ये पता चला था, उसी मोमेंट से वो इस चीज पे काम कर रहे थे। आज उन्होंने दिखा दिया कि नहीं, वो हैं, वो है, वो हमारे लिए खड़े हैं, हमारा ध्यान रख रहे हैं।
आपने सही कहा कि एक मिलिट्री ऑपरेशन को करने के लिए वक्त लगता है, और हम इंडिया की तरफ से 2 हफ्ते में ये मिलिट्री रिस्पांस आया है। यहाँ पे जनरल बाली हैं। जनरल बाली, अगर आप कुछ टू अ न्यू ब्राइड, ऐश्वर्या आपकी शादी कब हुई थी, इफ आई कैन आस्क?
12th February 2025
this year. I have no words, ma'am. I have no words. I just want to ask you one thing before I come to General Bali. I think women like you and what has happened to you is the reason that this operation has been called Operation Sindoor. Sindoor, of course, is a symbol of marriage, and you are a new bride. You were married in February. You were on a post marriage honeymoon holiday in Kashmir. 2 months later, you've been widowed. I mean, I don't know what to say. When you hear the word Operation Sindoor, what does it say to you, Shania?
Firstly, when I saw this Operation Sindoor, when I was watching the news and everything, जब मैंने ये नाम देखा, मैंने अपना फोन निकाल के I saw the photo of me and Shubham and I cried, because somewhere this word connects me to him. Sindoor is all about that. It's your husband basically. And ये मैं उस सेकंड सिर्फ शुभम और जो हमारे 2 महीने वो सारे शादी, वो मेरे दिमाग में पूरा फ्लैशबैक था।
Yeah. My heart goes out to you, ma'am. My heart really, really, really goes out to you. Neeraj sir, if you would like to add your thoughts at this point, Shania has been one of those who's been at the front line of asking for retaliation. And today she says that while her emotion was understandable, she now understands that the military, the government needed time. And she feels that Shubham, her husband, maybe he'll be at peace now. It is such a, it just brings tears to your eyes. General Bali, अगर आप कुछ कहना चाहें?
First of all, I want you to know, and I'm addressing you, Shania, that I wore uniform for nearly 4 decades, and I don't think people like me made even 1% of the sacrifice that you had to make. So and you are the reason why the army exists. Okay, I wish we could play this all back and you could be protected earlier, but not everything can be protected. Not everything can be done. But having said that, I'm really proud of the calm manner in which you are telling us what you went through, what your thoughts are. Life is very long, and I really wish you all the very best for a wonderful life going forward. I know your loss will never be, can be recouped. I'm also really happy that this word Sindoor resonated with you. अगर मेरे जैसे फौजी को छोड़ दिया होता ये ऑपरेशन का नाम देने के लिए, सिंदूर मेरे नाम दिमाग में आता ही ना, ये लास्ट वर्ड आता, हम कोई भयंकर सा नाम रखते इसका. एंड बरखा आल्सो सेड इन द मॉर्निंग, ये तो खाली प्राइम मिनिस्टर के माइंड में आया होगा. एंड ही इज रियली अ मास्टर ऑफ कनेक्टिंग पीपल इन देयर हार्ट्स. सो दिस इज, I'm so delighted that when you saw Sindoor, you remembered Shubham, everything came back to you, and nothing that I will say is going to make any big difference. Let me, as a father, as a grandfather, there's not much more I can tell you. But all I can say is, I'm really, really sorry for your loss. As far as the operation is concerned, I am delighted and proud that we took this action. ये बहुत सोच समझ के लिया गया है. 2 हफ्ते से लोग बड़ा स्पेकुलेट कर रहे थे कि ये होगा नहीं होगा, कुछ होगा. मैं भी सोच रहा था कि शायद कुछ ज्यादा होने वाला नहीं है, अभी ऐसा लग रहा था मुझे, क्योंकि कोई मोबिलाइजेशन नहीं हुई, कोई फौज बॉर्डर्स पे नहीं गई, कोई ऐसा कुछ नहीं हुआ. लेकिन ये many ways, I think the word masterstroke is a little misused and overused word, but I think it's a bit of a masterstroke. जिस तरह से ये किया गया, स्पेसिफिक टारगेट्स चुने गए, जहाँ पे लोग बैठते हैं, जहाँ से अपना जहर फैलाते हैं, जहाँ से लोगों को गुमराह करते हैं. I have met a lot of them. Okay, ये सब गुमराह है, इनका कोई दिमाग नहीं अपना. So only animals can do what they did in Pahalgam. So I'm delighted we did this. This morning, one of the ex-chiefs, Manoj Narwane, said, picture अभी बाकी है. Maybe that is the case. पर ये बात मैं पक्का कहूँगा as a professional, it is not over. It should not be over. In the sense, we may not go to war. I'm not talking about war. I'm not a warmonger. But we have to take a long-term view, not look at Pahalgam as a one incident and therefore we have retaliated. We have to look at sorting out this problem forever. And I do not want to spell out what I mean, but this takes strategic thinking. It takes a lot of military ramping up. It takes some time plan in our mind. It may lead to building new relationships. I have Afghanistan in mind, for example, building new relationships in the world, and then ensuring that people who did what they did to you never again think of doing it without paying a very big price. So really, I'm really grateful you're sitting here, and you're definitely younger than both my children, but I'm delighted you're sitting here and you're calm and you're giving us
so
courage.
brave, so brave, so brave, so brave. Aishanya, how old are you, Aishanya?
I'm 28.
And your husband was how old?
He was 30.
And you're very young, and as General Bali said, you are a soldier. You are a soldier of a different kind. You're not wearing a uniform, but you are a soldier. You are a soldier of India. And I just bow to you in admiration. मैं आपसे पूछना चाहूंगी, आपने अपने कई इंटरव्यूज हमारे साथ भी आपने पहले बोला कि एक शुभम should be recognized for his sacrifice, कि उन्होंने पहली गोली एक तरह से ली और उसके बाद जाने बची. उसके बारे में जो लोग ये शायद जानते नहीं, थोड़ा सा अगर मैं आपको रिक्वेस्ट करूं कि आप दोबारा बताएं कि कैसे शुभम ने by taking the first among the first bullets, कैसे उन्होंने बाकी लोगों की जान बचाई.
We were sitting very close to the gate. If ये अटैक ना किसी और डायरेक्शन, किसी और कॉर्नर में होता, तो हम बच गए होते और वो इंसान पहली गोली खाता, और उसकी वजह से हम बचते. ये हम और शुभम जिस पॉइंट पे बैठे थे, हमला हुआ ही वहां पहले सबसे, और इन्होंने सबसे पहला शूट शुभम को किया. एंड मैं as somebody who was present at that very place, I could see people running, people saved, people could exit through the gate. And even my own father, he was also there with us. He went to the washroom. While he was coming back, the attack happened. He also could run towards the gate because of this reason. Because Shubham was shot first, many of the people could get alert.
Extraordinary courage by your husband, by you. One thing I want to ask you, and I know General Bali has strong feelings about this also, Aishanya. Pakistan ने clearly target किया आप सबको for being Hindu. सबसे पूछा गया आप हिंदू हैं या मुस्लिम हैं, और उसके बाद गोली मारी गई. पाकिस्तान का एक एम था इसमें कि भारत को डिवाइड किया जाए, कि लोगों को डिवाइड किया जाए, कि आपस में हमारी लड़ाई करें. हमारा एकजुट होना इस वक्त बहुत जरूरी है एज अ नेशन. एंड आई थिंक हमने दिखाया है कि पाकिस्तान जो करना चाहता था हम नहीं करने देंगे. इसके बारे में आई नो आप पे, मतलब आपको शायद आपसे ये एक्सपेक्ट करना अनफेयर है, लेकिन एक देश की यूनिटी के बारे में अगर मैं पूछूं, क्योंकि पाकिस्तान को डिफीट करना जरूरी है इवन इन योर मोमेंट ऑफ ग्रेट लॉस, इसके बारे में आप क्या कहें?
अगर ये देश एक नहीं होता तो आज इतना बड़ा अटैक जो माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी कर पाए हैं वो इसीलिए कर पाए क्योंकि आज सब एक हैं. आज हर इंसान एक होके खड़े होके एक आवाज में बोल रहा है कि आतंकवाद खत्म करो. इसी रीजन से सब खड़े हो पाए हैं. ये भी एक तरीके का उनको हमने दिखाया है कि हम सब एक हैं. तो हमें डिवाइड करना चाह रहे थे लेकिन हम सब एक हैं. नहीं,
ये बहुत जरूरी बात है.
क्वेश्चन करते हैं, बहुत से लोग सवाल उठाते हैं कि क्यों है, क्या है, क्यों कर रहे हैं, किस लिए कर रहे हैं, बट कोई क्वेश्चन नहीं है, कोई भी वो पॉइंट आउट्स नहीं है. एवरीबॉडी इज सेइंग कि सही हुआ, जो हुआ सही हुआ.
General Bali, before I ask Shania last question, because I don't want to overstrain her, it's a sensitive time. ये जो उन्होंने बात कही कि हम सब ने दिखाया कि देश एक है, ये बहुत जरूरी बात है. ये बहुत जरूरी बात है.
I have very strong feelings about this, and I'm going to say 2-3 things. First of all, this makes me even more prouder for this, of this young lady, for what she has just said. देखिए, there are many foolish people among us who are trying to become the people we hate. We have hated certain people for being radical, for dividing people, for talking about religion all the time. We are trying to become those people. How silly is that? And to all those people, I want to tell, if you can't listen to these young girls, this girl sitting here, the naval officer's wife, you can't listen to these people who have lost so much and yet maintain their balance and calm and logic. And, this is true patriotism. This is not nationalism. This is true patriotism. They understand what is good for India. And what is good for India is to stay united. And if they understand this, who are we who have lost nothing, who've done nothing in life? Who are we to question this and say, oh, they are wrong? There are asinine people who got after that naval officer's wife. I wish I could meet them face to face. What I want to tell them is, there's an American comedian, Dave Chappelle, whom I like quite a lot. In one of his set pieces, he said, America can never beat China because in America, you're either white or you're black or you're Asian or you're gay or you're straight or you're Hispanic or you're this. In China, everybody's Chinese. Think of that. We are wanting to be a world power, a regional power. Our competition is not this tiny little country sitting on one side, which is with a nuisance value. Our competition is far bigger. Are we like that, or are we dividing each other based on silly things? How will it solve the problem? Lash out on our own country people who've done nothing at all to earn this. Every army officer understands, every soldier understands something. You've got to recognize your enemy. If you don't know who your enemy is and you just lash out on any person who comes in your way, how stupid is that? So I think as biggest Shraddhanjali we can give to Shubham, to the people who laid down their lives, and the biggest tribute we can even pay to the living people like you is this. We must understand that we must stay united. And it is, I fully agree, it is because we are united, today we have taken action. I was just thinking, when I was a little earlier, I was watching television and thinking, I was saying, okay, Pakistan will respond, and we might respond. It may go out of hand. And then I said, so what? As a country, we can take it. Yeah. We can take it. Today, we are not the country of 1960s. We have the courage. We understand. So we got to stay united. And thank you so much for saying that.
Shania, I want to give you the last word. You were trying to say something there, and then I'll ask my question.
I was just trying to say the army is very strong. The Indian army, they are well trained. They can finish off this terrorism at once. And now they're proving it also. They're proving it to the country. They're proving this to the all 26 people. They are proving it to all 26 families who've been through this.
Is there a sense of community among you all? Have other, you didn't know the others who got killed, but I'm sure nobody can understand what you've gone through except each other. Have you all been reaching out to each other, or you don't really know each other?
I just keep seeing their interviews. I just keep seeing them on like various media platforms. That is how I'm able to connect with them. Nothing as in personal.
I want to ask you a last question, Aishanya. आपने कहा कि आज हमने पाकिस्तान को दिखा दिया our strength, our unity, और पहली बारी आपको ऐसा feeling हो रहा है कि your husband who was amongst the first to take a bullet in that terror strike might be at peace. लेकिन जैसे जनरल नीरज बाली ने कहा, ये अभी खत्म नहीं है. पाकिस्तान हिट बैक करेगा, उसके वो कैसा हिट बैक करता है, हमारा रिस्पॉन्स आएगा. ये एक लंबी लड़ाई है, और इसमें जैसे आपने सैक्रिफाइस दिया, सैक्रिफाइसेस होंगे, और देश को ये समझना होगा कि ये एक लंबी लड़ाई है. इस पे आप देश के लोगों को आखिर में, somebody who has suffered a new bride married just in February, बहुत बड़ा लॉस हुआ है आपने, और आपने बहुत बहादुरी दिखाई. आप क्या कहना चाहेंगी?
मैम, हम देश के नॉर्मल सिटीजन्स हैं, हम जाके बॉर्डर में लड़ नहीं सकते, बट मैं ये आउट लाउड ये बोलना चाहती हूँ कि हम एक हैं. हम हर कंडीशन में देश के साथ खड़े हैं. हमारी लड़ाई भले ही जाके बॉर्डर पे नहीं हो, लेकिन जिस तरीके से कल रात में भी जब ये न्यूज आई तो हमारे घर वाले बैठ के यहाँ पे उन आर्मी वालों के लिए प्रे कर रहे थे. एटलीस्ट ये तो हम शुरुआत कर ही सकते हैं, उनके लिए प्रे कर सकते हैं. जितना हमसे जो एज अ सिटीजन हम मदद कर सकते हैं, खड़े हो सकते हैं साथ में, उनको सपोर्ट कर सकते हैं. वी कैन वाउच फॉर देम. दैट इज द स्टार्टिंग एंड दैट इज अ काइंड ऑफ way we can show them that we are with you. They are fighting for us and we are standing with them.
Aishanya, I want to say to you, you said you're not fighting at the border, but I want to repeat what I said. You are a soldier. You have shown the kind of courage that is a rare and an exemplary courage. And I really want to fold my hands in tribute to you. And I want to say thank you to you for giving us power, for giving us courage, for giving us the strength, because our strength comes from people like you. Is there a message you have for our armed forces before we say thank you to you?
I just want to thank them for everything they are doing. And thank you is a very, very small word. Thank you means nothing in front of what they are actually doing for us. But I just want to say, we believe in you, we trust you, and nobody in the world can beat Indian Army.
God bless you, Aishanya. God bless you, and Jai Hind. Jai Hind, Aishanya. Thank you for your time. I don't want to take more of your time. Extraordinary young woman there, General Bali. And those are the images of her wedding. I mean, she was married in February. It is just gut-wrench. It is, and look at her stoicism, her poise, her choice of words. Extraordinary.
Absolutely. It's very amazing. Listening to her, listening to the naval officer's wife. I don't know whether I ever had that kind of sense at that age. This kind of calmness, this kind of courage, this kind of, and what's more, we are just confusing chest thumping sometimes with patriotism. That's not patriotism, which is what is good for the country's patriotism. And I think this young lady understands that. And this is what we need to follow.
Absolutely. General Bali, I'm going to say thank you to you right now. You've given us a lot of time. We'll reconnect with you in the day. This story is only just developing. If we can get my colleague Zafar Iqbal to please join us. In the meantime, if you have been living under a rock by any chance, India has hit inside Pakistan 24 missile strikes targeting 9 bases, and I want to play out for you an excerpt from the military briefing, the diplomatic briefing just earlier this morning. The Prime Minister has cancelled his foreign trip. He has chaired a meeting of
Right. So there you heard it, that conversation. We are continuing with our continuous coverage of Operation Sindoor. That's the Indian response to Pulwama, to Pahalgam terror attack. And on your screen, you are showing, you're seeing the visuals of houses on fire. This is on the Indian side of the line of control. Pakistan has been using heavy artillery, firing at civilian houses in near the line of control in Uri, Kupwara, and Poonch, where there's a lot of damage that's caused due to that artillery firing. Already, there are reports that three civilians have been killed and many others are injured. That number could rise more. So this is the situation. You can see that we already had a briefing about Operation Sindoor, where there was a representative from the Air Force, the Army, and the MEA, and they described in detail this Operation Sindoor, and also presented visuals of that action that was taken by India. Altogether, 9 terrorist camps have been demolished. Now there are details also that were released earlier before this press briefing. It said that the Indian Armed Forces launched Operation Sindoor, hitting terrorist infrastructure in Pakistan and Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir, from where terrorist attacks against India have been planned and directed. Altogether, 9 sites have been targeted. Our actions have been focused, measured, and non escalatory in nature. No Pakistani military facilities have been targeted. India has demonstrated considerable restraint in selection of targets and method of execution. These steps come in the wake of the barbaric Pahalgam terrorist attack, in which 25 Indians and one Nepalese citizen were murdered. We are living up to the commitment that those responsible uh, for this attack will be held accountable. There will be detailed briefing on Operation Sindoor later today. So those are the those are the details that were released early. Now, Prime Minister Modi is chairing the cabinet. He's also cancelled his tour. He's cancelled that tour that he was going on, and the situation is being closely monitored. Now, these are visuals of the cabinet meeting. You can see that cabinet meeting that took place today after Operation Sindoor. That's the cabinet meeting, and the Prime Minister really chairing that cabinet meeting. So, important developments that have been taking place since early hours today. India carried out strikes inside Pakistan, missile strikes. Now, that started at about 1:05 a.m. That operation continued for 25 minutes till about 1:30 a.m. and 9 terrorist camps and sites were targeted in that operation, and those were along the line of control and also deep inside Pakistan, like the Bahawalpur terror camp, which is a sanctuary of Jaish-e-Mohammed. It's 100 kilometers from the border with Pakistan, deep inside Pakistan. And also the Murid camp, which is basically has been the base of LET, and it's Hafiz Saeed has been operating from that camp. Now there are fresh details that are coming that the Jaish-e-Mohammed chief Masood Azhar has in fact there is a statement that has been released, and many of his family members have been killed in those strikes. And it says that Jaish-e-Mohammed chief Masood Azhar's first reaction says 10 members of his family and 4 aides have been killed in Bahawalpur. Bahawalpur has been the sanctuary of JEM, and it has been um, in the past uh, the uh, the place where from he has been operating, and now clearly that has been targeted and blown away by India. And So, just to recap, that 26 people were killed in the terror attack in Pahalgam, including 25 tourists. And there was one local Kashmiri Muslim man who was also killed, who was trying to save the tourists, Sayyid Adil. His family has reacted after Operation Sindoor was carried out. Let us hear what he had to say.
लिया है, कितने खुश हैं आप?
जी मैं मतलब सबसे पहले जो है शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहता हूँ हमारी सेना का, मोदी जी का, हमारी सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट का, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट का। मैं सबका जो है शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहता हूँ, क्योंकि उन्होंने जो है ये एक अच्छा कदम उठाया है। उन्होंने जो है ये निहत्ते मासूमों का जो कत्ल किया था, उनका जो है बदला लिया है उन्होंने। ये तो हम बहुत जो है मतलब प्राउड फील करते हैं हमारी सरकार पे, हमारी सेना पे, नरेंद्र मोदी जी पे, अमित शाह जी पे, हमारी सेंटर की गवर्नमेंट पे और स्टेट गवर्नमेंट पे हम मतलब बहुत फख्र फील करते हैं, और हमें यकीन भी था और भरोसा भी था उन पे।
अच्छा, भरोसा था।
जी बिल्कुल।
आज आपको लगता है कि जितने भी मासूम जाने चली गई वहाँ पे उनको शांति मिली है, उनकी आत्मा को शांति मिली है, और आपके आदिल का आपका जो भाई है आदिल, उसको भी?
जी बिल्कुल। मतलब ये जो मतलब इन्होंने बदला लिया है, इससे जाहिर ही है कि मतलब उनको जो है ये जो निहत्ते लोगों का कत्ल किया गया था, ये जो 26 लोगों को मारा गया था, तो उनको यकीनन जो है इसे मतलब उनका बदला लिया गया है, तो उनको यकीनन जो है इसे शांति मिलेगी।
देश के प्रधानमंत्री पे भरोसा था आपको?
जी बहुत। हमें नरेंद्र मोदी जी पे बहुत ही ज़्यादा मतलब भरोसा था, और उन्होंने करके भी दिखाया, तो हम उनका भी शुक्रिया अदा करते हैं।
क्या मजीद और स्ट्राइक होनी चाहिए?
जी ये जो मसला है, इसको जो है जड़ से ख़त्म कर देना चाहिए, क्योंकि ये मतलब बार बार ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए। बार बार जो है निहत्ते लोगों का, मासूम लोगों का कत्ल नहीं होना चाहिए। इसको जो है जड़ से ख़त्म कर देना चाहिए।
कितने खुश हैं आप?
एक ही बात। जी बहुत खुश हैं। जितना मतलब गम था उससे ज़्यादा आज खुशी भी है, क्योंकि मतलब हमारी सरकार ने ये जो मासूमों का कत्ल हुआ था उनके बदले में मतलब उन्होंने ऐसा सोचा, तो ये बहुत खुशी।
Right, there you heard it. Adil's brother, his statement after Operation Sindoor. In the meantime, Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Umar Abdullah has also reacted. There is a real situation developing at the line of control. Pakistan has been using artillery targeting civilian positions, and there have been casualties. At least 3 people have been killed in Pakistani shelling and firing, artillery shelling, and many others are injured. Now, to take them to safety and to help them in this situation, the Jammu and Kashmir Lieutenant Governor has also released a statement that what are the measures that are being taken, and Chief Minister Umar Abdullah has also had a word with senior officials. This is what Umar Abdullah had to say.
क्लैशेस दोनों तरफ से नहीं हुई। शुरुआत पहलगाम में हुआ, जहां हमारे 26 बेगुनाह लोग जिस तरह उनको मारा गया, वो हम अभी भूले नहीं। उसी वक्त मरकजी हुकूमत ने कहा था कि इसका हम जवाब दे देंगे और अपने तरीके से दे देंगे। जवाब देने का तरीका यही था कि पाकिस्तान में कोई सिविलियन या कोई मिलिट्री जगह नहीं, सिर्फ वो जगह जो सब लोग जानते हैं, वहाँ यही इदारे काम करते हैं जिन्होंने पिछले 30-35 साल जम्मू कश्मीर में तबाही और बर्बादी फैलाई है, उन्हें निशाना बनाया गया। उसके अलावा कुछ नहीं। लेकिन उसके बाद लगातार कुछ इलाकों में जो पार के तरफ से बमबारी की गई, उसमें तो सीधा सीधा हमारे सिविलियन जो हैं वो टारगेट हुए। शुरुआत वहां से हुई, शुरुआत यहाँ से नहीं हुई। अगर पहलगाम में लोगों को इस तरह मारा नहीं गया होता, ये दिन नहीं आता। हम बड़े आराम से रह रहे थे। यहाँ जम्मू कश्मीर के अंदरूनी हालात भी ठीक थे, टूरिज्म का दबदबाव चल रहा था, एलओसी पे सीज फायर जो है वो कायम था, एलओसी के सीज फायर को कोई नुकसान नहीं। लेकिन ये हमारे बने हुए हालात नहीं हैं। हमने पहलगाम में जो हुआ उसका हमें एक जवाब देना था। लेकिन अब पाकिस्तान तक है कि वो इसको कितना उछालना चाहते हैं। हम में से कोई जंग नहीं चाहता। हम लोग जो खासकर जम्मू कश्मीर में रहते हैं, क्योंकि अक्सर बेशतर हमने देखा है, चाहे वो इससे पहले जो वार हुए हो या करगिल हुआ हो, वो कहीं ना कहीं जम्मू कश्मीर को ही हिट कर जाता है। हम तो चाहेंगे कि हालात जो है वो दोबारा ठीक बने, लेकिन उसके लिए पहले हमारे जो पड़ोसी मुल्क है उनको अपनी बंदूकें शांत करनी होंगी। यहाँ से फिर बंदूक चलेगी नहीं।
Right, there you heard it, Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Umar Abdullah. Now, I was reading out a statement about Operation Sindoor that was released early uh, in the morning, in the early hours, soon after that operation was conducted. But there was a detailed briefing today morning where exact locations were presented, and also pictures and videos of the places where the strikes were conducted. If we can play that press briefing of the representatives of Army, Air Force, and the MEA once again for our viewers.
सुप्रभात देवियों और सज्जनों, मैं कर्नल सोफिया कुरैशी और मेरे साथ विंग कमांडर व्योमिका सिंह आज आपको 6 से 7 मई 2025 की रात 1:05 से 1:30 बजे के बीच भारतीय सशस्त्र बलों द्वारा अंजाम दिए गए ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के बारे में जानकारी देंगे। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर 22 अप्रैल को पहलगाम में हुए विभत्स आतंकवादी हमले के शिकार मासूम नागरिकों व उनके परिवारों को न्याय देने के लिए लॉन्च किया गया था। इस कार्रवाई में 9 टेररिस्ट कैंप्स को टारगेट किया गया और पूरी तरह से इसे बर्बाद किया गया। पाकिस्तान में पिछले 3 दशकों से टेरर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का निर्माण हो रहा है। इसमें रिक्रूटमेंट, इंडोक्ट्रिनेशन सेंटर्स, ट्रेनिंग एरियाज व लॉन्च पैड शामिल थे, जो पाकिस्तान और पाक अधिकृत जम्मू कश्मीर POJk दोनों में फैले हैं।
Right. So you saw that short clip of that briefing where details were given about Operation Sindoor that was conducted by India early in the morning, early hours, and that was meant to target terror camps across the border in POK and also in Pakistan. Now, two terror camps which have been targeted include the one at Muridke, which has served as the base and headquarter of LET in the past, and also Bahawalpur, which is the main center of Jaish-e-Mohammed, led by Masood Azhar. So those two were also struck in that series of strikes that were carried out for about 25 minutes inside Pakistan, and there have been a list of terrorist camps which have been demolished in those strikes. The details were presented, of course, by in that press briefing. If I may read that out once again. Those camps are Savai Nala, Sayyidana Bilal, Maskar Aqsa, Abdullah bin Masood, Dulai, Ghari Habibullah, Batrasi, Balakot, Oghi, Boi, Sansa, Gulpur, Kotli, Barnala, Dungi, Barali, Dungi, Barnala, Mahmuna Joya, Sarjal, Muridke, and Bahawalpur. So those are the camps that have been destroyed. So those you can see on that screen. That is the Bhimber terrorist camp that's been destroyed, and similarly other terror camps inside POK and Pakistan were demolished in that series of attacks. In the meantime, the families of the victims of the 26 people who were gunned down mercilessly in Pahalgam have been reacting after Operation Sindoor. If we can play some of those reactions.
पहलगाम में जो कुछ हुआ कायराना हरकत हुई थी, अब इंडिया ने जवाब दिया है।
जब ये हादसा हुआ उस दौरान भी आप लोग घर पे आए और मुझसे ये सवाल पूछा कि आप सरकार से क्या चाहते हैं, और मेरा एक सटीक जवाब था कि मुझे भारत सरकार पर पूर्णतः भरोसा है और वो अपना काम कर रही है। मेरा आंसर यही था, और आज भारत सरकार ने वो काम करके दिखाया है। हाँ, जिन घरों से जिनके लाल चले गए उनका जीवन तो वापस नहीं आ सकता, परंतु जो बात मैंने उस समय भी कही थी कि ऐसा कुछ हो कि इस तरह की कायराना हरकतें और बुज़दिली हरकतें करने की कोई साहस ना करे।
आपको लगता है सर
उसके लिए भारत सरकार ने जो ये कदम उठाया है ये बिल्कुल सही किया है, और उनके 9 ठिकानों पर आज जो एक कड़ा प्रहार किया है इसको वो सदैव उनके जहन में।
Right. So we have been talking to a lot of people since this strike was carried out. At the moment, we're joined by Gurinder Dhillon. Welcome to Mojo Story, sir. Your first reaction after Operation Sindoor was that we have been talking about a retaliation, a kinetic retaliation for many days now, and that retaliation has come now. Terrorist targets inside Pakistan and POK have been selectively targeted in a series of strikes by India.
The first reaction is, of course, first of all, good afternoon to you. The first reaction is that it is a very good message, very well coordinated, precise action by armed forces, and it was very well coordinated by the stakeholders, and this will eliminate further action by terrorists from across the border in coming future.
Right. We've seen action taken in the past, also the surgical strike, the Balakot action, but this is at a bigger level, at a larger level. Clearly, those strikes did not deter Pakistan. Otherwise, such terrorist acts would not have been repeated. Do you think today's action would serve as a deterrence for Pakistan?
There is no doubt about this, that this is the rarest of rare kind of action which armed forces, Government of India has taken against the terrorists which were bleeding us and killing our innocent people, including loss of civilians, defense forces, paramilitary forces for the last more than 3 decades. But such a message was never given. I really understand, and I'm proud of it, that armed forces have set a benchmark which needs to be followed and upgraded for future. We shall stop worrying about any deterrent of any other high-risk weapons. We must go in for such actions. And the very good point about this is that targeting the terrorist location about 65 kilometers from Amritsar airport and 100 kilometers if we take from inside the Punjab border to that border, that's a very good thing. The whole citizens of this country, which we call 140 crore people, 1.4 billion we name it, they are all behind this action and they are supporting it. I have talked to many people in Punjab. Although we are at the front end of the war against terrorism, including if there will be any war or battles between India and Pakistan, but I have talked to my people. I originally come from ancestral village, which is very close to border. I have talked to my friends and relatives. They are very well supportive of what action has been, of course, what action the armed forces have taken the previous night.
Right. So clearly that action has been taken by uh, India now. But what we are seeing since morning, we're seeing that there's a lot of flare up at the line of control. Uh, Pakistan is using artillery to target civilian positions. Already, three fatal casualties have happened uh, uh, at the line of control of civilians, and that number could rise. There are many others who are injured. So, do you think that this is a big sort of escalation? The ceasefire that was holding on is finally over, and now we're seeing artillery that's being used by Pakistan at the line of control.
I just want to address this issue by saying that, see, the action on part of India was very calibrated, precise, and that was against the targets where there was terrorist training camps or hideouts. India has not targeted any military or civilian areas, and there has been no collateral damage during these strikes. If Pakistan is trying to escalate, we shall respond it robustly. We shall not be worried about escalation in the LOC area. Ultimately, those 24 assembly seats of Jammu and Kashmir, which are in POK, we call it POJk also, that deserve to be included in on the R side. But at the same time, I don't want to be warmonger, but we shall be very sure what we are doing. We are fully prepared. We have the resources. And at the same time, we have the civil defense mechanism, crisis management in place where we don't face any shortcomings.
Right. And there is also now this maybe Pakistan will do something more than the escalation at the line of control. There are such indications. Already the airport has been closed, Srinagar airport, the Jammu airport. Some of the schools near the border areas are shut today. So all those measures are being taken. And of course, this would have been war gamed, that if Pakistan retaliates, what can be the Indian response? How do you see the situation developing here on?
I do understand and appreciate. I have served in border areas, and having served in a lot at senior level in law and order and internal security issues, I do imagine that it can be a serious issue. But there is no doubt the armed forces, the action which was taken after so many cabinet committee meetings, cabinet committee on security meetings, so many consultation with the armed forces, various wings and stakeholders, I have no doubt, having handled multiple crises, I have no doubt that India is fully prepared to teach any lesson to Pakistan. It's a rogue nation. Yes, I do have knowledge out of my military studies knowledge that they have the backing of China. We have to be very careful and make sure that we are on the same page with the Chinese administration, so that to tell them that we only acted against the militants and terrorists. We have the support from all over the world to fight against the terrorists. We have no intentions to go for full-fledged war or battle to the limited areas. But we also need to be very sure whatever armaments, equipment we have, we shall put it in full readiness if required at the any shortest call.
Right. We're also joined by Kullar Saab. Right now, we've been speaking since morning, actually, Kullar Saab. The point is the China factor. You know, how significant is the China factor? We know that China is the closest ally of Pakistan. It's been supplying it with equipment and armory. They have said that it's regrettable and they have asked for restraint. But do you think that China could also be egging on Pakistan at this point in time? It may just not have been possible for Asim Munir to exhibit such a bravado, climbing up a tank and then addressing his troops, ironically, in English language. Do you think the China factor is playing here or could play here?
Zafar, to my mind, what is more important for all of us today is the national interest is of utmost importance, right? We have been forced into such situation by the Pakistan, and we know since 89 they have been using this terrorism as a state policy against us. Numerous incidents have happened. The question here is that he is not changing his attitude. Today, where we stand, India is economically, we are rising. Militarily, we are rising. Whatever China, I feel, is a responsible country because he is also looking for global hegemony. He cannot be supporting directly Pakistan. I don't think so. Definitely, there may be some discrete support as far as equipment or ammunition or some other kind of satellite communications or intelligence, information, those kind of things. But China is not going to directly get embroiled. This is the number one. Secondly, I am an army man. I have seen a number of combats and I have been in combat. We don't like talking too much. We believe in action. And let me tell you, these strikes have, conveyed a very strong political message, not only to the people of India, and also across. And if you see today, the rules of engagements have changed. And we are a responsible country. We are respected all over the world. The rules of engagement, when I say, is post-Uri, post-Pulwama, we carried out surgical strikes. Before that also, cross-LC raids have been taking place, but they were not publicized. But in today's times, in modern times, the social media times, that was another step into the information warfare, where we have to tell the world that we reserve the right to act against any action against the national security or, for that matter, against the people of our country. So the Pakistan over a period of time have not changed their attitude. The political establishment is totally zero. The entire control is with the military establishment. Now, if you ask me, though I am not at all propagate of war because I have been part of Kargil and many other, during Parakram we mobilized. Since 71, there has not been a conventional war between the two countries. And the bogey of nuclear weapons with Pakistan, has also been called as a bluff. Because they know what they're doing is not globally acceptable, not acceptable as a responsible country. To my mind, today the situation, the Pakistan army is, if you take back your attention when Asif Munir made a statement just 2-3 days prior to this Pahalgam attack, the reputation of the army chief is at stake. He has got problems back at home. He is unable to control situation in Balochistan. He's not able to control situation in KP. Out of, I think, if I'm not wrong, 7 to 8 Pakistani corps, 11 corps and 12 corps are fully occupied on their western fronts. So now when we talk today, when we have done this, what are the options available to them? We have attacked their terrorist camps. So what option do they have? Are they going to attack any terrorist camp on our side? No, because we don't have. Are they going to attack any military establishment? Maybe. Are they going to attack the public or the infrastructure? That is a big question mark, because before they carry out such action, I am sure they would have also done the wargaming. So what is going to fall back onto them? So now the options available, as we were discussing in the morning also, they have got a very limited options as of now available, as we saw post Pulwama and Uri also. They carried out across LOC. They will escalate. Now they started firing artillery. They may carry out small action teams, bat actions in a very proximity of the LC onto the units. And artillery bombardment is already on. During, I think, Pulwama, when the surgical airstrike took place, they also came into our territory and then claimed to have bombed one of the brigade headquarters, but nothing happened. So right now they're in a catch-22 situation. They have been cornered. They don't have many options, and they don't have any right to react. What they need to do is they need to put nail on these terrorists whom they have been sheltering for so many years and decades, and they need to take responsible actions so that this escalation which is happening right now, it can come down, and that the global pressure has to be put on them. We as a country today, we don't need any support from the Western countries. We don't need any permission from the Western countries. It is my country's interest. Where my country's interest is there, that is of utmost importance. So whatever decisions are being taken by the government of India, whatever decisions are being taken by the three the Army, Navy, and Air Force jointly, they are very calibrated, very, very responsible. And the message in the press briefing in the morning has been conveyed to all the media, international media, national media, and across the region. So right now, Pakistan is in a fix. They will carry out frenzy. They will carry out those fake news. They will say that we have done this way because they don't have any face saving. The biggest question today is to the Pakistan military establishment. So let us see. So where do they go from here? We have done what we have done. We are taking adequate precautions. Yes, there are unfortunate incidents, as you mentioned in the morning, that there are crossfire LOC. Though I am sure the civil administration is taking precautions along with the army on the border, so that we don't lose any more. We don't have civilian casualties in the cross LOC shelling. That is very unfortunate incident. So that we need to be careful of. So let us see, Zafar, what's coming in next 24 hours.
Right. But it seems that Pakistan will have to do something as a face saver, whatever that is. But I was just wondering, because Pakistan is already saying that their retaliation is already underway. And according to Pakistani media, that they have shot jets and all that, which is totally untrue. But is that some sort of a face saver that they will already using that as a cover rather than going for fresh escalation besides the violation at the line of control?
Zafar, there is something we call as, moral standing. Whenever you take any action, whenever you do something, there has to be some laid down norms of engagements in the world. The right, as I said, was reserved with us because they sent terrorists across. They killed 26 people over there. We had the right. Now, what kind of a face saving are they looking at? They have already lost their face. They have lost face within their own country. Look at their economic condition. Look at the water problem. There is already a crisis happening within the Pakistan. There are dharnas happening in Sindh. There is a water problem of Punjab, Pakistan, and Sindh. So they have got so many things at their hand. But as a military establishment, they will try to do everything to divert attention of the public of Pakistan. But at the same time, I doubt they do have any guts to take any action which, as a bogey action of nuclear bogey and all that. It is not.
I think that bluff has been called out. That bluff has been called out because
so they have got only option. Yes. Though they can do anything across the border. But like I said, the commitment of their course on the Western front, that does not allow them any flexibility, number one. Secondly, yes, they can do small actions, bad actions across the LC, which I am sure the local formations and units, they have already taken, proper protocols are there. So they are taking precautions about that. But notwithstanding, it is an establishment which has got 4 to 5 lakh people. They are equally, well trained. They do have the armaments. They do have equipment. But yes, let us see.
Yes. Gurinderji, you want to come in here?
I would like to add, Mr. Kalner Saab has given very good points. At the same time, I am in agreement what he's saying. At the same time, I just want to say that we need to prepare for any eventuality. For that, of course, today it was planned, and I'm sure we are going ahead with our mock drills. But we need to, more so border states, we need to be very well prepared for any crisis management handling, risk management, and disaster management. For that, we have to activate as per the protocols of the civil defense mechanism, A, B, and C category cities, and ensure that we have state level and district level crisis management initiatives, because those are very important. There should not be any bottleneck this thing. We need to have the community participation, because coming from originally from an ancestral border district area, I know in 71, though I was a small child, how community plays, border residents play very good role for morale boosting and support to the armed forces. We need to work on these issues, then critical infrastructure in the border area, communication networks, then mobility networks, infrastructure, roads, bridges. I just want to add, Kalner Saab will also agree, I have seen that on our highways and freeways, and more so all mobility points which we have, whether it is railways, I know very well in Punjab, we have some religious places near to these bridges and vital installations. I think government of state governments and government of India and the stakeholders need to take note of it and ensure to save collateral damage. These needs to be, without creating panic, these needs to be observed, monitored, and if required, because our critical infrastructure in case of war or in case of reaction, whatever Pakistan would like to give, they will surely like to make our critical infrastructure the targets. So to avoid collateral damages, we may think of vacating these places. And many times I have seen, while dealing with the internal security, such places also become soft source of espionage. So we need to be very careful about all this. Our response mechanism need to be in place so that we are not found wanting.
Would you agree that Pakistan could try and target civilian infrastructure? Because if they do it, then what is going to be the next second round of response of India? They could have also imagined that.
I do agree. I do agree, Kalner Saab, that but I still feel, and I'm very sure that Government of India and the armed forces and all stakeholders, including intelligence, counterintelligence, whatever mechanism is in place, I am very sure that everything is being monitored in this present day situation. We have Ukraine war lessons, this Gaza conflict lessons, which are in place, must be in our boards. We need to be very careful of whatever situation, so that we are not taken by surprise. We shall be fully prepared, and more so, the deployment of armed forces shall also be accordingly, where the martial spirits, the family instincts, the internal defense mechanism of the instincts be considered, so that we, if required, I am sure that Pakistan, what face saving they need to have is, they just need to keep quiet and save their face from the world and not take an action which will put them into a more bad situation. So I feel that I do agree that there are not many options with Pakistan, but there are crack elements in their stakeholder organizations, including Army, ISI, which don't have anybody's control. Civilian government is almost zero there. So we need to be very careful. That is what I want to say.
Kuler Saab, you want to come in?
Yes, Zafar, the point which ADGP Saab has made is, very valid. And that is why such action has taken us into 14-15 days. Because all kind of planning happens behind the curtain. The rare area security issue is a very important issue, not only from the point of view of the security safety of the infrastructure And tomorrow, if any mobilization has to also take place, there are SOPs and protocols in place. And those, as per the war book, would have been activated by now. But we are not seeing them on ground. Tomorrow, when the mobilization takes place, all sources of the country, they are placed at the disposal of the CCS and the defense MOD. So that is as far as point number one is concerned. Now, preparation definitely, because this is a new generation, this is a new era. We are living in a geopolitical scenario where conflicts are continuously happening. We are living next to China, where threat is there. We are living next to a rogue state, what we call Pakistan. So anytime anything can happen. Yes, this may be an opportunity to train our new generation, young people who have not seen war. The last war, as DGP Sahab had said, that it was in 71 when the siren used to blow, we all used to go into the trenches. So the border states have seen enough. Border states need to be prepared for that. The state governments have to step up. But, and you know, today we have to prepare for all eventualities, notwithstanding, but we also cannot raise alarm. You know, it has to be done discreetly. It has to be done in a manner in various stages, as far as that is concerned. So let us see, wait and watch. This wargaming is continuously happening at the CCS and the MOD CDS level. The mobilization has happened discreetly, not all. Whether there is a movement of the naval assets, whether the movement of the Air Force assets, the army is prepared, and we are watching our senior hierarchy. They are continuously in touch with the MO and the CDS and the defense people sitting in New Delhi. So minute to minute information is happening. So we have to see, and yes, rightfully today in the evening we are having a mock exercise. Like other day we were talking, you know, when the Bhuj earthquake took place, there is a SOP in place. Almost every week, all the schools, all the civilians, they carry out this earthquake. When earthquake will strike, so all these SOPs are practiced in Bhuj, and this is happening since 2002 when the last earthquake came. So it's a good that we need to prepare and educate, and you know, people also need to understand that the freedom which they are enjoying today, you have to give cost to that. And today the country needs them. They need to be, they need to understand what's happening around our borders, and they need to be made aware of in case of any eventuality, if something happens, what they need to do. I think those practices, exercises have already started. So it's a good initiative by the government.
Right. Also,
just one point, Harshit, before I come in, before you come in, this is my colleague Harshit, who's also joined the broadcast. Just one point, that India made it clear right from the outset that it is going to do a retaliation. There were all indications that a kinetic action will be carried out by India, and Pakistan was very prepared for a kinetic action from India, but they could not stop it. Despite it did not happen. There was not much of an element of surprise because it was sort of declared well in advance that something is going to happen. But Pakistan could not stop it. That also revealed the chunks in its defense. It could not stop it.
Definitely, Zafar. And you know, the press brief did tell us about the attacks, but maybe I would have missed out. They didn't tell us the modus of operandi, what kind of a weapon systems, how did they carry out this attack. I don't think so that was covered in the briefs, except they showed us the movies of the attacks and a few photographs of the post-strike damage assessment, what they carry out, right? So you are absolutely right. You know, this kind of a renting from there, standing on the tank, and statement and the bhashan being given by the chief of army staff. This is to impress your audience, the public. You are playing to the gallery, but there are deficiencies. When we talk about war, also we talk about something called war potential, sustenance. For how long can they sustain? How much reserves do they have? How much reserves of ammunition? What is the state of their equipment? What is the state of their morale? Today, when we talk about and the comparison we do with it, the two armed forces, we have a higher moral pedestal. The morale of our troops is sky high. But when we talk about the Pakistanis, what kind of a morale do they have? Similarly, the public, when DGP Saab was mentioning, let me tell you, border states always, they never want war. And we always suffer. I am from Punjab. I am sitting in Punjab. But let me tell you, the Josh and the morale and the support which these people give, they have given in 65, 71 war, were mobilizing their own resources. There was a droppage of SSG, Special Commandos of Pakistan, near Halwara, Jalandhar. These guys were caught during 71 by our own people, villagers. So our people are, full of Josh. And, I'm not saying again, like I mentioned earlier, this is right time actually we should not restrain ourselves to these strikes only. This is just I would say, trailer shown to Pakistan. Maybe something else is in the offing. We need to sort out once for all and give them a solid blow. And we can't keep, waiting for another incident to happen.
In fact, General Narwane, the former army chief, had put out a tweet, "Abhi picture baki hai." So that is very important, as you were saying, that this could just be the beginning. We don't know whether it's the end of these strikes at all. But at this point in time, Harshit Sharma, my colleague, also joining. Harshit, you have some updates?
Right. Also, Zafar, as you just mentioned that Abhi Picture Baki Hai has also been posted, and Kular Sahab, you were also mentioning about the war potential when we are talking about the escalation of the situation. The Pakistani Prime Minister is to address the nation at 3:30. Indian Prime Minister, Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi has arrived at the Rashtrapati Bhavan to brief Your Excellency Draupadi Murmu about the Operation Sindoor and what can be the possible outcomes in the next 48 hours. Kular Sahab, what do you expect out of Shehbaz Sharif's addressal, which is to be done at 3:30, considering we have also been discussing for a while now that the ball is in Pakistan's court and Pakistan may not be in a situation to afford a conventional war, but also there's sort of a pressure on the Pakistani army to, send a message to their civilians that they also can retaliate. Kular Sahab.
Harshit, abhi unke paas koi option available nahi hai. It is like a situation when you have taken a panga. Now you are looking for somebody, third party, to extricate you from that situation. As I told you, they are in such a precarious situation. They have done something. And most of the time, let me tell you, in Kargil, when the occupation on the heights took place, that operation was planned by General Musharraf that time, right? And the political establishment, other two chiefs were not at all in know-how. That is an open domain. So as you said, political establishment moves in the northern direction and the military establishment moves on the southern direction.
Right.
Secondly, the chief of army staff is under a lot of pressure from their co-commanders. So the question here is now they are in such a fix. They are looking for somebody at the USA or some mediator, somebody to come, and how they should come out of this situation.
Right.
Otherwise, we can keep doing war gaming. Ab kya karenge? Ab kya hoga? Ab wo kya kar sakte hain? I think we leave it this to the wisdom of the people, who are sitting in Delhi. Let them plan. Let us not, just hypothetically talk about things. Let us restrict ourselves to what has happened till now, right?
Right. Also,
what is
required.
This is a very critical situation for our country. Every citizen should be, they should become. It is a responsibility of every citizen to understand now. And I keep harping again and again, the kind of freedom, the kind of, economic prosperity which we enjoy in this country, it comes at a cost. Generally, what happens is the armed forces, I'm not saying that we need any special treatment, but this is also the time when our security forces, the people of this country should understand what do they do, what have they done in last 77 years, how to keep this country, intact, how they have kept the geographical integrity of this country intact by giving so much sacrifice. Look at 65, look at Kargil, look at 71 war. We divided Pakistan into two countries. So this is also the time to people of the India to step up, not pseudo-nationalism, not pseudo-patriotism, what they can do as a responsible citizen. It is also a lesson beyond that. The countries can only progress when their human resources trained well and responsible people. So it is a collective effort. Yes, the people are into Josh, they will do. I tell you my example, when we were mobilizing for Kargil, our vehicles were going through Punjab, Himachal, and we were climbing up. The young people, the young children, boys, they were crazy. Wherever our convoy stopped, they were handing over cassettes, CDs of songs to us. Number one. Secondly, you know, they were adamant to climb into our trucks. They said, sir, we also want to go with you. So that kind of Josh is there because, you know, as I said, we are functioning from a very high, responsible, moral pedestal. And we have behaved like a true democratic, responsible country all throughout since independence. But look at Pakistan, look at their economy. Today, people are crying. They don't have water. They don't have, now this water regulation is going to impact their agriculture timings very, very badly. Their economy has gone down. So,
and also this situation.
It's a very serious problem, Harshit, along our borders. And because of that, let me tell you, I am from Punjab. Punjab is also suffering. You know, the first thing which happens is whenever there is any conflict, the trade, whenever there is any sign of improvement or opening of trade through Wagah border or Atari border, it gets snapped. So the people of Punjab are suffering. Industry is not coming because there is always some kind of a crisis. So these are very serious issues. Today we are talking about a incident, and this is not it. The entire problem has to be seen in holistic view. We have got a neighbor. Either we find a permanent solution, or these kind of strikes. Are they? That means are they going to behave after this?
That is the $1 million. That is a $1 million question. That will they stop Pakistan from exporting terror? You know, when Uri terror attack took place, there was a surgical strike that was carried out. It was very limited in scope in a particular area. That strike was conducted. Then there was Balakot, which was again very limited at one particular location. This time, multiple locations have been targeted simultaneously. In the past, we have witnessed that the surgical strike and the Balakot strike did not deter Pakistan from carrying out another terror strike. Maybe not immediately, but after a few years, they've gone back to that same old business. Do you think today's set of strikes on different terror camps is very, very symbolic also in nature? Because we have been hearing this Murid Ke and Bahawalpur for years altogether. Now India has crossed that line and demolished those camps.
My entire career, Zafar, we have been always wanting to go. Even physically, when we were young officer, we used to always, any young officer, any young soldier will have that feeling, let's sort it out once for all, send us across and we will carry out the raid and bloody sort them out, But the problem is we are, I think, behaving in a very, very rational and responsible way. But the problem is on the other side with whom you are dealing, these guys are totally irrational. So the question again comes is, what kind of a center of gravity you need to attack? So that these kind of things won't happen.
It is very clear that no, sir. It is very clear that Pakistan is run by its army. The government is just a rubber stamp there.
No, also, Zafar, before we move ahead, Kular Saab, let me just mention it here. While we talk, my producers have been telling me there's a breaking news or an interesting development coming in. The Pakistani Prime Minister's office has in fact announced that the country's armed forces have been authorized to respond to India's strikes signaling further
No,
escalation. This is
Harshit, Pakistan's Prime Minister making an announcement doesn't make a sense because it's already army which is calling the shots. You
So
see
what
the
the Harshit,
pictures of
look at
Pakistani, you see
yeah,
the
look at
pictures of
them.
Pakistani army chief atop a tank. It is Asim Munir who has been calling the shot. It does not matter what Pakistani Prime Minister says
Indeed.
because ultimately it's the army which has been doing what is doing on its own. It doesn't need a Prime Minister's approval.
You know,
in fact, Prime Minister needs their approval to be on its chair because the most popular leader has been arrested and jailed. Who won the election? The elections were rigged. So Shehbaz Sharif is there because of army. Army is not there because of Shehbaz Sharif.
Absolutely, Zafar. I fully agree with you. And let me tell you, the military establishment of the army has got no love lost for Pakistan and for the people of Pakistan. Let me tell you, these guys are very selfish people. They can be bought for anything. They are having ball of a time. They have a country unto themselves. They are ruling this country, right? Pakistan, they are calling the bloody shots. They are running industries. They are running real estate business over there. So, you know, it's a parallel economy which is running. And unfortunately, let me tell you, these responsible countries who try to have a higher model press like USA and all that, you know, these guys, they have been nurturing Pakistan in our backyard. They have got dual policy, you know. The Americans, I always say they are a bania country, you know. They will always look for their own interest. And we, the present establishment in India, the people in India, we do understand the kind of, you know, power we have, the kind of human resource we have, the kind of consumer market we provide to the entire world. The world is tied to us. We can dictate now, right? So the Pakistan army, these kind of states, I told you Harshit earlier, Zafar, they are looking for somebody now to extricate them from such situation. और दो आदमी के बीच में लड़ाई हो जाती है, कमजोर आदमी अब बोल रहा है मेरे को कोई पकड़ के हटा लो, रोक लो. So they are in that kind of a situation.
No, as the saying goes, while all the other countries have an army, Pakistan is a specific case where army has a country.
Zafar, I would like to add what Colonel Kular is saying. I would like to add, sorry, I am coming.
No, please go ahead, sir.
The major contrasting difference between the two nations is that in our case, the civil society, the various political parties, armed forces, and government, as far as the response to Pakistan is concerned, qua the terrorism or whatever action post this Sindoor operation, the Pakistan will take, we are unified. Secondly, our stakeholders in Delhi are working together like a well-oiled machine, and they are on the same foot. At the same time, on the other side, the political leadership in Pakistan is divided. Their civil society is not 100% supporting arming what the army people are doing. Then there is a Balochistan problem which is separately to be handled. And the next point is the economic might of India is far more superior to what Pakistan has. Pakistan is almost on the verge of bankruptcy. Can they fight a war? I don't think it is possible, except with the support of some other friendly nations, which we need to be careful, or we have to have a point where they don't do this. All these points are now we have the opportunity that do we want to, when in 1979, when Russia came to Afghanistan, they very well asked India to please take your POK back. We had the opportunity in October 47, then 79, then 71. Now, if they want to escalate, we need to prepare for a final action that let us cross LOC and take POK back.
Gurinder ji,
मैं तो यहाँ तक बोलूंगा. So Harshit, 1 second. अपने DGP साहब ने point बोला POK. Why should we go for POK? The center of gravity lies, you know, in the Pakistan, Punjab. उनकी जो नब्ज है ना, वो पाकिस्तान पंजाब है उनका. वहां से सब कुछ कंट्रोल होता है.
This time India has struck in Pakistani Punjab. Balakot was not Pakistani Punjab. Balakot was Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, and surgical strikes were carried out just across the LOC in Pakistan side of Kashmir. But this time, India has really struck in inside Pakistani Punjab. It's really gone for the
Yes.
jugular. But Kula Sahab, I was just wondering that Pakistani Army Chief Asim Munir was facing criticism, economic uncertainty in that country, political uncertainty, because everybody knows for a fact that Imran Khan is the most popular leader. He won the election. He was shown to have lost the election. The elections were rigged. He was jailed. Now that there is a backlash from that society, and perhaps he miscalculated. He thought that in order to project himself as a savior of that country, let us start some sort of an escalation with India. But it could have been a tactical move by Asim Munir without having any strategic outlook that what is going to happen next. Has it helped Asim? Was it Asim Munir trying to help Asim Munir only by starting this series of events? I don't think this calculation has worked for them. In fact, he must have grossly miscalculated here.
Zafar, इनकी कोई strategic thinking नहीं है. It is merely a question of their survivability, one-upmanship. The moment there is a chief of army staff, somebody who sits in that chair, the another co-commander is pressurizing him and planning, behind his back, who is going to be the next guy in power. It's totally power control. And let me tell you, most of the time, these guys are not at all applying their mind. And who is controlling? They, even within the military establishment, they have got different power centers. The chief of army staff is on a different grid. The naval chief is on a different grid. Then they have got the ISI head. He's on a different grid. And the co-commander, strike corps commander, the Mangla corps commander and others, they are on a different grid. So they themselves also not on a united front. It's a one-upmanship. So all these desperate measures, what they have done is very conveniently, they have started this terrorism industry since 80s, late 80s. And this terrorism industry is, it's helping them out. It's nurturing and they are using it. They are using on the both sides, on the eastern borders in India and to the western sides, maybe in Afghanistan or wherever. So these...
There is an important point. Briefly, Pakistan was under a lot of international pressure when it was in the FATF grey list. Pakistan took some measures and convinced FATF, and it was taken back to the white list. But it's gone back to its old tactics. That when the time when Pakistan was in the grey list of FATF, there was still some checks and balance. There was still some accountability on the international level. But after it's back into whitelist, then we see such a big terror attack taking place. So here is the problem. The problem is that when it is under scanner, then perhaps it's in control. But when it's off hook, then you can see such terror attacks. Pakistan fomenting such terror attacks.
So that means the game. As a common layman person will understand the game plan played by the Western countries. Who are the guys who are sitting in FATF? Who are the guys who are supporting Pakistan with different kind of an aids? FATF was lifted. And then they were given aid by America. The new establishment has come in America. The CIA is very strongly functioning in these areas. There is a tussle in Pakistan between America and China. China has brought in BRIA projects in Pakistan, invested so much of money. These small countries, they are just pawns in the hands of these big global powers. When we just get out of our regional, South Asia and get into the little global, broader, what's happening around us? There is a clash. China is coming up, challenging America. America is trying to, retain its power. So what happened in First World War? What happened during Cold World War? It happened. The Pakistan is being used. And who is using? And Pakistan military, like you rightfully said, they are a puppet in the hands of, these global players. And they can be bought because there is no system in Pakistan. There is no political establishment in Pakistan. So these are very larger issues to be seen in a larger context, what's happening around us at the global level, what's happening there. So who knows who is controlling whom? Like you said, Munir, who is controlling Munir?
No,
And we
Munir is
know how
battling
the
for his
CIA
own
has done.
survival. Munir is battling for his own survival because he was already retiring. When he was made the army chief, he was already retiring. He was retiring in a day or two, if I'm not wrong. He was
Yeah.
retiring, but then he was made the army chief, sort of an extension given to him, and then is being very unpopular with the way the things have panned out in that country, the way that Imran Khan was dealt with by the army, and the elections happened, and there's a public. I still remember when Imran Khan government was toppled, there was a public outcry. People came out on the roads. We saw those visuals. That was in fact a protest against the Pakistani establishment, who helped to bring down Imran Khan and install Shehbaz Sharif. So it is Munir who is battling for his own survival more than anything else.
No, that could be one of the reasons as far as Munir is concerned. I'm sure, when you say he has been given extension for another tenure as a chief of army staff, a man has already reached the pinnacle in his career. What is he looking at? Is he more greedy? Is he being controlled by somebody? So these are not so straightforward answers. What we see on the surface, there is a lot that's happening in the background. So maybe, when Shehbaz Sharif was brought, because they wanted to again bring back the power in the hands of the Punjabis. As we know, Imran Khan is a Pashtun, right? So this power struggle within Pakistan is also happening. There are too many power centers within Pakistan. So Pakistan is being used not by their internal people who are struggling for power, but also the outside people also. So Pakistan is sitting, it's a serious issue. We used to talk about 10 years, 20 years. Is it a responsible country with so many nukes at its disposal? खुदा ना खास्ता कल को कोई ऐसी चीज हो जाए, these concerns are definitely there with the world also. That if tomorrow these tactical nukes, small nukes, they go in and land into the hands of some rogue elements. So like when we say we have to prepare this world, world is full of conflicts. World life is not so simple. Life is not so easy as we foresee. Today we are sitting and talking and trying to make sense out of these conflicts. And these conflicts, when they happen, we all understand they happen for, controlled by the people who are sitting in the power. And conflict is a continuous affair of mankind. If we say by tomorrow conflicts will get over, no. The conflicts will remain. They may get into different shape. Today when we say, are we at war? Yes. For last 15, 20 years, we are in war. There is information warfare. There is a cyber warfare going on. There is a media warfare. There is a propaganda warfare. So we are constantly into conflicts. Yes, people do understand, or nations do understand, when something of this nature happens, physical action takes place, then they do have some impact. But the impact happens on other fronts.
Right. We're also joined by Brigadier Sandeep Thapar at this point in time. Sandeep ji, what is the way that you're looking at things? We're seeing a series of developments that are taking place since early morning. How do you see these developments?
Zafar, it's a moment of national pride for all of us, and whatever the armed forces have done, as I say, credible action done with a very clinical process. Start from the planning. The incident happened on 22nd. 23rd, the CCS met. Instructions would have gone down to the three chiefs. And then to coordinate everything, the intelligence, the vectors, the location, the communication, the timing, all under a wrap of secrecy, is a tremendous task. Tri-service operations, details will come out. I'm sure they've been launched from at least all the equipment has been launched from 10 to 12 different locations. So it is remarkable that it was done within a short period of 10 to 12 days with precise, wherever you targeted, wherever you wanted to, you got the effect what you want. And clear evidence was also presented that the target infrastructure has been destroyed. You had drones on that location, at that location, probably also conveying live footage to the Prime Minister, who we believe was watching the action. So all this requires a lot of detail and very professionally done, this thing. Now we've got to, I guess, wait and watch when today and tomorrow, wait and watch, because we've not come out with our projections that how much damage we've caused. Yes, we've caused damage, we've shown footage, but unless it comes out of Pakistan, as you all know, they lie. But in today's world, you cannot, within 48 hours, 36 to 48 hours, things will come out from social media, how much damage has taken place, how many killed. Already Hafiz is saying that his family, 10 people dead. So once that comes out, and how Pakistan takes it, because it is no pushover army. It's also got a fairly strong army, though not a patch on us, but still some face-saving gesture, how they react, whether it gets into a prolonged mode. We yet to see how it evolves over the next 2-3 days. I think within the next 48 hours, this should end either way, unless it goes off into a spin where they respond and we respond back, and this expands. Though I see less likelihood of that.
Right. I'll have to step out now. Barkha Dutt, our chief editor, will continue with this conversation. If she's here, she can maybe join. I'll have to wrap it up here. Thanks so much to all of you for joining us and for sharing your thoughts. Barkha will take it over from here. Thanks so much for joining.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm sure all of you know what has happened thus far, but for anybody who does not know, let me just bring you up to speed. India, could I request the producers to turn off their mics in the background? I'm not able to hear myself think, actually. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. If you have just joined us, India has targeted terror bases inside Pakistan-occupied Jammu Kashmir, as well as Pakistan. The significance of these missile attacks, precision missile attacks, 24 of them at 9 terror bases inside Pakistan, including Pakistan's Punjab, cannot be overemphasized. The operation is called Operation Sindoor. The symbolism of that word self-evident. It captures the pain and the anguish of women who were made to stand in a line and watch their husbands being executed, shot at point blank in Pahalgam. But Operation Sindoor has gone well beyond retaliation for only the Pahalgam terror attack. As one official said, it has signaled India's strategic resolve, and it's a seminal moment in India's modern security doctrine, because the terror targets that have been targeted include bases of the Lashkar-e-Taiba, the Jaish-e-Mohammed, including bases where Ajmal Kasab and David Headley were trained. This according to a military and diplomatic briefing by the Foreign Secretary and 2 women officers of the Indian military earlier this morning. We also now have confirmed news from Indian officials that it is our estimation, our belief, and there is evidence that will be coming, that has been video after video that shows how Jaish-e-Mohammed affiliated bases have been destroyed, that 10 members of Masood Azhar, the Jaish-e-Mohammed chief's family, have been eliminated in these strikes. Masood Azhar, if you remember, was most recently responsible for the Pulwama terror attack. I want to introduce our guests at this hour. Many of you have been with us since 5 in the morning, so you'll excuse us if we're a little bit fumbling and not as cogent as usual. We're joined by Brigadier Sandy Thapar. Welcome, Brigadier Thapar, to the program. POJk, one of India's foremost strategic affairs analysts, is with us. And also joining us is Captain Saxena, Kargil war hero. Welcome everybody to the program. It's a pleasure to see you here. Like I said, the big updates are the following. We know that it's the first tri-service coordination of this kind since the 1971 war. We know that it's 24 missiles, precision strikes at 9 terror target bases. Indian officials are saying that 10 members of Masood Azhar's family have been eliminated. The Lashkar headquarters in Muridke, Pakistan's Punjab, have been demolished, as have been the Jaish bases in Bahawalpur. The images you're seeing on your screen have been captured by Pakistani citizens and shared across social media the moment when Indian missiles fell on Pakistani soil. Let's look at the import of this moment. POJk, I'll start with you. Pakistan's Punjab is its most dominant region in resources, in military, in politics. The fact that India has struck inside Pakistan, Punjab, I think the import of that is huge. How do you look at it?
Barkha, thank you for having me. I think this is an important moment in India's sort of strategic praxis, as it were. I think what the operation has done is basically to underscore the idea that government of India is determined to respond to terrorism, and regardless of the whatever may be the consequences, the response will be there. I think one of the main objectives, in my opinion, as a civilian, and you have former military personnel on this panel with you, in my opinion, this has been to establish the deterrence that the Pakistani side to sort of break that existed between India and Pakistan after the 2019 the strikes that India carried out in response to the Pulwama terror attack. I would say that there is likely to be a Pakistani response to it, but notwithstanding that, the understanding that the Pakistani military had that Indians will not respond to subconventional attacks because they're scared of escalation. I think so. We breached that sort of hope and faith in Pakistan, that the Indians have said that no matter what the response is going to be, India will strike back. I think that's a major, in my opinion, a major doctrinal innovation, as it were, number one. Number two, I think the Pakistani belief that there is a big distinction between subconventional warfare, which is terrorism, and conventional warfare. Indians have basically said that there is no distinction between the two. You carry out subconventional warfare against India, India reserves the right to use conventional military in order to sort of push back against that. I also want to add another argument about evidence. There's a lot of conversation happening internationally in Europe and the United States. Where is the conclusive evidence? I think that is the that basically, conveys a lot of ignorance on the part of many of the interlocutors on the international scene. India has basically given a great deal of evidence to Pakistan in the past, including in 2016 during the Pathankot airbase attack. The Indian side invited a team of Pakistani investigators into Pathankot and asked them to sort of cooperate with India. The Pakistanis were supposed to invite India back to Pakistan for a joint investigation. That never happened. What happened to the evidence that India gave for the Mumbai terror attack? It is lying in the Pakistani courts. No action has been taken. So in other words, there are instances when India has given evidence, it has reached nowhere. And I think the evidence in this particular case is that the Pakistani establishment has not acted against the elite and the sort of resistance front or whatever they call it, and they are very much active within Pakistan. So there is no point in asking India to provide forensic evidence of who came from where and which route and what is the name of the person, what is the sort of kundali of the person. I think that is not possible for any side to sort of do that. I think what the Indians have done now is to basically turn the argument upside down and say, if you continue to support, if you continue to tolerate terrorists on your territory who attack India, then India reserves the right to sort of strike at them. I think that is the evidence argument that India seems to be pushing internationally. I also want to sort of bring in one more Pakistani argument. I think that bluff also has been called by the Indian side. I would say there are two bluffs called by the Indian side. One is that there is a distinction between sub-conventional and conventional warfare. The Indians have said, no, that's not the case. That is not, we don't agree with that. The second basically has been that with the full spectrum warfare argument that the Pakistanis have made in the past, which is if the Indian side attacks us using conventional weapons, the Pakistani side reserves the right to use full spectrum warfare against India, which includes, at least conceptually speaking, employment of tactical nuclear weapons against India. India has basically in 2019 using standoff strikes against mainland Pakistan, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, and now against Punjab, has basically called that bluff. Nobody is in Pakistan today talking about employment of nuclear weapons. So in other words, India has managed to call these two bluffs. And finally, and I'll win that, I think what India has done basically now is to create a certain tripwire situation regarding escalation. So what India is basically saying is that if the ball is in your court, if somebody based on your side, with or without your assistance, carries out a terror attack on Indian soil against Indian civilians, then we will consider that as an act of initiation of a war against India or escalation against India. So you are initiating the escalation, to which we will respond conventionally. So I think the ball is in some ways, therefore, Indians are saying on the Pakistani court, you want to sort of trigger that tripwire, that's entirely up to you. But there exists a tripwire. That's the, I think that's a fairly smart thing to make, strategically speaking.
I think it's a great point to make, that the nuclear bluff, because, Pakistan has been saber rattling from its defense minister to its ambassadors, all have been talking about using the full spectrum of responses available to them, including the nuclear response. And I think you're quite correct to say that India has called that bluff. Brigadier Sandy Thapar, however, Munir, a beleaguered Pakistan army chief, is going to need to show something to his people, muh bachane ke liye, right? As they say, a face-saving sort of exit. Right now, Pakistan's retaliation, could we bring up the shots of what we've seen happening at the line of control? Artillery firing is returning to the line of control for the first time since the 2003 ceasefire. We have fatalities among Indian civilians. Those are, of course, shots of the missiles hitting Pakistan, but we should also show pictures of what's happening at our side of the line of control, the fatalities with Pakistan's artillery firing. Now, that is one set of responses that we have seen in the past. But what do we have to brace ourselves for, plan for in the next 24 to 36 hours in terms of how Pakistan might hit back?
Barkha, thank you for having me on your show. Firstly, we've all been up since 4 o'clock. It's a moment of national pride. I mean, Earlier in Uri and Balakot, you kept it as a surprise. You hit him after a few days. But this time the Prime Minister said we'll hit you, and we've hit. Now, coming to your question that what are the options now? See, what we've done is very smartly, we've narrowed his options by restricting ourselves firstly to a terrorist infrastructure, not targeting the military, not targeting the civilian areas. Yes, we've gone to Punjab, which is his heart. It's like hitting. It's like 26/11. Anywhere else would have hurt so much as a financial capital, being Mumbai. Similarly, in Punjab, it hurts him more. So he's got the next 12 hours to think how to respond. There are a lot of factors he'll have to see whether he can give a credible response. Once he does that, what is India's escalatory matrix? Whether we will respond back in what manner? So he doesn't want it to go into a prolonged conflict. Neither do we actually, into a prolonged conflict situation where both sides overreach and then it goes beyond control. See, there are other factors also, economic factors. We can discuss that later. But you're right. Pakistan is no pushover army. It's not. Some people giving the comparison Israel and Hamas. It's not Hamas. It's got a fairly strong army, though compared to us, not so. But a very professional army, I must say. One has served with them, seen them. They are a professional army, no doubt. So they will respond. He has to pay saving gesture, his country. He has to show them. But to my understanding, he'll probably restrict himself to J&K so that he doesn't escalate by going to Punjab.
So you don't think that though India has hit Pakistan in Pakistan, Punjab, by hitting Muridke and Bahawalpur, you do not believe that Pakistan will expand the theater of conflict? You don't see this becoming a multi-sector conflict?
No, he will restrict. He will probably come down to Jammu, which is, I mean, say Aknoor and some Jammu, not below into Punjab. There also, as I visualize, he will not, no ground action is envisaged. He will not attack because you cannot take anything with an attack of a brigade, even more. You lose men. We are very strongly entrenched, been sitting there for 70 years. I visualize it'll more be specific targeting of certain military installations or other places, using his air force with standoff weapons, staying on his side of the border, or possibly with missiles. But then there is another factor that the chances of hitting a civil target in Valley, he calls Kashmiri his own. So he has to factor that. What will Kashmiris say that you are targeting us? So all these, I won't be like to be in Munir's shoes today because he's got too many things on his mind. And then the factor of how much equipment he's got. As we know, they are a loan to each loan they have to pay. They take another fresh loan. So their economy can sustain. How much can their economy sustain?
So I guess this is the debate now. Will other fronts of conflict open, or will Pakistan keep it restricted to J&K? Typically,
sorry, Barkha. One more thing. By hitting Punjab, we've sent him a message.
That's what I think.
We are ready for what we've hit you on your nerve center. We are ready for whatever you can give back. And so, fine, it's a deliberate decision. We hit Punjab. Now you try and come back, and we are ready to take you on.
Okay, I wanted to go to Captain Saxena, but I think Happy Mohan wanting to interject there. Happy Mohan, go ahead, please.
Very quick point, just to add to what Brigadier Thapar said, the Indian argument has been that, listen, we are hitting terrorist infrastructure on your side. We are not hitting civilian infrastructure. We are not hitting military infrastructure. So in response to that, what is Pakistan going to hit? Are they going to get military infrastructure on their side? That's clearly escalating. Are they going to hit civilian infrastructure, that's going to be a very different kind of ball game. So I think their options in some ways are limited. I totally agree with Brigadier Sandeep here, because India has a certain argument here that we are specifically targeting people who are targeting us. What are you going to do? So I think I just want to sort of add,
Sure, the options are limited, and yet they do need a face saver, and India has to bargain what that face saver might be, and what that face saver is will determine how high we go, climb up further on this escalatory ladder. Captain Saxena, as a Kargil hero, this is a particularly personal moment for you. Your thoughts, sir?
Yeah, so I think there is a definite change in the entire doctrine. How do we deal with the terror network? And also, it's a strategic shift in India focus. If you really see, go back around 30 years, we were having two ways of dealing with the terror. Either we were going to, okay, let's talk, let's have a debate, let's have a bus yatra, let's have Aman Ki Asha, and all these things. But none of them actually giving us food. Pakistan was always coming back and stabbing us at the back, starting from the Kargil war, even beyond that. Second was, we have gone ahead, we say, okay, let's do the surgical strike. What will happen? You will kill few terrorists, right? You do a Balakot strike. You again kill few, but what happens? Pakistan is like a terror factory. They use terror as a weapon, and for them, the terrorists are expendable, right? It's a Pakistan army, which is the mastermind. And then there are few Jaish-e-Mohammed, Lashkar-e-Toiba, which keep churning these terrorists as a manufacturing factory. And they are not bothered. So if these 5 people who have done this Pahalgam, you hunt them down, you kill them, you whatever do, they are anyway knew that they are expendable for them. They have already written them off. So that will not work. So I think that's why when this happened, and this was a very, very emotional moment, because till now they were kind of attacking the armed forces, CRPF and all, but this time they have hit innocent civilian. They have hit cold-blooded murder in front of their newly wedded wife, right? Just see the emotion. And I think entire India was on the boil, right? We were feeling as if we have lost a member from our family. So it's a very, very emotional decision also. And this is why we have changed our response. We say it has to be multi-pronged approach. And that's why you must have seen we started with the water treaty, which is going to have very, very long-term consequences. We have stopped all the trade. Pakistan is a food deficient nation, and this nation has got 1.3 billion of import from India indirectly through Dubai every month. We have stopped it now. We are also ensuring they comes into IMF grey list, so that for them it's becoming difficult to get the money. See, finally we need to realize we will not get our objective just by killing the terrorists. We have to dry up the terror funding. We have to hit Pakistan army.
So I think I think when you say we have to hit the Pakistan army, that's now the question, because in today's military briefing by 2 women military officers and the Foreign Secretary, Happymon Jacob, there was emphasis on the fact that India had shown restraint, that India was not seeking escalation, that India had confined itself to targeting terror. But former Army Chief Manoj Naravane had a very cryptic tweet. He said, "Picture abhi baki hai." Now, that can be read in 2 ways. That can either mean that whatever India's military response is, this is not the end of it, that there could be more. That's one way to think about it. The other is that, look, Pakistan may react in a set of ways, and that determines in a way what happens next. Captain Saxena, you want to add a sentence? I want to go to Dr. Happymon Jacob.
Just a minute. So what I wanted to say, India had shown a lot of kind of calibrated and measured approach, and giving the communication to the entire international media and nation that we are a responsible nation. Now, depending on how Pakistan retaliate, we are ready for all the scenario. And if Pakistan army hit, then we have got all the right to hit, right? That will be the phase 2. So that's what, in my view, and Pakistan army has got no other option than to retaliate, because they have to face their they have to save their face in front of their own citizen. So that may be the phase 2, because that we say the picture abhi baki hai, because that may be just the first step in the long battle. Yeah, please.
Right. I should say that Pakistan's Prime Minister, Happymon, they have announced that their military has been authorized to respond to India's strikes. I mean, that doesn't mean anything in itself. Yeah, they have to say that. They have to say that. But he's addressed the nation, and this is what he is. This is what he has said. Now, I want to explore this idea of where this ends. You see, Prime Minister Modi, who's met with the president to brief her, and I think there'll be an all-party meeting. Also, he has chaired a meeting of the cabinet. So it's all been run very structurally. And I also want to applaud the communication decoy, because 7th May was supposed to be a day of mock drills, and under that cover, while everybody was thinking ki aaj to sort of practice hai, the actual thing happened, which is how good military ops should be. But this idea ki abhi picture baki hai, that you have demolished terror bases, but you haven't got to the root of the patrons of the terror, which is the Pakistan army, which is the point that Captain Saxena just made. How do you see this in terms of calibrating and managing the escalatory ladder? Happy Mon, and then the same question for Brigadier Thapar and Captain Saxena.
Barkha, what Shahbaz Sharif has said, which is he's given total control to Pakistan Army in terms of what steps they would take next. That has always been the case. So I truly believe that he's given the authority to the Pakistan Army. But having said that, I think the Pakistan Army will think very carefully and twice before they carry out operations against the Indian military infrastructure, because that is really crossing a certain red line, given the fact that India has not targeted the Pakistani military officials or infrastructure for that matter.
Yeah.
And because Pakistan knows that by doing that, they are upping the ante, they are sort of escalating the conflict between the two sides. So it could potentially be the case that they could strike, and I'm not giving them ideas. They could strike a civilian power facility, for example, or things of that kind, where the damage is going to be somewhat contained. But if indeed they manage to target a military facility in India, I think India will have to respond likewise, because it then becomes a matter of proportionate response. But I think the Indian side is well advised to keep this within the ambit of proportionate response, because we have more to lose internationally, reputationally, as a responsible nation, unlike Pakistan. Pakistan has made this fast and loose with its own reputation and with the international community for the last several decades. India has bigger sort of fish to fry, in the Indo-Pacific, with China, with the international system, as it were. So I think I would say that one, as I said earlier, Pakistan will be very careful in crossing the threshold in terms of what to strike. And number one. Number two, I think the Indian response will have to be calibrated to inflict a proportionate response to that. Our objective has been fulfilled. This has been our objective has been to sort of punish the perpetrators and to sort of reinstate deterrence against Pakistani terrorist attacks. That has been achieved. Now, if Pakistan wants to sort of carry out an attack, which they are most likely to.
So here's my response to that, Happy Mon. Somebody was saying in the morning that, Pakistan has always conducted asymmetric warfare, so their way could be another terror strike. And I said that may happen further down the road. But right now, if they do that, the world is watching. They can't own the terror strike, right? So they've got to retaliate in some sort of military form. That's what I think. And I think we all agree with that. I have questions on the geopolitics. I know you're all on limited time, so we'll do these comments quickly. Brigadier Thapar, the Indian military has prepared for a 2-front or a 2.5-front conflict for a while. China's rhetorical support to Pakistan, in the past, in conflicts, China has not got involved militarily. There has been some rapprochement between India and China, but Eastern Ladakh is militarized. We are still, we still have troops not taking a chance with China. Would the military right now be factoring in sectoral conflicts, 2-front conflicts? I mean, they would have had to anticipate and plan for everything.
It all depends on how this conflict takes off. Firstly, China, that 2.5 factor does not come into play until you are at war with Pakistan. Only then you are worried that the second front, China may open up a front. I do not think that is happening immediately, because for some time, we were feeling, the entire nation was feeling that we need to take a very tangible and strong action against terrorism. The Prime Minister also felt it. We've taken it. We took very credible, limited action with a lot of clinical precision, like I said. we presented clear evidence that, listen, we've targeted only terrorist infrastructure. So now Pakistan, like I said, we haven't left Pakistan with any options, very limited options we left him with. Now, if he targets Indian military, there are two things which could happen. That the damage is a little bit, but we knock down Pakistan sites in retaliation, say his aircraft, 2-3. So it is considered a significant damage on him for the action he's taken. If you say, okay, fine, hum aur kuch nahi kar rahe. He came with 4 aircraft, we knocked down 2. His launch site of missiles we knocked off, and yes, we lost this thing or something, and so it's we are no longer then both sides are happy, and then, but if it escalates beyond, then I'm afraid it could deteriorate. But like what we discussed earlier, less likelihood of that happening as I see it.
Captain Saxena, and then we'll get a quick last word from Dr. Happymon Jacob. Captain Saxena, you said we've got to get to the Pakistan army. It's going to take time. It's you know, it's not going to happen overnight, but I think it's new red lines that have been drawn, a new strategic doctrine that has been established here. Where do we go from here, Captain Saxena?
Exactly. So if right now we have taken the revenge in a way, and the mood of the nation, and we actually think that, you know, on the kinetic side we have hit them hard. The other action which are non-kinetic in nature and long term, as I say, they will continue despite or whatever factor is being done. So for this we will not retaliate now, but yes, as rightly said by Brigadier Thapar, if they cross the line, it will totally depend on what kind of retaliation they will do. If they will do something like just a face saving thing, things will close here, but we will continue with our non-kinetic important long-term measures we have started taking. But yes, if they retaliate within a point, then we will have the chance to hit Pakistan army, and then India is prepared for both the eventuality, whatever it happens. And if China, I don't think China will come into play directly. They will definitely, help Pakistan in terms of arm ammunition, but not going to be there in terms of direct support.
Sorry, while you're making your point, we're just stacking up visuals released by the Indian Army. I want to say one thing. There is so much visual, empirical evidence for the world to see and of these strikes and their success, right? So the Indian Army has released footage officially. It is out on ANI of the terror bases that were hit. I need to go full frame on this, guys. I can't play it like this. You need to show it to us closer. So give us a second. That's Kotli Gulpur, and those are the images that released moments ago by the army. You can see there the missiles. This is precision warfare. 24 missile strikes on 9 terror bases, and that is the Abbas terrorist camp at Kotli that you are seeing being hit. And like this, many other images are being released, and we'll keep showing them to you. These are official images released by the Indian military. For, Pakistan can't hide from these images. Let's go back to our panel as we keep playing these images. Brigadier Thapar, Dr. Happymon Jacob. Sorry, this development just took place a moment ago, so I had to bring it up. Brigadier Thapar, do go ahead. Yeah.
There was a reason for this. One, because possibly the Prime Minister wanted to watch this live. So there were drones capturing that. Then it was probably to silence some of those people who last time said proof dikhaiye.
Yeah.
So this was very necessary. And so I want to go back a little and say I forgot to add that amongst the picture abhi baki hai could also mean that, okay, military action, we say, okay, fine, you hit us, we hit you. Now, meanwhile, our other actions, non-kinetic actions going, and one of the non-kinetic action, I think, are cyber capabilities. You can bring down Pakistan's banking system, its waterworks, its electricity, its nuclear installations with cyber attack. How do we know it's not already going on? We have the capability. Of course, economic, diplomatic, water, trade, all factors are going on. They will continue. They are not being taken off now after the attack. They will continue for some time, so that because we've realized that few isolated strikes or acts here and there are not going to. It has to have long-term impact. So I guess this will continue.
Right, Dr. Jacob, if you want to come in, the Indian Army, as I mentioned, has released these videos that you see on your screen of the missile strikes that took place on terror bases inside Pakistan. We know now 24 missiles, 9 terror bases, 10 members of Masood Azhar's family eliminated, the Lashkar headquarters bombed. One of the narratives that Pakistan's been trying to put out in their fake news way is India's hit our mosques. Now, this is very important to counter because it's such rubbish, because the mosque that has been targeted in Bahawalpur is directly linked to Masood Azhar's Jaish-e-Mohammed, right? And that video footage is also available. But that is one way that Pakistan is trying to put a spin on this. Now, the importance of the fact that the army, and that's, by the way, the Subhanallah mosque affiliated to the Jaish-e-Mohammed that was hit in Indian missile strikes. The importance of the videos released by the army, the level of detailing this time, it's very granular. We have a lot of granular detail, Happy Mon. I mean, I don't think Pakistan can pretend this didn't happen.
No, I think more importantly, more than Pakistan not pretending that this has not happened, I think the importance of having these visuals and videos is also lies in the fact that this is not only about inflicting damage on terrorist facilities, it is also about documenting it and sending a message to the Pakistani side and to the world that, listen, we are not going to take terrorist attacks lying down. Next time there is a terrorist attack, the scale of Indian operations will be higher. If you were to compare, as others have pointed out, in 2016 it was lower, 2019 it was slightly higher, now it's even higher. So you have documented evidence of how the scale of these operations are going up. I just want to add one more point, Barkha, before I leave, and that is about, we should be, I think, very careful in internationalizing this particular issue. I think that should be carefully calibrated. I certainly do not want China to, I don't think Chinese will sort of play ball with the Pakistanis, because China has not in the past done that. But if the Chinese were to sort of one way or the other get themselves involved, not in a hot war, but in a more cyber or other intelligence sharing capacities, I think that will have some sort of a negative implication on us. So far, they have not shown any indication of that, number one. And in the recent past, India has had a certain approach more with the Chinese. I think so. Therefore, the Chinese are going to keep themselves away. The second point that I want to sort of also make on the show is, Barkha, we have not had so much of a support from the international community after the terror attacks, 2 weeks ago. The international community, including some of our friends in Europe and and North America, have been sort of dilly-dallying about how much to support India, how solely they should support India. When their time was there, when the Russians attacked Ukraine, and which is not even a member of NATO or EU, they were all rushing to Delhi and asking India should support them. And today, when our time came, 26 of our civilians got killed, and they're still talking about gunmen, they're still talking about suspected terrorists and all sorts of things.
Agree.
Too many countries haven't really solely stood behind India. I think this is a question that we must introspect and tell our interlocutors internationally. Listen, if you want a strategic partnership with India, strategic partnership is not only about exploiting the Indian economy or growing market or India as a participant in global forums. It also means that you stand by your strategic partners when there is a crisis. I think that message also needs to be sent out to our international partners, especially the strategic partners.
Absolutely. And you're saying that, the kind of comments, look, I would say the countries that matter in particular, and please everybody add to this, the Russians, the Americans, Europe to some extent, and China. Now, China rhetorically is siding with the Pakistanis. Turkey is sending ships to Pakistan. The Americans, at least outwardly, are being cavalier. Does that concern you, Happy Mon? And then I'll come to Captain Saxena and Brigadier Thapar. Briefly, Happy Mon.
No, I mean, given the fact that there is a Trump administration in the United States, I'm not too worried about the American reaction, because, Trump is being an unpredictable sort of character for pretty much everybody, including the Europeans. So if he hasn't stood with, his time-tested partners for 40, 75 years, we don't expect them to stand with us. Having said that, the American security establishment has had a relationship with India in the past, and they have helped us with, intelligence and other such things. And if at some point of time it comes out the American security establishment hasn't helped, I think that should raise questions in India. It should raise questions. What is the phraseology that is being used by Moscow in condemning this attack? And what about some of our other strategic partners? I think these questions at some point of time will have to be looked at carefully, because friends are there to stand by you in times of crisis. Have they stood by us in times of our crisis? But again, as Jarendra said, the sort of we picture Baki here. So let's see if sort of opinions and language changes in various words.
Brigadier Thapar, jump right in. This footage that we're seeing released by the army, I think Happy Mon is quite perceptive there in saying that, look, this is about messaging to the world. It isn't only because the Prime Minister was watching the ops as they were taking place. It's also about messaging to the world. Your comment on that. Sir, please unmute yourself. I can't hear you.
Sorry. This was absolutely right what he said. This is also you taking up the denial factor from Pakistan. You remember Balakot? We said we've hit. They said nothing. You hit a few trees and all. Since we hadn't this time, for each specific target you've hit, you've got photographs, you've got video evidence. You say, okay, you can always lie about what was inside, but we've hit this target. And and it'll ultimately within 48 hours, it'll come out on social media how many people died, how many people were inside. Already few Pakistan videos from Pakistan TV saying that one chap was sitting there on top and he died. So more will come out. So this is historical filing. Yes, this is absolutely, Apiman is absolutely correct in that. And this will stay on forever. You see, I am not worried about these sites which were the launch pads which are close to the LC. They can always change them. It's a matter of few huts here and there. They can shift it a kilometer here and there and reconstruct it. But the significant thing is those headquarters which have been hit. They've been there for quite some time. It has a very major impact, signaling that okay, wherever you go, we'll target you. So that I think is a major message which has gone across.
Right. Let me bring in Captain Saxena at this point. Captain Saxena, go ahead.
Yeah. So I think one very important thing which happened that Ajhar Mahmood, his family, 10 members of his family have been eliminated, right? So it's about feeling the pain, because when terrorists kill you, they do not see you as a human being, right? They see you as a particular purpose for which they have been sent. But the same thing when happened to this particular person who is masterminding some of these terror activities, you can feel the pain what these 26 ladies must have felt, whose husband was shot in front of their eyes or their loved one shot in front of their eyes, right? So it's very important that this thing was required, though we are taking a lot of non-kinetic action, but emotionally a symbol of India's emergence and the strong nation was very well sent through this attack, where we say we will hit you wherever you go. You can go to POK, you can go to Pakistan, you can go to any part of the world, but we are not going to leave you. We will not forget you. We will not forgive you. And this message is loud and clear. And now India is also saying we are ready for any escalation. Till now, we have worked in a very calibrated and measured way. However, if you go up the escalation metric, we are ready for every layer, and we will give you back whatever you started. I think that's a very clear and strong message going not from only the Indian Army, but from the entire nation.
Yes, Brigadier Thapar, yes, you wanted to come in. Go ahead, sir.
Mute. You are on mute. Right?
Sorry, am I?
No, we can hear you now, so we can hear you. Yeah.
My only regret today is in the action is that we've not got that good news that Hafiz Saeed and
but he would have been moved. They would have been moved out by the Pakis well before, sir. Yeah.
I wish they had been part of the target list. It would have added more gravitas to the and more happiness.
He was in Lahore, where in a proper civilian area, and Pakistan Army knew. So that's why for the last 10 days, just after the strike, sir, he was kept in a total residential area. And it was not easy to hit him without doing a lot of civilian casualty, right? So
I will say, Captain, that just yesterday an undated video surfaces where Hafiz Saeed's son, Khuleyam, ghum raha hai, and in that there was both panic and an admission, Brigadier Thapar, and he's saying, Modi wants to kill my father, meaning Hafiz Saeed, to which I said, not, Modi on behalf of all of India would want to see you dead. And then he says, but Hafiz Saeed, India would want him isolated in some cave. किसी गुफा में आप चाहेंगे कि वो चले जाए, लेकिन वो तो बिल्कुल यहाँ है. That's the video. वो तो बिल्कुल यहाँ है पाकिस्तान में. So I think Pakistan would have taken care to hide these two terrorists. But sorry, Brigadier Thapar, complete your point.
Yeah, I guess so. The one knew that they would have been moved 10, 12 days. The moment the incident happened, they would have been moved out from there. So, but I was hoping against hope that they were part of the wreckage somehow.
Yeah. All right. Last comments from both of you, at least for now. I'm sure we'll have plenty of opportunity and reason to reconnect. Captain Saxena, the LOC is hot, and the LOC has been hot before also. But we are now looking at civilian evacuation. The LG has given those orders to pull back those who live at the line of control. There have been casualties. There is artillery firing. Pakistan's aim will be to keep, the LC hot while hitting somewhere else. I mean, it's kind of commonsensical that they'll try and do that. One of the things that we'll have to guard against is the reaction to the Indus Water Treaty suspension. It's been very visceral. Pakistan ministers have been saying crazy things like we will hit structures and so on. How do we, do you think Pakistan would dare to escalate, be so demented that they would dare to, target structures around our rivers?
No, I do not think they have got the capability in terms of it's like a nuclear doctrine, right? In nuclear also they keep saying starting from the day one, if anything happens, we are also nuclear power, right? They wanted to give the message that it will escalate into full-fledged war. So international community should come and stop, get the mediation done. So similarly, they are saying that we have done, but actually we have stopped giving them data. We have already not telling them when we are going to release the water. So there is going to be nothing, because we are very clear that this is treaty which has to be renegotiated, and we will continue to use it till the time they stop terror. So it's a very long-term strategy, and I don't think Pakistan will be able to do anything about it. And second, they will definitely keep the LOC hot. You are seeing from yesterday, there's a lot of firing, artillery firing, which is happening on the nearby village, because till now they have not thought of any other action. So they are just doing this. But my personal view is, after in a day or two, we will see some strike on some targeted strike, and that may be the reaction from the Pakistan as of now, but not beyond this.
But Captain Saxena, what would they strike? We have terror targets to strike. They have nothing to strike. What would they strike? I mean, if they strike a military installation or a civilian area, that is ratcheting this up, way up the escalatory ladder. So what would they strike?
So I think it's going to be the civilian casualty, because if you see their response whenever India strike, they were saying you have killed civilians, right? They are just trying to say, so in a way they are saying we also have got the right to hit some of your civilian. So they are not going to hit army installation, because that's a clear escalation on thing. But like these artillery shelling, right? 3 civilians has been killed. Some of these unconfirmed report telling. So that's the way I think they are going to work on some of the civilian area, because one, they are easy target. Second, they will have got some face saving in their own country, and that's the way they can, escape the full escape war.
Brigadier Thapar, do you agree with that assessment that, look, targeting the LOC, Pakistan can pretend that it's a mutual exchange of fire. And that's why the Lieutenant Governor of Jammu and Kashmir has given orders for civilian evacuation from the frontline forward areas, right? But specific targeting at civilians cannot count as a military response. So when Shehbaz Sharif says, oh, Pakistan army is free to respond in the way it wants to, Pakistan needs to do something it can own. Pakistan can't say, oh, we fired artillery at the line of control. That can't be their response. So what do you think our military will be preparing for defensively?
See, Pakistan is very unpredictable. It can do anything when it comes to saving face. We were quite certain of that. There could be various actions, but then we war game that. We said he can't do this for this reason, he can't do this for this. For instance, IWT, if he says we'll target, firstly, we are not stopping his water today. This minor desilting, we may have stopped it for a few days, but sooner or later water will flow. We will take some time, couple of years, before we can divert the water. And even if he plans to target any such infrastructure, somebody suggested, some Pakistani suggested on Twitter that we will target any dam and all, whatever we make. I said, you will end up flooding your own nation. So, because gravity, water flows there. So, that apart, but yes, army targets civilians, we are right. It cannot target civilian infrastructure, civilian housing or people, but certain things like the certain bridges which are used by the army for inducting troops, a certain logistic unit of armed forces, where petrol dumps, ration stores, ordnance places where there are very limited troops, these depots which are behind, it could target with missile attack. It would cause certain material damage, but not human soldiers. So you've got to take it that whether he's actually target military. So, and bridges close to the border, maybe electrical installations, such kind of things which he can project that I have targeted something, yet not like you said, ratchet up the tension and go up the escalatory ladder.
Right. All right, gentlemen, thank you so much for that perspective. Learned a lot from both of you, Captain Saxena Kargil War Hero, Brigadier Sandeep Thapar, military veteran. And again, a day to say Jai Hind, the day to salute the armed forces, a day to salute really the risks taken by men like yourselves at the front line of defending India. I want to say thank you to you. I want to play out now, because there are reactions coming in from the families of those who were killed by terrorists in Pahalgam. And one of the very, very moving accounts has come from Shubham Dwivedi's wife. She was married, a new bride in February, and she spoke to me earlier. And one of the things she said, and it really made me tear up, she said, I think my husband Shubham may finally be at peace. Listen in. This is the first expression of tribute to not just your husband, but to all those who were killed in that terrorist.
I do feel that this is the starting of the tribute. ये एक शुरुआत है आतंकवाद को खत्म करने के towards, जिसमें इन 26 लोगों ने अपनी बलिदानी दी है, और आज श्री माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने ये करके एक श्रद्धांजलि दी है हम सबको, हम 26 परिवारों को बताया है कि वो हमारे साथ हैं, हमारे साथ खड़े हैं।
इससे पहले क्या आप अपने आप को अकेला महसूस कर रही थी इस ऑपरेशन से पहले?
अकेला तो नहीं बोलूंगी मैं, लेकिन हाँ, क्योंकि जो हुआ वो होना नहीं चाहिए था, और जिस हिसाब से इन 26 फैमिलियों ने अपना, और इन 26 वाइफ ने अपने हस्बैंड्स खोए हैं, इम्पेशेंट होना लाजमी है। हम सभी इम्पेशेंट हुए कहीं ना कहीं, हम सभी टूट रहे थे कहीं ना कहीं, बट आज 15 दिनों में ये हम शायद बिगर पिक्चर नहीं देख पा रहे थे कि इस काम को अंजाम देने में टाइम लगता है। आज हम ये देख पा रहे हैं कि मोदी जी शायद नहीं बोल रहे थे कुछ, कोई शायद कुछ नहीं बोल रहा था, उसका रीजन ये था कि वो इस बिगर पिक्चर में काम करना उन्होंने उसी मूवमेंट से शुरू कर दिया। मूवमेंट उन्हें ये पता चला था, उसी मूवमेंट से वो इस चीज पे काम कर रहे थे। आज उन्होंने दिखा दिया कि नहीं, वो हैं, वो है, वो हमारे लिए खड़े हैं, हमारा ध्यान रख रहे हैं।
आपने सही कहा कि एक मिलिट्री ऑपरेशन को करने के लिए वक्त लगता है, और हम इंडिया की तरफ से 2 हफ्ते में ये मिलिट्री रिस्पांस आया है। यहाँ पे जनरल बाली हैं। जनरल बाली, अगर आप कुछ टू अ न्यू ब्राइड, ऐश्वर्या आपकी शादी कब हुई थी, इफ आई कैन आस्क?
12th February 2025
this year. I have no words, ma'am. I have no words. I just want to ask you one thing before I come to General Bali. I think women like you and what has happened to you is the reason that this operation has been called Operation Sindoor. Sindoor, of course, is a symbol of marriage, and you are a new bride. You were married in February. You were on a post marriage honeymoon holiday in Kashmir. 2 months later, you've been widowed. I mean, I don't know what to say. When you hear the word Operation Sindoor, what does it say to you, Shania?
Firstly, when I saw this Operation Sindoor when I was watching the news and everything. जब मैंने ये नाम देखा, मैंने अपना फोन निकाल के I saw the photo of me and Shubham and I cried because somewhere this word connects me to him. Sindoor is all about that. It's your husband basically. And ये मैं उस सेकंड सिर्फ शुभम और जो हमारे 2 महीने वो सारे शादी वो मेरे दिमाग में पूरा फ्लैशबैक था.
Yeah, my heart goes out to you, ma'am. My heart really, really, really goes out to you. Aishanya, how old are you, Aishanya?
I'm 28.
And your husband was how old?
He was 30.
And you're very young, and as General Bali said, you are a soldier. You are a soldier of a different kind. You're not wearing a uniform, but you are a soldier. You are a soldier of India. And I just bow to you in admiration. मैं आपसे पूछना चाहूंगी, आपने अपने कई इंटरव्यूज हमारे साथ भी आपने पहले बोला कि एक शुभम should be recognized for his sacrifice. कि उन्होंने पहली गोली एक तरह से ली और उसके बाद जाने बची. उसके बारे में जो लोग ये शायद जानते नहीं, थोड़ा सा अगर मैं आपको रिक्वेस्ट करूं कि आप दोबारा बताएं कि कैसे शुभम ने by taking among the first bullets कैसे उन्होंने बाकी लोगों की जान बचाई.
We were sitting very close to the gate. If ये अटैक ना किसी और डायरेक्शन किसी और कॉर्नर में होता तो हम बच गए होते और वो इंसान पहली गोली खा और उसकी वजह से हम बचते. ये हम और शुभम जिस पॉइंट पे बैठे थे हमला हुआ ही वहां पहले सबसे और इन्होंने सबसे पहला शूट शुभम को किया. एंड मैं एज somebody who was present at that very place, I could see people running, people saved, people could exit through the gate, and even my own father, he was also there with us. He went to the washroom while he was coming back. The attack happened. He also could run towards the gate because of this reason. Because Shubham was shot first, many of the people could get alert.
Extraordinary courage by your husband, by you. One thing I want to ask you, and I know General Bali has strong feelings about this also, Shania. Pakistan ने clearly target किया आप सबको for being Hindu. सबसे पूछा गया आप हिंदू हैं या मुस्लिम हैं और उसके बाद गोली मारी गई. पाकिस्तान का एक एम था इसमें कि भारत को डिवाइड किया जाए, कि लोगों को डिवाइड किया जाए, कि आपस में हमारी लड़ाई करें. हमारा एकजुट होना इस वक्त बहुत जरूरी है एज ए नेशन. एंड आई थिंक हमने दिखाया है कि पाकिस्तान जो करना चाहता था हम नहीं करने देंगे. इसके बारे में आई नो आप पे मतलब आपको शायद आपसे ये एक्सपेक्ट करना अनफेयर है, लेकिन एक देश की यूनिटी के बारे में अगर मैं पूछूं, क्योंकि पाकिस्तान को डिफीट करना जरूरी है इवन इन योर मोमेंट ऑफ ग्रेट लॉस, इसके बारे में आप क्या कहें?
अगर ये देश एक नहीं होता तो आज इतना बड़ा अटैक जो माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी कर पाए हैं वो इसीलिए कर पाए क्योंकि आज सब एक हैं. आज हर इंसान एक होके खड़े होके एक आवाज में बोल रहा है कि आतंकवाद खत्म करो. इसी रीजन से सब खड़े हो पाए हैं. ये भी एक तरीके का उनको हमने दिखाया है कि हम सब एक हैं. तो हमें डिवाइड करना चाह रहे थे लेकिन हम सब एक हैं. नहीं,
ये बहुत जरूरी बात है.
क्वेश्चन करते हैं, बहुत से लोग सवाल उठाते हैं कि क्यों है, क्या है, क्यों कर रहे हैं, किस लिए कर रहे हैं, बट कोई क्वेश्चन नहीं है, कोई भी वो पॉइंट आउट्स नहीं है. एवरीबॉडी इज सेइंग कि सही हुआ, जो हुआ सही हुआ.
Shania, I want to give you the last word. You were trying to say something there, and then I'll ask my question.
I was just trying to say the army is very strong. The Indian army, they are well trained. They can finish off this terrorism at once. And now they're proving it also. They're proving it to the country. They're proving this to the all 26 people. They're proving it to all 26 families who've been through this.
Is there a Very, very moving testimony there from Shubham Dwivedi's wife, saying that it is very, very critical, and we have shown Pakistan that India stands as one nation. Good afternoon. It is 1 minute past 4 p.m. And we have been continuously reporting India's strikes on Pakistan inside POJk as well as Pakistan's Punjab, taking out 10 members of the Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorist Masood Azhar's family, striking at the Lashkar headquarters in Muridke in Punjab, as well as the Jaish-affiliated bases in Bahawalpur, striking the bases where Ajmal Kasab and David Headley were trained. That briefing given by two women officers of the Indian military, along with the Foreign Secretary, an official associated with Operation Sindoor, which is what the operation has been called, telling me that this is not only a military response, but it is a signaling of new strategic resolve. And it is showing to Pakistan that India can act swiftly, surgically, and without apology. We have the details: 24 missile strikes on 9 terror target bases and 70 terrorists eliminated, among them 10 members of Masood Azhar, the Jaish-e-Mohammed chief's family. General Satish Dua, former general officer commanding of the 15th Corps, also the general who led the surgical strikes in the aftermath of the Uri terror attacks, is with us. Tavleen Singh, a veteran journalist whose column recently argued that the problems between India and Pakistan went well beyond Kashmir. Well, Tavleen, the Indian military certainly seemed to think so today, targeting Pakistan in Punjab. This is not a dispute over Jammu and Kashmir, dispute quote unquote, because it's a word Western media likes to play out. This is India's retaliation for terrorism. General Dua, your first thoughts. I don't think we should underemphasize the importance of targeting the Lashkar, for example, in Muridke, in Pakistan, Punjab, because as anyone who reports on Pakistan knows, Pakistan's Punjab is a dominant force. Its army is drawn in majority from there. Its politics is defined by there. Its money is all there. So when India hits with precision at bases inside Pakistan, Punjab, it is a huge statement to make. General Dua.
Barkha, I start with immense professional pride in the fact that today we have, India has hit across these significant targets in response to the carnage at Pahalgam 2 weeks ago. Now, you know, when you talk about targeting, the targets by itself are also important, and so is the statement. When in 2016, when we had the terror struck at Uri, we launched shallow raids, what is now known as surgical strikes at multiple locations. In 2019, it was deep inside, a precision airstrike deep inside, beyond POK. But this time, the difference is that on both those occasions, the military response was launched as a surprise and then announced later. This time, the government announced a number of bold measures. The Indus Border Treaty suspension, the diplomatic measures, the economic measures, the political measures, all were announced and then implemented. But the military response, unlike the last time, which was a surprise, but this time it was announced. The Prime Minister announced, we will not only get those terrorists, but we will also strike at their backers, the word he used, basically meaning that we will strike at their terror ecosystem across the border itself. And that is exactly what has been done in early hours of this morning, because we have struck at the terrorist headquarters. All three major terrorist networks, their headquarters have been struck. What's more, you yourself mentioned that it goes beyond POK. It goes to wherever the terror headquarters are. In Punjab, Muridke is just 30 kilometers from Lahore, and Bahawalpur is 100 kilometers inside from the international border.
That's right.
And so the fact is that this is also a statement that goes out that not only have we hit these terror camps, but we retain the ability and the capacity and the resolve to do this. But and I will end by saying that it is non-escalatory in nature. India did not strike any civilian targets, unlike what has happened in Punch Rajouri area. We've already seen 7 civilian deaths. And secondly, we did not hit any military target. So it was non-escalatory in nature, saying thereby, now the onus of escalation rests on you.
Yeah, that's a really important point, that the onus of escalation is on Pakistan. At the moment, Pakistan is targeting civilian areas, villages along the line of control, and the Lieutenant Governor of Jammu and Kashmir has given orders now for those civilians to be pulled back from the front line. But those are some of the images. Artillery firing has returned to the line of control for the first time since 2003. But General Dua, obviously Pakistan will not end its hit here. But the question that I have to ask you is, India has terror targets to hit in Pakistan. Pakistan will look to hit something, but there are no terror bases to hit in India. What should we be bracing ourselves for?
Before answering your question squarely, although I don't put it beyond Pakistan to hit something here and then say these are the terror bases, that they are there are Baloch rebels here or things like that. I mean, I don't put it beyond that. But see, answering your question seriously,
yeah,
Pakistan cannot hit such targets. So, to my mind, the only targets that they can hit are military installations. That's what happened after Balakot.
Yeah,
they struck at some military headquarters and logistic locations very close to the LOC. But there was not too much of damage, if at all. So that's a different point. The point is they may strike at this. The first step has already started, heating up the LOC. Like you said, in this Punch Rajouri area, it hasn't happened in 2 decades, RT duels. But that's what they've done. And so far, only civilians are the casualties. So they are likely to strike at some military targets. That's a call that they will take. How much they will venture forward or not will also depend on a different dynamic, because Pakistan today, to my mind, does not have ammunition to wage conflict for a war. The recent reports have it, few days ago, it was that they have artillery ammunition only for 4 days of war. They do not have the money. Every month they depend on some foreign assistance, all of which will be called by US and others. So all this will matter a lot. China's statement has, from Pakistan point of view, I would say has been a little lukewarm, because it actually in the end just talks about trying to reconcile between the two of us. So I think a lot of other factors will also be at play as to what how Pakistan will respond further. But the last thing I would like to say is, it is in times like these when Pakistan is up against a hard place, especially the military is in a very poor spot. Pakistan military is actually in a poor spot right now, and I feel that is something that we must play upon. We must try to make the military unpopular within Pakistan army. I beg your pardon, within Pakistan, within Pakistan, because, and that's already started happening. This water crisis that has been created, the visuals of people walking across Chenab riverbed have already got sparked off protests in Sindh and other places. As you said, Punjab, that is Punjab in Pakistan, is the heartland of Punjab, and the farmer there has already been told not to sow water intensive crops because water is going to be a problem. So getting back to the point, I think Pakistan army in times like this would like to do something that rallies the public around Pakistan against with Pakistan army, and to do that, India bashing is the best thing to do. So we'll have to wait.
Right. And that would be the question, Tavleen, that Asim Munir, who is beleaguered by Baluchistan, beleaguered by Imran Khan's popularity, would want to use this moment to rally the country behind him, because he was not a popular or a strong army chief. But that is not our concern. Our concern is that we have shown today that we can hit Pakistan. This has gone way further than what happened in Balakot, Murid ke Bahawalpur, and as General Dua said, Bahawalpur is 100 kilometers from the border. It's the first time since the 1971 war that it's been a tri-service operation, a very different kind of operation, using precision missile strikes and By the way, video upon video is being released. The images that you see on your screen have been released by the Indian military. These have been filmed. We are told the Prime Minister was watching the operation in real time. So everything has been recorded, and the army has released all of this footage of the different terror bases that they have targeted. It is a seminal moment. Tavleen, your thoughts?
I've been to Muridke. I don't know whether you have. It's not very far from Lahore. And in Muridke, when I went, actually, Hafiz Saeed was in residence. That's not just his headquarters. He actually lives there. And the thing that shocked me then was that he was under the protection of police or, paramilitaries, etc. And I couldn't get near the house in which he lived. And to tell you the truth, as somebody who lives in Bombay and who's been through, really one of the worst terrorist acts this country has seen, I am so happy that we finally struck back, because really it has gone too far. I remember that in the 90s, actually in the late 80s, in the villages around Baramulla, you would suddenly see these young men in jeans and, sneakers and speaking English and not speaking Kashmiri. That's how long this has been going on. And we have really, in my view, not paid attention. We did nothing after Chatti Singhpura. We did nothing after what happened in Bombay. And then we had our Prime Minister admitting in Sharm el Sheikh to something we haven't been doing enough, that we were actually, making trouble in Balochistan. And after that, when I went to Pakistan, I remember them saying, okay, yes, we have these groups, but you're messing around in Balochistan. And we haven't been doing enough, actually, to support the Balochis, who have had a terrible time in Pakistan and who actually have never thought of themselves as Pakistani. So, after this, I'm happy that we've done this, and I really hope we're going to do more. And, what more can I say? I'm really proud of of what's happened today.
Yeah. Tavleen, I think everybody shares your sentiment about seeing what's happened and getting at the basis of the Lashkar and the Jaish. But it's not over. It's not a strike and, it's over. Pakistan is going to hit back. There are going to be costs to pay. Public opinion has rightfully been demanding military action, and that action has come. But 9 civilians, that's the last figure we have, on our side have been killed in Pakistan fighting. We are entering a period of prolonged conflict, if you don't want to call it a war with Pakistan, active conflict. And I think we have to be sensitized or sensitizing our people to that.
Yeah, I just want to know one thing. Do you know if they've actually brought down 5 of our fighters?
India has rubbished that as fake news and said that it's propaganda. So that's what we are going to continue to emphasize.
On the Indian side, there are defense analysts who say the 2 aircraft fell, and that one of them had the engine of a Rafale. Is that true or not?
Everything that I have been told is that this is absolute fake news. So till we have an official account from the Indian military, I would completely look at that as Pakistan propaganda, because among the crazy claims that Pakistan has been making all morning also includes, oh, we have hit Srinagar, oh, we've hit this brigade headquarter and that brigade headquarter. So I just want General Dua to come in. I know that there have been these rumors that Pakistan has been trying to push, and in this moment of national security, we're going to go specifically by what.
Let me finish my point.
Sorry.
What I wanted to say was, we must take the moral high ground on this. So we should not be reducing ourselves to Pakistan's level and lying or spreading propaganda. If this has happened, we should admit it. And as for prolonged conflict, we have a very good army. We have very good weapons. We should be able to, sustain that. What I really would like to see is India on the high ground. India not coming down to the level of spreading lies and propaganda. So if they have, destroyed some of our fighters, we should admit that. That's one point I want to make. The other thing that I want to say is that now that we are in a full conflict almost, we should also really try to get Pakistan to realize that Kashmir is not going anywhere. That it's, it's something that this jugular vein kind of nonsense, they have to get over it. They know when you talk to Pakistanis, one-to-one, if they're friends of yours, they will tell you that they know Kashmir is not going anywhere. So if there's ever going to be peace between us, we have to first we have to work not just with weapons, but with words. We've got to use our soft power as well.
Right. While you were speaking, I was looking at a PIB fact check that has been put up, and I'm just going to ask my producer to bring it up on our screen, which is actually saying, beware of old images shared by pro-Pakistan handles. An old image showing a crashed aircraft is being circulated with the claim that Pakistan shot down a jet. So I just want to say that. Can we have it up on our screen? I'm sure it'll be up in just a second. So as far as I'm concerned, that is the official word on those reports from the government, Tavleen, which we're sharing on our screen, that Pakistan is circulating old images, and in this moment we are going by what the military is saying to us on record. That is an official response on the government website saying those old images are being circulated. General Dua, let's bring you in on the larger picture. What happens now? What happens next? You mentioned, sir, that we are not seeking escalation, that we have avoided military installations and civilians, but Pakistan will seek to retaliate in some form. And the military will be preparing defensively for that.
Right. Before I answer your question, Barkha, allow me a moment to talk about this issue of what Tavleen raised, and you spoke about the fact check.
Yeah.
From now on, we have to expect more of this. There will be false narratives spewed from both sides. It will happen. I also saw a report, very frankly, saying that one JF-17 has been down. Somebody's put out a photograph. So that will happen from both the sides. My own account handle has been, I won't say it's hacked, but there is another account which says now it talks about I got a duplicate account on Twitter, and which says that I'm spewing out and giving out false propaganda. It's happening, right? I've reported that. I disagree slightly with Tavleen. I don't know whether she meant this, but I would. Now is the time to engage in that battle of mind space. We can't go away from it, because that is the fact here. For example, when I was talking about the fact that perhaps the time has come that we create more disenchantment about the military in the Pakistani mindset. So those are the kind of things that which will happen only with this kind of a perception management. I'll just leave it there. Getting back to your question of what could we expect? Now, we've already started that, in the sense we've already seen some strikes across the LOC. That will happen. We should expect some more military targets, because there are no other targets. I mean, either they're killing civilians or they have to target military installations on our side. So that we should expect. We are taking all the defensive measures, but I think what can happen also, now I'm a retired man, I'm just giving my view, is that we can be a little more aggressive about such things. Aggressive defense, as it is called. Because we also need to not only sort of keep taking defensive measures, that we must. But in addition to that, if we have more strikes like this, keeping the escalatory matrix in mind, we should also have that threat, and if need be, carry out that threat at some selected terrorist hideouts again. That's a possibility. And I would like to end by saying, at the end of it, I think India would also like to beware of the escalatory matrix. We cannot behave irrational like Pakistan. Today, India, as a responsible nation and an ascending power, this morning's news, actually, I read that India has jumped. Now, this is not making news because of the present thing, what is happening, is that India has today jumped to the 4th position as a 4th largest economy. So, as an ascending power, we also don't want to get into a situation that halts our growth. That doesn't have to distract us detract us from doing what we need to do.
Yeah, but General Dua, sorry, Tafreen, you wanted to come in there. I was just going to make the point that that all depends now on how Pakistan seeks to retaliate, right? What is
Yes.
it going to hit? What does it do next? We don't know. We simply do not know. The LOC, yes, 9 civilians are reported to have lost their lives in that artillery firing. But you know what do they do that they define as a military response? How much this escalates, I think, would depend on that. Tavleen, you were wanting to make a point.
Yeah, General Saab, I think you misunderstood me. I am actually saying what you just said, which is we need to use our soft power to actually correct the narrative, the false propaganda that Pakistan's spreading. That is what I said. That's what you're repeating. That we have to do that. This is not just a war that can be fought by, killing off just a few terrorists. This has to be fought. And certainly, if you see the Western media, it would annoy you enormously, because
absolutely
the Western media is making it sound as though, I mean, even not just the Western media, the American president, they've been fighting for ages, I mean, so what? They've been fighting for a few centuries, he said. We have to use our strength in the soft power business as well to correct this narrative. If the American president doesn't know that Pakistan hasn't been around for centuries and that this is a fight, first he said decades, then he said centuries. This is not true. There's been no Pakistan. Secondly, we've never claimed Kashmir as part of our country for the longest time. It was a great center of the Shaivism. The first history book almost was written in Kashmir. We keep behaving. We have become victims of the narrative that has been spread by Pakistan, which is we say, oh yes, it's a Muslim majority thing. And that's how the Western media is doing it. So what I'm trying to say is that now that we are really in a state of war, we have to use our soft power to at least, convince the Western media that we are the victims in this and the responsible country of the two. When it comes to Osama bin Laden, the West has a different approach. And when it comes to India, we are just two squabbling countries. I think we have to correct that.
I couldn't agree with you more. This equivalence to present this as a military exchange. Oh, India and Pakistan are fighting. India and Pakistan are not fighting. India has responded to an egregious act of terror, a culmination of several such acts where terrorists who do this are basically assets of the Pakistan army. And I do not understand how in a week when the Americans have bombed the Houthis and Israel does whatever it wants to in Gaza, they can lecture to us on restraint. It is just galling. It makes my blood boil.
Yeah.
General Dua, I want to talk about, what happens from here onwards. I think Tavleen makes the important point that Trump made a pretty idiotic comment, but, it was a vague, general sort of comment. How concerned do we have to be with the fact that China is rhetorically supporting Pakistan? Turkey is sending naval ships there. Russia has come out very clearly in our support. The Americans, whatever they may say overtly, are not likely to tie our hands. But, they will not want this to go further. They will not want this to go much further, right? How do you see this playing out?
In my view, Pakistan needs to do something. For their, should I say, professional pride, military pride, for their domestic audience, they have to do something. They've already started. How much they want to escalate or how much further they can go will also depend, and I know I'm repeating a bit, being a little repetitive, it will also depend on how the West wants to control it, meaning USA, essentially. How much they want to control. Because I mean, if you take your mind back, now we talk of pragmatism. You take your mind back to Kargil. The world is watching very anxiously when two nuclear neighbors are in a beginning of a spiraling conflict. I mean, it can escalate. It can even spiral out of control. When that happens, there will be pressure on both of us, perhaps both the countries, from the West, from the US. You've already spoken about China. China has just made, I don't think China is pushing one way or the other a little more than the comments that they've made. Turkey is the only other example, but there are many countries who actually supported India as well. So
by the way, the Chinese ambassador is at the foreign ministry as we speak, being briefed on Operation Sindoor. I just wanted to make that point, but go ahead. Yeah.
So now, when they apply pressure, in that they have a better hold. The West has a better hold on Pakistan because Pakistan now seeks a monetary dole every month for its foreign debt, and that's something that Pakistan can't go away from. And so I think they will raise the ante. I only hope they don't try to act irrational, because when they start talking about the nuclear card and things like that, we need to watch that very carefully. But I think that is Indian national resolve, as well as military capability wise, we are prepared for anything that Pakistan brings on.
Yeah, I just want to play out that statement by Donald Trump. It was so, I don't know what to call it. It was so banal. I'm just going to play that out, and then we can talk a little bit about how we expect geopolitics to play out from here on. Take a look.
Any questions for Steve? No, it's a shame. We just heard about it just as we were walking in the doors of the Oval. Just heard about it. I guess people knew something was going to happen based on a little bit of the past. They've been fighting for a long time. You know, they've been fighting for many, many decades and centuries, actually, if you really think about it. No, I just hope it ends very quickly. Any questions for Steve?
So, that is what Tavleen was saying there, General Dua. How concerned should we be about the American non-response? And by the way, I should say that Pakistan tried to distort that statement when he said it's a real shame. He didn't mean that it's a real shame that India hit Pakistan, but he saw it as a fight. He was like, oh, these countries are fighting. They've been fighting forever. Oh, I hope it doesn't escalate. And the Pakistan media immediately picked it up as some sort of condemnation. Marco Rubio's comment later clarified that he was monitoring the situation. Geopolitically, what should we be, both militarily and geopolitically? First to you and to Tavleen, where do we go from here? Could other fronts open up? We have hit them in Pakistan, Punjab. Could they seek to open a front in Punjab, right? There are many things that could happen. They may expand the theater of conflict well beyond Jammu and Kashmir. General Dua first and then Tavleen.
So let's begin with President Trump's remarks first. President Trump is known to make remarks off the cuff. They're not very considered statements, so we don't need to read too much into that, even if Pakistan tried to make some capital out of it, which was rubbish, rightly. So let's leave it at that. But how the United States responds to this is the key. And that I'm differentiating that from President's remarks. So that is something that I've already spoken about, that we need to see how they want to, curb Pakistan's initiative. Geopolitically, I think we've had so many countries in the past 2 weeks, not only giving statements, but the leaders of countries called up Prime Minister Modi. There was a list of that. I think you were also talking once and you read out those lists. There was a list of those. What is happening is that those leaders are calling called the Prime Minister and expressed solidarity after he made that speech in Bihar, where he suddenly switched to English and said that we will go and hit the terror ecosystem, and we will hit the terrorists and also the terror ecosystem across the border. Now, what I'm trying to get at is that no country can come out openly and say that, no, we are with you, you've done the right thing. But the world is getting fed up. World is losing appetite for terror. That Pakistan is an epicenter of terrorism has been recognized by the world completely. They have very few real friends or supporters, if any. And I think the world, the West will try to curb their initiative beyond a point. That is my reading of how it will play out geopolitically.
By the way, the images we see on the screen, sorry, General Dua, the audio I know disturbed you a bit. Those are images of villages being evacuated from forward areas to areas that are further away from the line of control and the international border. We now know that permanent and non-permanent members of the United Nations Security Council were briefed by the Ministry of External Affairs. The Chinese ambassador has been briefed. The Russian ambassador has been briefed. So there's going to be a lot of global outreach. Trump sounds banal, Tavleen, but I think they're not soft on Pakistan in the way the Biden administration was, nor are they in a situation in Afghanistan where they need Pakistan. So on both counts, they may say, oh, let this not become a war, but they're not likely to tie our hands.
Yeah, no, I think that we have failed, our officials have failed to brief the American president adequately. I mean, you can't, General Saab, you can't dismiss what the president of America says. He's the commander-in-chief. He's going to decide, and he's a kind of he takes roads that other presidents have not taken. In the past, in Kargil and before, there was actual American intervention to stop the war. This time we can't rely on this, right? Secondly, don't discount China. China and Pakistan are on the same team. And without, 80% of the arms of Pakistan come from China. And the Chinese know perfectly well what's been going on. They're not interested in peace in Balochistan because they're building a huge port in Gwadar, or they've built one. And, the China and that whole belt and road business, Pakistan is essential to the Chinese in the way that it once was to the Americans when they were fighting in Afghanistan. So please, geopolitically, we have to make a stronger case for what we're doing. And all this business of, the world recognizes this, don't buy the Indian propaganda on that, okay?
But Tavleen, why do we care about the world? I mean, did Israel seek world opinion before they did what they did? The Americans, Trump said he would end war, and he's bombing the Houthis.
Yeah, no, but we need, when we talk about geopolitical situations, we have to consider that the geopolitical climate around us is something that we have to make a case for, that, that we are fighting not just terrorism in Pakistan, but the Chinese are the pillar of strength of Pakistan at the moment is China. And I think that if we made our case better with the Americans, we would get more support. I actually think that that's been a failure.
Right. It's also that Trump is not the most stable aware of world leaders to be able to brief. But sure, how the Americans react both on and off camera is going to be critical in whether Pakistan will in fact be contained. General Dua, the point you seem to be making is that Pakistan itself may not have the appetite for too much escalation. The videos you see on your screen, by the way, are images released by the army of the bases that were struck. 10 members of Masood Azhar's family have been eliminated, 70 terrorists killed, 24 missile strikes. So just returning for a moment to the military situation on the ground, are you expecting something token in the way that it happened after Balakot? But this is not Balakot. We have gone in hard and deep. And, it's just that for them, their choices are limited because, what are the targets that they could look at? And, maybe they do a cosmetic strike. Maybe the Americans, notwithstanding what Trump says on camera, prevail on them. Hey, listen, sit down. You need our money. You need our weapons. Sit down. We don't know. Militarily, how do you see this playing out from here, General Dua?
So, Barkha, like we discussed earlier, I see that they will strike somewhere, like I said earlier. And military targets are the only targets they have in India across their borders. So they will strike somewhere. How deep and how effectively they strike is what matters. I myself I spoke about the fact that sometimes Pakistan is known to be irrational when it comes to India. We need to take care of that, and that is where I said we need to create that perception. We have to make the Pakistan military unpopular. There is a sentiment like that, and we need to play upon that. And
but how do we do that? Because Munir is hoping for precisely the opposite. Munir is hoping that an unpopular Pakistan army chief gets a last hurrah from this situation.
Yeah.
Yes, but what is happening with the water situation is what needs to be what we need to factor in. What is happening with the situation in water is the biggest thing that has hit Pakistan population. It is, and the sentiment. The day this was announced, I think their Sensex has crashed 3,000 or 4,000 points. So that is the kind of sentiment that it is evoked. That is something that we need to play on. I know that we cannot turn off a tap on a day that we suddenly say, but then we've just shown with the combination of what happened in Bagliar and Salal put together, we actually made the Chinar riverbed dry for some time. I know we can't hold on for long, but it is the sentiment that matters. We need to play on their fears more. And that's the sort of, I am not denying the fact that they will still want to attack somewhere. They will want to make a more substantive strike, and they perhaps will. We need to be prepared for that. And for that, I also said, my suggestion is, and I guess, we will not only be defensive, we will also perhaps be offensive if required. So that's the kind of scenario that we expect to play. And
so in other words, India may have to strike again. You know, former Army Chief Manoj Naravne had a cryptic tweet. He said, "Picture abhi baki hai." Now that could mean two things. It could either mean that India's military plan is not yet fully executed, or it could mean that depending on how Pakistan reacts, India will have to strike again.
Yes, sometimes to stop an offense, you need to launch a riposte somewhere else, rather than only being defensive at a place. I mean, that's what we've done, in all these strikes. Earlier, before 2016, we were always defensive. Whenever they send their bad actions, whenever they send their terrorists or their strikes on borders and mutilated our bodies and went back, we were only defensive. But so that kind of a thing, that kind of aggressive defense needs to be put in motion again. I think I've also been misunderstood, Tavleen. I did not say that we need to take our case to the world a little better than we do now. I am not trying to say that. I was only trying to say I was talking about the fact that when I read China's statement, it is not out and out support of Pakistan, which I expected. It says you need to resolve it together. I mean, that's what they want to say as a rising power. They want to be a superpower in the world, the lone superpower. So they also have to make some responsible statements about their involvement in Pakistan. We understand their friendship is higher than Himalayas and all that stuff. We do understand. But there is potential, like Barkha, you mentioned, there is potential of them trying to foment trouble in Punjab. They can also open fronts. Bangladesh is a big concern for us today. They've already, the Pakistan ISI has made inroads into Bangladesh. Look at the statement that came out of Bangladesh, which retired Major General was saying that we will have to take 7 northeastern states. I mean, absurd that it may be, but then it also is reflective of some kind of sentiment that exists in Bangladesh, So that is something that Pakistan can play on. So we need to guard. We need to be on our guard on all these fronts and more, potential spots like this.
Yeah, that's a really important point about Bangladesh, the reconnection between the two militaries, between Bangladesh under Yunus and the Pakistan military after decades. Before I take final comments looking back and ahead, I want to play out Omar Abdullah. He is speaking, the Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir. He, by the way, evidently was briefed by Prime Minister. He had a one-on-one meeting before these strikes took place. Let's take a look at what he said.
मेरा क्लैशेस दोनों तरफ से नहीं हुई। शुरुआत पहलगाम में हुआ, जहां हमारे 26 बेगुनाह लोग जिस तरह उनको मारा गया, वो हम अभी भूले नहीं। उसी वक्त मरकजी हुकूमत ने कहा था कि इसका हम जवाब दे देंगे और अपने तरीके से दे देंगे। जवाब देने का तरीका यही था कि पाकिस्तान में कोई सिविलियन या कोई मिलिट्री जगह नहीं, सिर्फ वो जगह जो सब लोग जानते हैं, वहाँ यही इदारे काम करते हैं जिन्होंने पिछले 30-35 साल जम्मू कश्मीर में तबाही और बर्बादी फैलाई है, उन्हें निशाना बनाया गया, उसके अलावा कुछ नहीं। लेकिन उसके बाद लगातार कुछ इलाकों में जो पार के तरफ से बमबारी की गई, उसमें तो सीधा सीधा हमारे सिविलियन जो हैं वो टारगेट हुए। शुरुआत वहां से हुई, शुरुआत यहाँ से नहीं हुई। अगर पहलगाम में लोगों को इस तरह मारा नहीं गया होता, ये दिन नहीं आता। हम बड़े आराम से रह रहे थे। यहाँ जम्मू कश्मीर के अंदरूनी हालात भी ठीक थे, टूरिज्म का दबदबाव चल रहा था, एलओसी पे सीज फायर जो है वो कायम था, एलओसी के सीज फायर को कोई नुकसान नहीं। लेकिन ये हमारे बने हुए हालात नहीं हैं। हमने पहलगाम में जो हुआ उसका हमें एक जवाब देना था। लेकिन अब पाकिस्तान तक है कि वो इसको कितना उछालना चाहते हैं। हम में से कोई जंग नहीं चाहता। हम लोग जो खासकर जम्मू कश्मीर में रहते हैं, क्योंकि अक्सर बेशतर हमने देखा है, चाहे वो इससे पहले जो वार हुए हो या करगिल हुआ हो, वो कहीं ना कहीं जम्मू कश्मीर को ही हिट कर जाता है। हम तो चाहेंगे कि हालात जो है वो दोबारा ठीक बने, लेकिन उसके लिए पहले हमारे जो पड़ोसी मुल्क हैं उनको अपनी बंदूकें शांत करनी होंगी। यहाँ से फिर बंदूक चलेगी नहीं।
First, Pakistan has to silence their guns. They started it. They have to put their guns down. Let's take final comments. Tavleen, you started by saying how happy you were that we were finally, we have finally hit back. It's likely that the Pakistan military, going back to your own trip to Murid-K, has already taken Masood Azhar and Hafiz Saeed into protection. It is likely that after a few weeks, they will surface and make some outrageous provocation. It is likely that after a few weeks, another, God forbid, terror strike will be attempted to make some sort of point that, oh, see, we're still around. But I do think that India has shown great resolve in this moment. It really has. I can't hear Tavleen.
Yeah, please don't make the mistake of thinking that Hafiz Saeed and Masood Azhar and that Lashkar and Jaish Muhammad are not part of the Pakistan army. We are fighting the Pakistan army. They're just using tactics that we have not responded to or learned how to deal with. But we're fighting the Pakistani army. This is just war by another name, and it's a cowardly, evil war. And as I'll say again, I'm very proud that we've responded, because our failure to respond in the past has been seen as weakness.
I couldn't agree with you more that the Lashkar and the Jaish are simply assets of the Pakistan army. General Dua, last word to you, if we can get you in. This is a moment to be proud of, but this is also a moment when, as a country, we have to realize that every time Pakistan does this, we may have to go higher on the escalatory ladder. And we are in for a long, long war with Pakistan. I mean, unless Pakistan unravels or it disintegrates or world opinion prevails and, or the people of Pakistan rise up and revolt as the people of Baluchistan have, the problem with asymmetric warfare, it is not a battleground where two armies are fighting. It is, as Tavleen said, cowardly. You send in terrorists through jungles, indoctrinated, radicalized jihadists with guns, and you have what happened in Pahalgam. And no professional army can guarantee that no terror attack will take place ever again. No professional army in the world can guarantee that, because that's the nature of proxy warfare. General Dua.
Yes, Barkha. No one can guarantee that terror attacks won't take place. It is not to say that from now onwards there won't be terrorists. There are terrorists in J&K. There will be terror attacks here and there. We are talking of a certain threshold. Every professional army in the world, that is why terrorism is so successful across the world. And so every professional army in the world, every country wants to keep, wherever there is terrorist issue, terrorism is a problem, we want to keep it under a certain threshold where life can go on normally, where we can prosecute development and things like that. At every terror attack, we cannot strike across. But what we've done this time is, when there was a high-profile terror attack, all these 3 times, Uri, Pulwama, Pathankot was just before Uri, and now Pahalgam, we've struck across. This time, far deeper, far more meaningful and significant targets. What we do to when Pakistan strikes here, in amongst other things, just now got a cue from what you were talking, both of you were talking, is Pakistan military is the main thing. When Tableen said that they are part of the military, so to say, Pakistan establishment is the military, is their establishment. And Pakistan, another thing that comes to mind, and we were discussing on a different channel earlier yesterday, there are other targets. Pakistan military has many commercial interests. They have huge commercial interests. Those are other targets that can be thought of, because we also have to strike where it hurts them, the Pakistan military, in addition to the terror networks. Time alone will tell as to how we plan things and how we go ahead. But what India has shown today, as in the past, this time even bolder, we have gone and actually struck those terror targets. I'm not saying that they will not be resurrected. I'm not saying that leadership will not come back again. That will happen. But as you started by saying, 10 family members of the leader being killed. So that's how we put the squeeze on the terror networks.
Absolutely. And it is a day to stand with India's armed forces. It is the first time since 1971 that a tri-service operation has been unleashed against terror bases inside Pakistan. We will say thank you at this point to Tableen Singh, to General Dua, the general who led the surgical strikes in the aftermath of the terror attacks in Uri in 2016. General Satish Dua and Tableen, thank you so much. I want to play out a very moving testimony from the wife of Shubham Dwivedi. He was one of those who was killed at point blank in Pahalgam. And one of the things that she said to me is that she said, finally, I think my husband is at peace. And please remember that she was married only in February of this year, and her husband was shot dead in April. So think of what these women have gone through, and therefore the very poignantly named Operation Sindoor. Take a look. Expression of tribute to not just your husband, but to all those who were killed in that terror.
I do feel that this is the starting of the tribute. ये एक शुरुआत है आतंकवाद को खत्म करने के टुवर्ड्स, जिसमें इन 26 लोगों ने अपनी बलिदानी दी है। और आज श्री माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने ये करके एक श्रद्धांजलि दी है हम सबको, हम 26 परिवारों को बताया है कि वो हमारे साथ हैं, हमारे साथ खड़े हैं।
इससे पहले क्या आप अपने आप को अकेला महसूस कर रही थी इस ऑपरेशन से पहले?
अकेला तो नहीं बोलूंगी मैं, लेकिन हाँ, क्योंकि जो हुआ वो होना नहीं चाहिए था, और जिस हिसाब से इन 26 फैमिलियों ने अपना और इन 26 वाइफ ने अपने हस्बैंड्स खोए हैं, इम्पेशेंट होना लाजमी है। हम सभी इम्पेशेंट हुए कहीं ना कहीं, हम सभी टूट रहे थे कहीं ना कहीं। बट आज 15 दिनों में ये हम शायद बिगर पिक्चर नहीं देख पा रहे थे कि इस काम को अंजाम देने में टाइम लगता है। आज हम ये देख पा रहे हैं कि मोदी जी शायद नहीं बोल रहे थे कुछ, कोई शायद कुछ नहीं बोल रहा था। उसका रीजन ये था कि वो इस बिगर पिक्चर में काम करना उन्होंने उसी मूवमेंट से शुरू कर दिया। मूवमेंट उन्हें ये पता चला था, उसी मूवमेंट से वो इस चीज पे काम कर रहे थे। आज उन्होंने दिखा दिया कि नहीं, वो है, वो है, वो हमारे लिए खड़े हैं, हमारा ध्यान रख रहे हैं।
आपने सही कहा कि एक मिलिट्री ऑपरेशन को करने के लिए वक्त लगता है, और हम इंडिया की तरफ से 2 हफ्ते में ये मिलिट्री रिस्पांस आया है। यहाँ पे जनरल बाली हैं। जनरल बाली, अगर आप कुछ टू अ न्यू ब्राइड, ऐश्वर्या आपकी शादी कब हुई थी, इफ आई कैन आस्क?
12th February 2025.
This year? I have no words, ma'am. I have no words. I just want to ask you one thing before I come to General Bali. I think Women like you is and what has happened to you is the reason that this operation has been called Operation Sindoor. Sindoor, of course, is a symbol of marriage, and you are a new bride. You were married in February. You were on a post marriage honeymoon holiday in Kashmir. 2 months later, you've been widowed. I mean, I don't know what to say. When you hear the word Operation Sindoor, what does it say to you, Shania?
Firstly, when I saw this Operation Sindoor, when I was watching the news and everything, जब मैंने ये नाम देखा, मैंने अपना फोन निकाल के I saw the photo of me and Shubham and I cried because somewhere this word connects me to him. Sindoor is all about that. It's your husband basically. And ये मैं उस सेकंड सिर्फ शुभम और जो हमारे 2 महीने वो सारे शादी वो मेरे दिमाग में पूरा फ्लैशबैक था.
Yeah, my heart goes out to you, ma'am. My heart really, really, really goes out to you. Aishanya, how old are you, Aishanya?
I'm 28.
And your husband was how old?
He was 30.
And you're very young, and as General Bali said, you are a soldier. You are a soldier of a different kind. You're not wearing a uniform, but you are a soldier. You are a soldier of India. And I just bow to you in admiration. मैं आपसे पूछना चाहूंगी, आपने अपने कई इंटरव्यूज हमारे साथ भी आपने पहले बोला कि एक शुभम should be recognized for his sacrifice, कि उन्होंने पहली गोली एक तरह से ली और उसके बाद जाने बची. उसके बारे में जो लोग ये शायद जानते नहीं, थोड़ा सा अगर मैं आपको रिक्वेस्ट करूं कि आप दोबारा बताएं कि कैसे शुभम ने by taking among the first bullets कैसे उन्होंने बाकी लोगों की जान बचाई.
We were sitting very close to the gate. If ये अटैक ना किसी और डायरेक्शन किसी और कॉर्नर में होता तो हम बच गए होते और वो इंसान पहली गोली खा और उसकी वजह से हम बचते. ये हम और शुभम जिस पॉइंट पे बैठे थे हमला हुआ ही वहां पहले से और इन्होंने सबसे पहला शूट शुभम को किया. एंड मैं एज somebody who was present at that very place, I could see people running, people saved, people could exit through the gate, and even my own father, he was also there with us. He went to the washroom. While he was coming back, the attack happened. He also could run towards the gate because of this reason. Because Shubham was shot first, many of the people could get alert.
Extraordinary courage by your husband, by you. One thing I want to ask you, and I know General Bali has strong feelings about this also, Shania. Pakistan ने clearly target किया आप सबको for being Hindu. सबसे पूछा गया आप हिंदू हैं या मुस्लिम हैं और उसके बाद गोली मारी गई. पाकिस्तान का एक एम था इसमें कि भारत को डिवाइड किया जाए, कि लोगों को डिवाइड किया जाए, कि आपस में हमारी लड़ाई करें. हमारा एकजुट होना इस वक्त बहुत जरूरी है एज ए नेशन. एंड आई थिंक हमने दिखाया है कि पाकिस्तान जो करना चाहता था हम नहीं करने देंगे. इसके बारे में आई नो आप मतलब आपको शायद आपसे ये एक्सपेक्ट करना अनफेयर है, लेकिन एक देश की यूनिटी के बारे में अगर मैं पूछूं, क्योंकि पाकिस्तान को डिफीट करना जरूरी है इवन इन योर मोमेंट ऑफ ग्रेट लॉस, इसके बारे में आप क्या कहें?
अगर ये देश एक नहीं होता तो आज इतना बड़ा अटैक जो माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी कर पाए हैं वो इसीलिए कर पाए क्योंकि आज सब एक हैं. आज हर इंसान एक होके खड़े होके एक आवाज में बोल रहा है कि आतंकवाद खत्म करो. इसी रीजन से सब खड़े हो पाए हैं. ये भी एक तरीके का उनको हमने दिखाया है कि हम सब एक हैं. तो हमें डिवाइड करना चाह रहे थे लेकिन हम सब एक हैं. नहीं,
ये बहुत जरूरी बात.
क्वेश्चन करते, बहुत से लोग सवाल उठाते हैं कि क्यों है, क्या है, क्यों कर रहे हैं, किस लिए कर रहे हैं, बट कोई क्वेश्चन नहीं है, कोई भी वो पॉइंट आउट्स नहीं है. एवरीबॉडी इज सेइंग कि सही हुआ, जो हुआ सही हुआ.
Shania, I want to give you the last word. You were trying to say something there, and then I'll ask my question.
I was just trying to say the army is very strong. The Indian army, they are well trained. They can finish off this terrorism at once. And now they're proving it also. They're proving it to the country. They're proving this to the all 26 people. They're proving it to all 26 families who've been through this.
Is there a sense of community among you all? Have you had other, you didn't know the others who got killed, but I'm sure nobody can understand what you've gone through except each other. Have you all been reaching out to each other, or you don't really know each other?
I just keep seeing their interviews. I just keep seeing them on various media platforms. That is how I'm able to connect with them. Nothing as in personal.
I want to ask you a last question, Shania. आपने कहा कि आज हमने पाकिस्तान को दिखा दिया our strength, our unity, और पहली बारी आपको ऐसा feeling हो रहा है कि your husband who was amongst the first to take a bullet in that terror strike might be at peace. लेकिन जैसे जनरल नीरज बाली ने कहा, ये अभी खत्म नहीं है. पाकिस्तान हिट बैक करेगा, उसके वो कैसा हिट बैक करता है, हमारा रिस्पॉन्स आएगा. ये एक लंबी लड़ाई है, और इसमें जैसे आपने सैक्रिफाइस दिया, सैक्रिफाइसेस होंगे, और देश को ये समझना होगा कि ये एक लंबी लड़ाई है. इस पे आप देश के लोगों को आखिर में, somebody who has suffered a new bride married just in February, बहुत बड़ा लॉस हुआ है आपने, और आपने बहुत बहादुरी दिखाई. आप क्या कहना चाहेंगी?
हम देश के नॉर्मल सिटीजन्स हैं. हम जाके बॉर्डर में लड़ नहीं सकते, बट मैं ये आउट लाउड ये बोलना चाहती हूँ कि हम एक हैं. हम हर कंडीशन में देश के साथ खड़े हैं. हमारी लड़ाई भले ही जाके बॉर्डर पे नहीं हो, लेकिन जिस तरीके से कल रात में भी जब ये न्यूज आई तो हमारे घर वाले बैठ के यहाँ पे उन आर्मी वालों के लिए प्रे कर रहे थे. एटलीस्ट ये तो हम शुरुआत कर ही सकते हैं, उनके लिए प्रे कर सकते हैं. जितना हमसे जो एज अ सिटीजन हम मदद कर सकते हैं, खड़े हो सकते हैं साथ में, उनको सपोर्ट कर सकते हैं. वी कैन वाउच फॉर देम. दैट इज द स्टार्टिंग एंड दैट इज अ काइंड ऑफ way we can show them that we are with you. They are fighting for us and we are standing with them.
Actually, I want to say to you, you said you're not fighting at the border, but I want to repeat what I said. You are a soldier. You have shown the kind of courage that is a rare and an exemplary courage. And I really want to fold my hands in tribute to you. And I want to say thank you to you for giving us power, for giving us courage, for giving us the strength, because our strength comes from people like you. Is there a message you have for our armed forces before we say thank you to you?
I just want to thank them for everything they are doing. And thank you is a very, very small word. Thank you means nothing in front of what they are actually doing for us. But I just want to say, we believe in you, we trust you, and nobody in the world can beat Indian Army.
God bless you, Ashanya. God bless you, and Jai Hind. Jai Hind, Ashanya. Good evening. It is 5 o'clock, and for anybody who is just waking up in some other part of the world, there is big news from India. India has hit terror bases inside Pakistan, including Pakistan's Punjab area, directly hitting the terror bases of the Lashkar e Taiba and of the Jaish-e-Mohammed. We know the details. 9 terror bases have been hit in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, as well as Pakistan's Punjab. These include terror bases of the Lashkar e Taiba's Murid Ki headquarters in Punjab, as well as the Jaish-e-Mohammed terror bases in Bahawalpur. 24 missile strikes in a coordinated operation called Operation Sindoor, in which all 3 military services were involved: the Army, the Navy, and the Air Force. This is the first time that such a tri-service operation has been conducted by the Indian military since the 1971 war. Indian officials have released videos. The Indian Army, rather, has released videos. You're seeing them on your screen. This is video footage of the different terror bases that were hit, and you'll see several of those videos come up on our screen. These are officially released by the military. An official briefing was done by 2 women military officers of the Indian Army and the Indian Air Force alongside Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri. Officials in India say that what has been undertaken in Operation Sindoor is not to be looked at as merely quote unquote a military response, but a shift in strategic doctrine. One official said it shows that India is able to act, and I'm quoting him here, swiftly, unapologetically, and surgically. Pakistan's reactions will come and have started coming. Artillery firing has returned to the line of control after the 2003 ceasefire. 9 civilians on the Indian side have been reported to have lost their lives in that firing. An order has now been placed for the evacuation of civilians, pulling them further back from the line of control and the international border. Those are images of Pakistan firing at the line of control. I want to now shift to images of actually the videos of what happened when the missile struck Pakistan. So if we can bring up those videos, please. And I also want to play out a statement of Defense Minister Rajnath Singh, who is speaking as soon as he's ready. We'll play that out as well. I want to introduce our guests. This is a continuous rolling coverage. We have been live now for the last 11 hours and we'll keep going. Ambassador Dilip Sinha, veteran diplomat, is with us. And from Washington today, I'm joined by Christine Fair, one of the foremost scholars on Pakistan and these terror outfits. And thank you very much, Christine Fair, for joining us. Dilip Sinha, your first response to the import of what we have seen. You know, Pakistan, as we know, is dominated by Punjab. Pakistan's politics is dominated by Punjab. Pakistan's military is dominated by Punjab. Pakistan's economy is dominated by Punjab. The import of India striking inside Pakistan's Punjab cannot be underestimated. Your first comments, Ambassador Dilip Sinha.
This is obviously a very daring strike that we have carried out. It was a kind of strike that perhaps was expected because you could see that a lot of preparations were being made with high-level talks by India. The outrage among the Indian public was extremely strong. The attack on civilians had raised public anger, and there was perhaps need to give vent to that anger by striking inside Pakistan at the terror camps. The attacks have been confined to the terror camps. There are no military installations have been attacked. So clearly, India does not want to escalate the situation by getting the military involved. But as you mentioned, we have struck inside Punjab. And in Punjab, the military is extremely strong. The military will try to use these attacks both to ginger up support for itself and to try and show that it is capable of striking back. So we have to be prepared for that. We are still in the fog of war. We don't know exactly what happened and whether there were any losses sustained by our people. So we have to wait and see what details emerge from there. Pakistan has made certain claims, but this is a strike that has been made by the government to show that it is not willing to take terror attacks lying down.
And Dilip Sinha, before I bring in Christine, you know, the fact that Bahawalpur and Muridke, Bahawalpur is what, 100 km from our border, you know, so it is really very different, much further, much harder, much more specific than Balakot. And unlike Balakot, where you had some naysayers saying, show us the evidence, video upon video upon video has been filmed both during the operation and has been released after it. So, you know, there is a larger message, I imagine, that all of this video evidence will be used as the MEA has started briefing a number of different ambassadors and diplomats in Delhi.
Well, yes, this attack has been done essentially to satisfy public opinion in India, the public anger, and also to overcome some of the lacuna that had been left in the case of the Balakot attack, where questions had been raised. So this time they have taken the precaution to ensure that not only are they striking deep inside Pakistan, but also providing the necessary evidence to show that the attack took place. Of course, Pakistan itself has acknowledged the attacks. It has acknowledged certain casualties. So those doubting Thomases in India would be silenced with this evidence, and also the public anger that had built up would also need to be satisfied with this attack.
I just want to play out Defense Minister Rajnath Singh. He's spoken moments ago, and then I'll come to Professor Christine Fair. Take a look.
तो जैसे कि आप सबको जानकारी है कि कल रात हमारी भारतीय सेनाओं ने अपने अद्भुत शौर्य और पराक्रम का परिचय देते हुए एक नया इतिहास रच दिया है। साथियों, भारत की सेना ने सटीकता, सतर्कता और संवेदनशीलता के साथ कार्रवाई की है। हमने जो लक्ष्य तय किए थे उन्हें ठीक समय तय योजना के अनुसार सटीकता से उन्होंने ध्वस्त किया है और किसी भी नागरिक ठिकाने, सिविलियन पॉपुलेशन को जरा भी प्रभावित न होने देने की संवेदनशीलता भी हमारी सेना ने दिखाई है। यानी एक तरीके से देखा जाए तो हम कह सकते हैं एक तरीके की सटीकता, सतर्कता और मानवीयता यह हमारी भारत की सेना के जवानों ने दिखाई है, जिसके लिए मैं हमारे सेना के जवानों और अधिकारियों को पूरे देश की ओर से मैं साधुवाद देता हूं और सेना को संपूर्ण संबल प्रदान करने के लिए अपने प्रधानमंत्री माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी को भी मैं साधुवाद देता हूं।
Defense Minister Rajnath Singh there saying that this has been a historic operation. Professor Christine Fair, what is the view from Washington? We had a rather banal statement by American President Donald Trump, who for some reason keeps reiterating that India and Pakistan have been fighting for thousands of years, and he said something pretty similar today. But I'm imagining what is said on camera is less important than what's actually going on behind the scenes. This administration is seen to be less soft on Pakistan than the Biden administration was. What is, in your estimation, the view from DC?
30 here. So I'm not sure.
I know. Sorry about that.
I'm not sure
Sorry
we have
about
a
that.
view coming in from DC. I mean, when you elect a clown, you should expect a circus. So I don't think we should be looking for leadership from the pronouncements of President Trump. But I do repose a lot of confidence in Paul Kapoor. I don't know if he's been confirmed yet, but he was the person that was tasked to be the Assistant Secretary of State for South Asia. He and I have long discussed Pakistan, and we are pretty much of the same minds about what Pakistan does, why it does it, and with what resources. He wrote a book called Jihad as Grand Strategy, which for anyone who knows Pakistan knows that that's a pretty apt description. So, I agree with everything that Ambassador Sinha has said. Unfortunately, I don't think that this strategically changes Pakistan's calculus. I think this has been a really important demonstration of escalation, the ability to target the Punjab. We don't know, by the way, how Pakistan is going to respond. Just as we don't know fully what munitions were used. We don't have independent casualty assessments. We just have explosions that happen in the darkness. Quite frankly, that's not terribly elucidating. But we also have unconfirmed reports of Indian aircraft going down. The New York Times reports at least one Indian official who confirmed 3 aircraft have been down, although the reasons for the aircraft being down were not given and stated is unclear. So
and as of now, sorry to interject there. I just wanted to say, as of now, we have a formal statement from the Press Information Bureau on those fighter jets saying that Pakistan has shared old pictures. In fact, I think we have that PIB release. So as of now, that's what we have. The images that have been shared.
I'm going to say this. We also had a lot of things come out of Pulwama that weren't true either. So I'm a professor. So my job is not to take press reports at face value. My job is to wait for data to come in. So for me, this is an uncomfortable position because I don't like giving live commentary on things when so little is known. But what we do know is that Pakistan is going to have to respond. for all the reasons that Ambassador Sinha had noted, the Punjab, and as you yourself had noted, the Punjab is really ground zero for much of what happens in Pakistan, and the Pakistan Army, which hasn't been discussed yet, is really at its nadir in public opinion. Many Pakistanis have soured on the Pakistan Army, which is an extraordinary development, largely because of its treatment of Imran Khan. And so this is going to be used by the Pakistan Army to burnish its credentials at home amidst its flagging reputation. So we're going to have to expect some response from Pakistan. And then I think the most important question for those of us that have studied the India-Pakistan, or I would say Pakistan's conflict with India, is what's going to be the de-escalation off-ramp. What we had in 2019 was the Dusre Banda Di Kahani, which allowed the Indians to say there was a second pilot, which allowed the Indians to come up with this narrative that it shot down an F-16. And that, along with the return of Abhinandan, was part of the escalation. De-escalation off-ramp. So what I'm looking for is, after Pakistan responds, what's going to be the natural de-escalation pathway to this crisis?
Christine Fair, before I get to the de-escalation, if I can just ask you to talk a little bit about the Lashkar and the Jaish. One of the things that puzzles me, and I've done some commentary on Western media in between our live programming, is how little awareness there is of the Lashkar, of the Jaish as being extensions of the Pakistan Army, despite the fact that the United States, for example, recognizes the Lashkar as a terror group, as does the United Kingdom. Yet when Western media tells this story, they position this as a fight between India and Pakistan, as opposed to how Indians see it, which is that, listen, you sent your terrorists in, you killed tourists in Pahalgam, you targeted them this time for their religion, and India has a right to respond. So if you could speak a little bit about your understanding, Hafiz Saeed and Masood Azhar would have been taken into protection. Pakistan would have been anticipating this, and they're bound to resurface later. Why are these two terrorists so critical to the Pakistan military?
So the two organizations are distinct or are important for very different reasons. So for one, so what both have in common is that both organizations only attack outside of Pakistan. They have never conducted operations within Pakistan itself. Now, when it comes to Jaish-e-Mohammed, which is a Deobandi organization, it has overlapping membership with Lashkar Jaish, Sipe-Sabe Pakistan, and the TTP. So elements of the Jaish-e-Mohammed, and of course they share an archipelago of Deobandi mosques and madrasas. So there is a component of the Jaish that contributes to Pakistan instability. And the way the Pakistan Army has used Jaish-e-Mohammed, it's really as a Gharvapasi movement for wayward Deobandi terrorists. Don't fight in Lashkar Jaish and kill Pakistanis. Come back to Jaish-e-Mohammed and kill Indians. So Jaish is a very disciplined organization, and it also serves, as I said, as this Gharvapasi program for wayward Deobandi terrorists who are striking deep in in Pakistan. Lashkar-e-Taiba is a very different organization. Lashkar-e-Taiba has never really splintered. The splinters, if they've occurred, they've been very minimal over time. And Lashkar-e-Taiba really kills at the behest of the Pakistan Army. Unlike Jaish-e-Mohammed, which has this very diffuse, it's like a network of networks with these other Deobandi organizations, the leadership chain of Lashkar-e-Taiba is very tight and is very vertically organized institution, and it exclusively kills at the behest of the Pakistan Army. But just as Jaish-e-Mohammed has a domestic purpose, so does Lashkar-e-Taiba. Lashkar-e-Taiba is very much at odds with the Islamic State, very much at odds with the Deobandi institutions that engage in takfiri, and they institutionally and ideologically provide a bulwark against those organizations. So both organizations provide really important services to the Pakistani state in terms of domestic policy and domestic security, as well as external security, which is killing at the behest of the army in India and at different points in time also in Afghanistan.
Thank you. I think that was a brilliant explanation of the Lashkar and the Jaish. I'm just going to read out the two comments that you made, the quotable quotes. The Jaish is a ghar wapsi of sorts for Deobandi terrorists, and the Lashkar really only kills at the behest of the Pakistan army. Both terror groups never kill within Pakistan. That's a critical point. Again, because public memory is so short, Ambassador Sinha, Masood Azhar was released during the hijacking of the IC-814 in exchange for the safety of the hijacked passengers on board that plane in 1999, shortly after the Kargil war. Asim Munir seems set on being a crazier version of Musharraf. And therefore, my question now becomes, India doesn't seek escalation. Pakistan needs some sort of face saver. And that brings us to Professor Fair's question. How do both countries pull back from the brink, or is this going to step up on the escalatory ladder before it comes down? Ambassador Sinha.
No, I think Professor Fair is extremely accurate in her description of how these two organizations operate outside Pakistan and the kind of control structure that they have. The problem that I have faced, I see in our relations with Pakistan, is that when Pakistan does something wrong, for example, when Hafiz Saeed was released and there were other terror acts committed by Pakistan, then we let Pakistan off the hook, as did the Western countries. So instead of putting continuous pressure upon Pakistan to take action against these people, just because they had been released during the hijacking incident does not mean that they then could become normal citizens of Pakistan and live happily inside Pakistan. The international pressure had to continue. But not only did the Western countries release that pressure on Pakistan, we also did the same thing. We also started talking to Pakistan and then started having relations, composite dialogue. The result was that Pakistan thought that it could get away with these things. And that is the main problem that I see in our relationship with Pakistan, that we do not take into account the continuous use of terrorism as a weapon of state policy by Pakistan. Both inside India, inside Afghanistan, in Iran, and the three major countries that are neighbors of Pakistan. And China also is scared of the terrorists supported by Pakistan. And yet the world lets Pakistan get off the hook. And the result of this is that then we get into incidents like Pahalgam, and then we have to retaliate militarily. Whereas if there was sustained pressure upon Pakistan politically and economically, then it would be possible to put some pressure upon the army and the civilian leadership of Pakistan to get rid of this terror machinery. But we don't do that. Pakistan was taken off the grey list and FATF. And everybody accepted that. Earlier, the fact that Hafiz Saeed is roaming freely after having been released after a hijacking meant that Pakistan should have been kept under economic sanctions by the Security Council, but nothing like that happened. We did not even move for it. So this sustained pressure upon Pakistan is extremely important.
Yeah, I just want to read out the statement from the UK Foreign Secretary talking about global response. David Lammy has said that the current tensions between India and Pakistan are a serious concern. The UK government is urging India and Pakistan to show restraint and engage in direct dialogue. I have made it clear to my counterparts in India and Pakistan that if this escalates further, nobody wins. The UK was clear in its condemnation of the terrorist attack in Pahalgam last month. Now, Professor Christine Fair, this brings us to, I think, Dilip Sinha's question. The world allows Pakistan to get off. India, too, has done sort of 2 steps forward, 1 step back, can't seem to make up its mind on whether, I think that's what Ambassador Sinha is saying, at least in the past, that used to happen. And even the Modi government initially started by sort of some kind of outreach, and then it changed, right? It changed post-Uri. I can understand previously that America in particular thought it needed Pakistan for its ops in Afghanistan. Why now? Is it ignorance? Is it a lack of priority? Do they not get it? What is the reason that Hafiz Saeed and Masood Azhar are able to live as openly with the impunity that they do? Because after all, 6 Americans were killed in the 26/11 attacks, and the Lashkar-e-Taiba was very clearly behind those attacks.
So I have to share your incredulity. So, going to the statement by the British, I mean, we have to sort of remember the British have always avoided blaming Pakistan. The reason for that is that there are really important Pakistani origin vote banks in the UK. The British were very loath to act against British origin Pakistan origin terror cells, for lack of a better word. So the Brits have their own domestic motivations, because a lot of the Pakistani migrants to the United Kingdom are actually Mirpuris. So we kind of have to remember that the UK has a lot of different motivations. What's more mysterious is that of the United States. For many years, the United States would also offer these milquetoast, both sides need to do this, both sides need to do that. Obama made a very serious departure from that in 2016. Obama did not encourage both sides to pursue peace through negotiation. Obama stated very clearly the American support for India's right to defend itself. And what we've seen under Trump is a retrenchment from that. And it's I don't know if it's because the Trump administration itself is so bereft of history, and it's generally clueless. I mean, what I will say, very generally speaking, about new governments coming in. There's, for example, Marco Rubio. He's there not because Marco Rubio is a distinguished, knowledgeable person when it comes to diplomatic affairs. He's there because he's a Republican and he will basically carry out Trump's bidding. In fact, all of Trump's cabinet has been selected not because they have any professional competence, but rather because they're sycophants and they won't challenge him. So it's going to be particularly difficult, I think, working with the United States. As I said, I'm really bullish on the influence of Paul Kapoor. I should have checked before we did the show this morning the status of his confirmation, but I'd like to believe that even if he hasn't been confirmed, that he is still providing guidance and sagacity to this administration. But if that is the case, it's not evident in the statements that we've issued, which is this both sidisms. But to your larger question, I think I'm going to state what's really obvious. Pakistan gets away with what it gets away with because of its nuclear arsenal. Pakistan has one of the fastest growing nuclear arsenals in the world. That's why it gets away with terror strikes in India. It knows that while there will be these episodic conflict slides, that their escalation to a full-fledged war is very unlikely because of nuclear weapons. And Pakistan terrorizes the international community into believing that if, for example, Pakistan were to have been put on the blacklist for FATF, as it so rightly deserved, it wouldn't have access to IMF funding, and then it would economically become insolvent, and that would usher forth or precipitate greater insecurity challenges. And this gins up, I think they're far-fetched, but this gins up breakage of the states, breakup of the Pakistan army. It raises security of Pakistan's nuclear weapons. And these are very, very low probability events, so improbable that I don't think that we should even be imagining them. But the Pakistan uses the fear around these low probability events to blackmail the international world. So the international community. So Pakistan is essentially a nuclear blackmailer.
I think that's very incisive. And Ambassador Sinha, since Uri, till this moment, the attempt by India has been to call out this nuclear bluff and to show that there is space for India's military to respond below the nuclear threshold. But what Professor Fair is absolutely bang on about is that every time India seeks to do this, there will be these kind of set piece responses, like we've heard the UK Foreign Secretary say, oh, please, let this not escalate. Oh, please, India and Pakistan should talk. This is not a fight. That equivalence is hugely problematic. How concerned should we be about these kind of statements that are coming from the UK, that have come from Donald Trump?
Well, this is not new. And this is one of the reasons why I had hoped that we would not do these kinds of strikes, for the simple reason that this is how the script would play out. We would strike, and then all these countries would come in and say, no, please stop, de-escalate the situation, start talking, and then we would de-escalate and start talking. And then we would go down to some kind of a normalcy. What you said is 2 steps forward, 1 step back. I had felt that we should have used this opportunity to have a sustained pressure upon Pakistan. Pakistan constantly talks about how India is trying to break up Pakistan, whereas that has never been India's policy. But I think now India should actually start promoting that policy of actually supporting the Baloch and the Afghans. The Durand Line is not a sacrosanct line that was drawn up by the British for the border between India and Afghanistan at that time. Now, it seems that Pakistan is not capable of living in peace either with India or with the rest of the world. So in that situation, we actually must start a sustained policy of actually questioning Pakistan's integrity. Pakistan is constantly talking about Kashmir. Now, there was Kalat, which joined Pakistan much later than Kashmir. Its annexation, its accession was as questionable, in fact, much more questionable than Kashmir's accession to India. But we have never questioned that. The Durand Line, we have never questioned that, and Afghanistan questions it. Now, why can't we start supporting these countries? Because we have to understand that there has to be a sustained pressure upon Pakistan that if it continues with terrorism, then it will not be just a few strikes on Muridke and Bahawalpur. It will be in a sustained effort by India to break up that country. That is the only way to stop this terror operation from coming.
And you're saying that should be India's stated public position, that we...
Yes, I say that this should be India's stated policy, because the fear that the West keeps raking up that the nuclear weapons will fall in the wrong hands, they are already in the wrong hands. It is not as if the terror groups that, as Professor Baer mentioned, they are any different from the ISI which controls the country. So we have to have a sustained policy where Pakistan must realize that if it continues with this policy of promoting terrorism against us, then it cannot hope to see that our policy towards Pakistan will remain exactly as has been over the last several decades, which is that we will strike once in a while and then go back and start talking and hope that Pakistan will make some promises, as we had in the case of earlier when Musharraf met Vajpayee.
But I just have a thought that if India's position was to openly say, we support, for example, the Baluchis' right to self-determination, and so on, and you're saying that this should India doesn't need to be coy about this. Wouldn't they play victim, Professor Fair? Wouldn't they then play victim and say, see, they're trying to disintegrate us. They'll take that whine and whinge then to Western capitals.
Yeah, I mean, that's obviously not a policy that I support for a variety of reasons. When one thinks about breaking up the Pakistani state, one has to ask, first of all, it's not possible. I spent a lot of time in Pakistan. Pakistanis are Pakistanis. However, I will say that covert operations are part of full range deterrence and full spectrum deterrence and full spectrum compellence. And many Pakistanis believe, as do many Indians, Avinash Paliwal talks about this at length in his book, My Enemy's Enemy, that the Indians already engage in covert operations in Balochistan with the TTP. And this is an appropriate thing for India to be doing. India has an external intelligence agencies. This is what external intelligence agencies do. And covert operations, as I said, is a part of full spectrum deterrence and compellence. So, I don't need to say anything else about this, because my suspicion is, my strong suspicion is that India is already engaging in this. In fact, some might say that the operation in Pahalgam, the terrorist attack in Pahalgam, was a direct response to terrorism in Balochistan. This is certainly a Pakistani narrative that doesn't get a lot of play. I think that one does have to consider what are the ramifications of these covert operations. Rarely do the ramifications remain covert.
Right. I want to play out also bits of that official briefing. Two women military officers, one of the Indian Army, one of the Indian Air Force, were tasked with the job of explaining what happened in Operation Sindoor, and this is what they had to say. This is, I think, specifically about the attack on the Lashkar headquarters in Muridke. Take a look.
मुरीदके यह आईबी से 18 से 25 किलोमीटर दूरी पर है। 2008 के मुंबई हमले के आतंकी भी यहीं से प्रशिक्षित हुए थे। अजमल कसब व डेविड हेडली भी यहां ट्रेन हुए थे।
आगे दूसरा आया।
Right. That's just a bit of the press conference. The whole press conference is there on our platform to watch. Ambassador Dilip Sinha, let's come back to something raised by Christine Fair. How does de-escalation happen? It all depends on how Pakistan chooses to to respond. And that response is likely to come, soon enough. I also see Professor Amitabh Mattu joining us. Good evening, Professor Mattu.
Good evening,
Dilip
Barkha.
Sinha. Thanks, sir. Ambassador Sinha, go ahead.
Well, the de-escalation would normally take place, one hopes, if Pakistan does not retaliate, then India would be under increased pressure to start talks with Pakistan, which would mean that somebody would offer talks for holding talks in a third place. This has happened in the past also, or there would be contacts between representatives of our governments at a track 2 level, where they can work out the details. Most likely it would be by the mediation of somebody, the Russia or some other country. And then there would be talks and some kind of restoration of diplomatic relations would take place. But if Pakistan retaliates, then all bets are off, because one doesn't know how this government will react to any kind of Pakistani retaliation, in which there may be further civilian casualties in India.
Yeah. Professor Mattu, let's bring you in. Professor Christine Fair, Ambassador Dilip Sinha were just talking about the import of this moment, Pakistan's nuclear blackmail, and Christine was telling us about, reminding us that the Lashkar and the Jaish never do attack within Pakistan, and they are, of course, cultivated assets of the Pakistan army. Now, your first comment on the import of what we've seen and where you think we might go from here.
Let me say that it's a great privilege to be on your program along with Professor Christine Fair and Ambassador Sinha, both whom I respect very much, especially Professor Fair, because she brings not only her great ethnographic knowledge of India, but also knows the beltway in Washington very well. Having said that, I think what has happened today has been unprecedented for 2 or 3 things. First of all, I think India did not cross over into airspace, the Pakistani airspace, and used cruise missiles with hammer bombs to target specific sites which are not military installations in a kind of orthodox sense, but installations of the LET and the Jaish, and in Bahawalpur and Muridke and elsewhere. Secondly, it targeted sites which are not just in POK, but in Punjab. Muridke, as you know, is very close to Lahore, and Bahawalpur is also a part of the Punjab. So third fact is that Pakistan seems to have, at the moment, said that it will retaliate at a time of its choosing and at a place of its choosing. But what seems to be clear is that from India's point of view, these attacks were planned with the idea that they're calibrated enough for not it to be escalated to either the conventional level or indeed horrifyingly at the nuclear level, but to establish deterrence at the asymmetric level, without the veneer of deniability which Pakistan intends to do, that you can subconventionally target terrorist outfits which have a deep connection with the Pakistani state, but make that fine distinction between the Pakistani state and these terrorist outfits. Now, whether Pakistan is the face saver of Pakistan claiming that it has downed the 5 Indian jets, including 3 Rafale and 1 Sukhoi and 1 MiG-29, is good enough for it to now not escalate further, or will there be public pressure and given the mindset of the army chief to retaliate in some form? We have to wait and see, and there I agree with Ambassador Sinha that what happens next will depend much on what Pakistan does. But as far as today is concerned, I think India has crossed a red line. It has said that it will not take asymmetric warfare in Jammu and Kashmir lying down, or indeed in other parts of India, and therefore targeted installations without crossing into the international border or crossing the LOC in territories which are part of Pakistan and not just POJK. So I would say that this is, if I was in some ways looking at it internationally, I think India has demonstrated that it will not take these things lying down. The whole bogey of Pakistan always playing the nuclear card or suggesting that it can continue doing this, or that India's growth story will suddenly be undermined if it becomes involved in regional conflicts. I think it's what has been said, and in some ways the mood of public opinion in this country says enough is enough, and that is reflected in the fact that you have all spectrum of public opinion, from Jairam Ramesh to Rahul Gandhi to Manish Tiwari. Manish Tiwari, in fact, writing that we should now take over Gilgit and Baltistan as well. That kind of expansive suggestion. To, of course, the BJP and the Prime Minister and the Home Minister, to the leadership of the National Conference, which is in government in Srinagar. So even Omar Abdullah's statements. So the whole spectrum of public opinion has been behind this move. And therefore, I think it's a moment which is a watershed moment in many ways. I mean, people often use the word watershed lightly, but I think this is a watershed moment. I don't know what Christine or Ambassador have to say, but for me, it is an important rupture in terms of Indian policy, and a rupture which many will see in a positive light.
Yeah, I think there's no ambiguity about how Indians feel about it, but I think we were having a more granular discussion on how geopolitics is going to unfold and what sort of the de-escalation ladder is going to be. But we're getting ahead of ourselves, because first we have to see how Pakistan will in fact respond to this, and how world opinion might work behind the scenes to contain a response from Pakistan. Since you did mention Omar Abdullah, let me just play out Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister's comments. He made a very strong statement. He said Pakistan started this. If Pakistan wants de-escalation, Pakistan has to put down its guns first. Take a look.
क्लैशेस दोनों तरफ से नहीं हुई. शुरुआत पहलगाम में हुआ, जहां हमारे 26 बेगुनाह लोग जिस तरह उनको मारा गया, वो हम अभी भूले नहीं. उसी वक्त मरकजी हुकूमत ने कहा था कि इसका हम जवाब दे देंगे और अपने तरीके से दे देंगे. जवाब देने का तरीका यही था कि पाकिस्तान में कोई सिविलियन या कोई मिलिट्री जगह नहीं, सिर्फ वो जगह जो सब लोग जानते हैं, वहाँ यही इदारे काम करते हैं जिन्होंने पिछले 30-35 साल जम्मू कश्मीर में तबाही और बर्बादी फैलाई है. उन्हें निशाना बनाया गया, उसके अलावा कुछ नहीं. लेकिन उसके बाद लगातार कुछ इलाकों में जो पार के तरफ से बमबारी की गई, उसमें तो सीधा सीधा हमारे सिविलियन जो हैं वो टारगेट हुए. शुरुआत वहां से हुई, शुरुआत यहाँ से नहीं हुई. अगर पहलगाम में लोगों को इस तरह मारा नहीं गया होता, ये दिन नहीं आता. हम बड़े आराम से रह रहे थे. यहाँ जम्मू कश्मीर के अंदरूनी हालात भी ठीक थे, टूरिज्म का दबदबाव चल रहा था, LOC पे सीज फायर जो है वो कायम था, LOC के सीज फायर को कोई नुकसान नहीं. लेकिन ये हमारे बने हुए हालात नहीं हैं. हमने पहलगाम में जो हुआ उसका हमें एक जवाब देना था. लेकिन अब पाकिस्तान तक है कि वो इसको कितना उछालना चाहते हैं. हम में से कोई जंग नहीं चाहता. हम लोग जो खासकर जम्मू कश्मीर में रहते हैं, क्योंकि अक्सर बेशतर हमने देखा है, चाहे वो इससे पहले जो वार हुए हो या करगिल हुआ हो, वो कहीं ना कहीं जम्मू कश्मीर को ही हिट कर जाता है. हम तो चाहेंगे कि हालात जो है वो दोबारा ठीक बने, लेकिन उसके लिए पहले हमारे जो पड़ोसी मुल्क है उनको अपनी बंदूकें शांत करनी होंगी. यहाँ से फिर बंदूक चलेगी नहीं.
We don't want a war, but Pakistan started this. Pakistan has to put down its guns if they're going to even talk about India de-escalating. Professor Fair, let me come to you. You heard Amitabh Mattu saying it's a watershed moment. It has widespread support politically among the public. But your question about de-escalation is something we'll come to. I want you to talk a little bit about Asim Munir. You know, India has had its shares of encounters with somewhat unhinged Pakistan army chiefs. Musharraf was the architect of Kargil. But Munir was really, as you mentioned, unpopular on home turf because of what was happening in Balochistan and because of the raging popularity around the jailed PTI leader Imran Khan. With this moment, what would Munir's doctrine be? What, you know, at this moment, how much can he afford to take this forward and up?
Yeah, I don't think that the kahani of the downed Indian jets are going to be enough for an off ramp with this guy. I think this guy is going to want a Pulwama / Balakot like skirmish to occur, because the more that Pakistan can say it's threatened by India, the more there's going to be rallying around the Fauj, and that's what he's going to be looking for, is to burnish his. It's really interesting, Barkha. I've been getting texts, phone calls. I even met a random army officer in the Dubai airport where Pakistanis have been saying to me, I used to hate you because of your opposition to the Pakistan army. Now I see that you were right about them all along. And I always ask them, well, that's a really interesting about face. What was your cognitive opening? And to a person, the cognitive opening has been the way in which the army has treated Imran Khan, right? He was originally the Fauj's Banda. And when that relationship ruptured and he turned against the Pakistan army miscalculated, thinking that the people would ultimately rally around the Fauj. And what's really happened is just the opposite, is that it has just caused a deepening of the popularity of Imran Khan himself. So I think Munir is actually going to benefit from a more extended skirmish like we saw following Pulwama. I don't think he's going to be looking for an immediate off-ramp.
There's been some suggestion, briefly, Christine, before I come to Ambassador Sinha and Professor Mattu. Imran's supporters have been looking at this moment for the release of Imran Khan. That could add chaos to the mix. I don't know. I don't think Munir would do it, but that's been also spoken about in Pakistan. You think it'll happen or no chance?
No chance.
Yeah, that would be my guess too. Professor Mattu and then Ambassador Sinha. Christine was talking earlier about how the Jaish is a ghar wapsi for the Deobandi terrorists, and the Lashkar only acts at the behest of the Pakistan army. We have every reason to believe that the Pakistan army would have taken Hafiz Saeed and Masood Azhar into protection, and they are likely to surface, at a given point of time. Typically, Pakistan may have tried a terror attack to demonstrate that the deterrence, to challenge India's deterrence. Right now, they can't do that because they can't own the terror attack because the world is watching. What then are Pakistan's options if you consider what Christine Fair is saying, that listen, Munir, this is Munir's salvation moment. Munir is looking at this and saying, hey, country, come together, stand behind me. I'm going to take on India. So he is a kind of Musharraf redux, or Musharraf into N, if you will. Professor Mattu? Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes. I said that if you believe that Munir actually doesn't want to hide behind this veneer of deniability, it was a veneer, it was a superficial way of hiding behind terrorist attacks, then the other responses potentially are subconventional use of military force, including escalating tensions across the LOC. More firing that's happening already. You see, even in J&K and across Punch, there's been firing. So that he could heat up the LOC, as it were, or try a reciprocal attack on military installations. Already, if you notice that in parts of the social media, there were reports from unverified sources, and certainly not verified by India, that a brigade headquarters had been attacked in India, and it had suffered great damage. So those kind of attacks on military installations from within Pakistani airspace, or potentially, if we were to escalate it, there would be Pakistani jets flying and actually intruding into Indian airspace. Now, obviously, if there are escalation ladder is like a ladder. It's a step. India's response has been to say that you cannot carry out these terrorist attacks because we know that you are behind them. So we will not carry out deniable attacks. We'll carry out attacks in full knowledge and with full transparency of directed at these terrorist outfits. Now, it depends whether he wants to now keep it at that lower level or ratchet it up. The personality of Munir, frankly, is frightening. Most Pakistani generals have a certain professional core to their being. Even Musharraf, his commando-like first phase when he did Kargil, had a certain rationality. Munir, I don't understand. Perhaps Christine or Ambassador Sinha know him better. But his speech, which I heard, was frightening. Frightening because it reflected a kind of Manichaean view of the world. It's a kind of view which breeds irrationality. It's a it's a kind of a jihadi mindset where you believe that all the fruits of your labor here will be given to you in heaven. That's a kind of Fida'in mentality which is bred and indoctrinated into the Fida'in. Now, if he is an irrational character, then we have to hope that there are saner forces within the Pakistani army, which may recognize, like the Bajwas of the past, recognize that here is a
that's an interesting.
Irrational general on bordering on being a lunatic. Like not even Yahya Khan could come close to this. Yahya Khan was an alcoholic drunkard who did bad to the Bengalis, but he had his major and minor vices. Here is someone who is really comes from a different, as I said, I cannot quite rationalize him. Christine seems to know a lot more about him than I do. So it would be good to get a psychological profile of him. And if there is within the core of the Pakistani army, there might be a potential rebellion.
That's a very interesting question. And Ambassador Sinha, with your permission, Christine Fair has to leave. So I'll just get a last word from her and then come to you right after that. And I think that's the perfect question. You see, when Imran Khan, that whole clash happened, even then, Pakistanis themselves were talking about a division within the Pakistan army, that the Pakistan army wasn't cohesive, wasn't on the same page. This idea that Munir has a Fida'in mentality, his very strange speech. Every Pakistan army chief has invoked Jinnah in the two-nation theory, but nobody's gone so far as to say, oh, the Muslims of Pakistan are superior in ideology and culture, which is how Sama TV reported his speech, to the Hindus of India, completely forgetting about the millions of Indian Muslims for whom this is home. Just a last word on Munir, Professor Fair.
I'm not really sure that, I have a last word on Munir. Look, he does represent the Pakistan army. And I think anyone who thinks, what people kind of don't get about the Pakistan army is that it is an insurgent organization. The goal of the Pakistan army is not to defeat India. It knows that it can't. So how does an insurgent demonstrate that it hasn't been compelled or it hasn't been defeated by India? Well, it does so by launching these attacks. So this is actually bigger than Munir. This is a part of the Pakistan army strategic culture. And I think that the really devastating truth is that no matter how strategic, how proportionate, how important these strikes are, including the targeting of Jaish infrastructure in Bahawalpur, in Muridke and Lashkar and Jaish infrastructure there, is that this doesn't change the strategy of the Pakistan army. What's going to happen, and Barkha, you've been covering this for so long, you know this as well as anyone. There's going to be an off-ramp to this crisis. Talks are going to resume. There's going to be a restoration of the ceasefire. India is going to buff up even more the counterinsurgency grid. It's already pretty buff. So people who are criticizing the Indian government for security lapses obviously haven't been to Kashmir recently because it's pretty buff and it's really hard to deter every attack. But within a couple of years, it's going to look as if the Pakistan army has been compelled by India. And how does the Pakistan army demonstrate, look, we haven't been compelled? It's by conducting these kinds of spectacular attacks. So I think the tragedy of this is that no matter how brilliant and I'm going to take all of the benefit of the doubt, give it all to the Indians, that what they've said they've done. It doesn't change Pakistan's strategic calculus. In my assessment, and this is much larger than the mindset of Munir himself.
Got it. Thank you for that analysis, Professor Christine Fair. We'll let you go now, Ambassador Dilip Sinha. Thank you so much, Christine. Ambassador
Thank you
Dilip
all.
Sinha,
Thank you. It was a pleasure being with such an esteemed set of panelists. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. Thank you so much. Dilip Sinha, Ambassador Dilip Sinha, let's bring you in. Do you see what Christine is forecasting, that eventually it's back to that deja vu rapprochement because the world will twist, your hand? Or with this shift, have we shown that we're not going to go down that road? But can India really walk it alone? You have the Russians supporting you. You have the Americans. I don't know if, Trump is making strange, ignorant statements, but the Americans off camera may not tie your hands. But you have the Chinese supporting the Pakistanis. You have Turkey sending ships to the Pakistanis. How do you see it playing out? Do you see it playing out like Christine said? I don't know. I don't think so.
Well, it's difficult to predict how Pakistan will play out because, as Professor Mattu said and Professor Fair said, this army chief is a little bit of an unpredictable character because of his leanings. But at the same time, we must remember that Pakistan is in deep economic trouble, and China cannot entirely bail out Pakistan. Pakistan requires the support of the IMF as well. So Pakistan will be susceptible to pressures. China also perhaps may not want the tensions between India and Pakistan to go beyond a certain level because China is busy right now with Taiwan and with South China Sea. So it might actually put pressure upon Pakistan to cool things down here. Now, the dilemma for the army in Pakistan is that while it wants a certain level of tension with India to legitimize itself within the country, it cannot escalate beyond a point because it knows that any kind of open warfare would mean defeat and then the removal of the army chief himself. So they have to maintain a certain minimum level of tension, which means it is possible that Asim Munir may decide that this is the time to hold back a little, accept the Western demand for some kind of talks or some kind of de-escalation with India, at the same time keep the options open for another terror attack in India at a later date.
So to that extent, where do we go from here? And does it all depend? I mean, Shehbaz Sharif is, addressing his country, but why recent? I think it was yesterday, a photograph, Professor Mattu, of him and his cabinet at the ISI headquarters very clearly showed you who the boss in that country is. So Sharif's just a puppet. He isn't going to decide what happens next. Nawaz Sharif has discovered this the hard way. By every time he tried to craft some sort of policy with India, he would just get booted out or arrested or sent into exile or so on. So let me bring you in on where you think it might go from here.
Not very far. We must remember that the political leadership in Pakistan is entirely right now the creation of the army, whether it is the PPP or it is PTI or it is Nawaz Sharif himself. They are all creations of the army. Yes, Imran Khan did later on break away from the army, but we must remember that Imran Khan has also been in bed with the fundamentalists. So it is not as if his leanings are any different from that of Asim Munir. He's a little more modern, he's a little more westernized, but otherwise he's as conservative and as radical in his religious views as Asim Munir perhaps himself. So we are dealing with a country where the leadership, whether it is political or the army, is radicalized. And all of them believe in using the jihadi elements because they realize that militarily they cannot defeat India. So the only way to keep India on the boil is through terrorism. And there the Jaish-e-Mohammed and the Lashkar and Jaish are the instruments that all of them wish to use. So we have to draw up some long-term policies because so far our relationship has essentially been on a yo-yo determined by Pakistan's behavior. So when Pakistan says, let's have Lahore, let's have talks, then we go for talks. Then Pakistan says, let's have trade, so we go for trade. And then Pakistan makes an attack on India and a terrorist attack. Then again, relations go back. So the Pakistani forces realize that they cannot have improvement in relations with India beyond a certain point, because when that happens, their legitimacy or their authority, in the right for them to keep ruling Pakistan, that becomes questionable. So they would like to have a certain level of tension with India, at the same time not having an improvement in relations, the kind that we would like to see a regular relationship between two countries and two neighbors.
Yeah. So, Professor Mattu, I think this point about the yo-yo is very important. But before we get into what an off-ramp may look like, we have to wait and see what Pakistan does. But one of the things, this past week, we have been in the Kashmir Valley from the Wooler Lake to the line of control. And one of the things that we need to talk about is the response of the Kashmiri people. Black flags at Lal Chowk, the local Kashmiri heroes, the Poniwala Adil Hussain who wrestled with the terrorists, Sajjad, the shawl seller who left his house, the safety of his house, to go and carry an injured boy on his back, candlelight vigils, protest marches, from the line of control to the plains. You had the Kashmiris rise up like never before. What about that as a potent counter to Pakistan that has claimed to speak on behalf of the Kashmiri people? That is under challenge. I mean, we shouldn't underestimate the significance of that, Professor Mattu. Could we unmute Professor Mattu, please? Yeah.
What I'll do, Barkha, is first address the question you asked me, and then actually play out what I think might be 4 scenarios, if I may. The first, I think the greatest positive, if there is a positive in all this, is the overwhelming sentiment against violence. The collective conscience of the people of Kashmir was deeply traumatized and disturbed by what had happened in Pahalgam. It was unprecedented. So many tourists being killed. I don't remember when in the Lidar Valley, other than the kidnapping of those and killing of the foreign tourists by the Al-Faran in Aru, that this had happened before of the same scale. So to a man, woman and child, Kashmir responded with an overwhelming sense of anger, even shame, across the political divide, from the Mirwais in his Friday prayer asking for a minute's silence in the Jama Masjid, to Sajjad Lone, Umar Abdullah, Mehbooba Mufti. It wasn't a single political organization or civil society outfit which did not come out. Now, I think it's important not to put Kashmiris on the hot spot all the time, which is what is happening because of the all-pervasive, intrusive media, that you want to look for a contrarian Kashmiri often, or a Kashmiri who's under so much pressure to take a stand that if he doesn't take a stand, you hold it in some ways against him. So I think it's important to nurture this sentiment, because after all, the greatest force multiplier, the greatest source of durable peace will be Kashmiris at peace with themselves and at peace with a prosperous, stable India, which will and totally integrated with that idea of India. So and I think it's good that the Prime Minister, the Home Minister have recognized that sentiment, and I hope that can be nurtured. And I hope in some ways that can be nurtured to a point where counterintuitively, statehood is granted to Kashmir. I can't think of a better moment in some ways to demonstrate the willingness of the Republic of India to move in that direction. Because look, after all, incidents like this will happen when you have Kashmir as a union territory, when law and order is a function of the Lieutenant Governor, but really of the Union Home Ministry. So you can have security failures, you can have intelligence failures, and as long as you have the larger sense of political machinery in your hands, there's no harm in giving Jammu and Kashmir statehood. So I think that is, Barkha, as you know, that you've never seen such a sentiment. I haven't seen such a sentiment.
Yeah.
And what needs to be done is to protect Kashmiris outside from becoming targeted by really, frankly, extremist marginal elements who do not represent the collective conscience of India or the voice of India, or indeed individuals who actually talk about the importance of Hindu-Muslim fellowship, including, for instance, the wife of the late naval officer being hounded in some ways, which is very, very tragic and really extremely sad. I felt extremely not just sorrowful, but almost ashamed for what had happened in the social media as far as she was concerned. But
absolutely.
Look at the scenarios. The most optimistic scenario is that deterrence is established. Pakistan, the claim of Pakistan downing 5 Indian jets is enough to satisfy domestic public opinion, and Pakistan doesn't ratchet it up. So you do that, and India has achieved what it wanted to achieve, demonstrated that it will cross red lines, and also targeted the elite and the Jaish-e-Mohammed. So there is in some ways a virtual ceasefire now, and it's back to normal. Then India has to play for time, because ultimately, given the social and economic and political balkanization that's happening in Pakistan, India, if it continues with its growth story, Pakistan will be too marginal to its interests in the next 10, 15 years. That's the optimistic scenario. You may not be friends, you may not be great cordial partners. The less optimistic scenario is the one in which Pakistan responds. India has to act again. And that's the unpredictable scenario for which you'll have to see what happens next. But at every level of the escalation ladder, it is important for India to demonstrate superiority, to demonstrate domination. That's easier said than done, but that is the scenario number 2. The third scenario is one which you talked about, the international community coming together. But given how President Trump, I mean, the incoherence of his policies or even his ideas, and I'm not going to America in the next few weeks, so I can say that without being stopped at immigration in JFK. But the incoherence of which he says that this is a century-old conflict and what a shame. It's really, if that incoherence translates into policy, you don't know what is going to happen. So I don't see great hope in the international community of trying to, as someone said, as you said, Christian Fair said, intervening. In any case, I think the presence is going to be marginal. The UN Security Council is going to be dysfunctional on this case. So India has to sort it out with Pakistan, and that's good that's the way it should be. Because if Pakistan has to be taught a lesson, the Pakistani army has to be taught a lesson. It is India which must do it on its own.
Let me actually welcome our new guests, Ambassador Yash Sinha and Padma Rao, back with us. I know both Professor Mattu, I think Professor Mattu, you might be able to stay maybe another 5-10 minutes, but let me get a last word in from Ambassador Dilip Sinha before I come to Yash Sinha and Padma Rao. Go ahead, Dilip Sinha, with your last thoughts.
Yeah, thank you, Barkha. Thank you for having me at this very, very sober discussion on this extremely difficult issue. I entirely agree with Professor Mattu that the most important gain from the recent developments in Kashmir has been, and the response that the people of Kashmir have given and the leadership of Kashmir across the board has given to the attacks in Pahalgam is extremely valuable, and that must be preserved. And I think one of the things that we should start doing now is to start moving towards giving full statehood to J&K. That is the development that we need to move towards within the country, and also to ensure that there is no action of the kind that social reaction of the kind that we have had of Kashmiris being targeted in the rest of the country. On that, again, the government must come down very strongly. As far as Pakistan is concerned, we have to keep our army alert so that in case Pakistan retaliates, the damage to our civilians is minimized and that we are able to defend ourselves, because we really cannot predict whether Pakistan will retaliate or not. But if it does, if the damage is kept to the minimum, then we'll be able to move on and move on towards normalization much faster than if there were to be large-scale damage within the country in case Pakistan retaliates. I think this is all that I can say at the moment. Thanks.
Thank you, Ambassador Dilip Sinha. Ambassador,
if I may,
you need to go as well.
Yeah, thank you so much, and I hope you'll invite me again, and I'll come back.
Of course. Thank you, gentlemen. It's been a pleasure, Professor Amit Amatu, Ambassador Dilip Sinha. Let me get the conversation going now with Padma Rao and Ambassador Yash Sinha. Ambassador Yash Sinha, I'll start with you. You know, we had Christine Fair, Professor Christine Fair, on this segment, and she's, of course, as you will know, spent a lifetime looking at Pakistan, and she made a couple of interesting comments. She first explained that the Lashkar and the Jaish, people don't realize this, the world doesn't realize this. They only conduct terror strikes outside of Pakistan, never within Pakistan. She described the Jaish-e-Mohammed to be a ghar wapsi, these are her words, for Deobandi terrorists, and the Lashkar to be an outfit that only works at the behest of the Pakistan army. Yet she argued that the Pakistan army is an insurgent outfit. So it's not going to change even after this. If it's not going to change even after this, and Asim Munir is kind of more unhinged than Musharraf, where do we go from here? Ambassador Yash Sinha, I'll start with you, sir. I'm so sorry, I
completely
can't.
agree.
Yeah, now I can hear. Start again, sir. Yeah.
I think thank you so much for having me again on the show. I heard the previous speakers, Professor Bhattu and Ambassador Dilip Sinha, and I couldn't agree with them more. I think this is a great opportunity. We need to sort of reach out to the people of Jammu and Kashmir. I think political initiatives are required, but that is different. We're talking about a security situation, and I still maintain that the optimistic scenario that Professor Mattu outlined, I wish that actually transpires, but I doubt it, because I think the Pakistanis know in the heart of hearts that they didn't shoot down 5 Rafales. And despite the fact that BBC is on a sticker, is carrying a Pakistani comment, I mean, I thought BBC would verify, but then BBC is BBC. But I think they will resort to some sort of retaliation. What that will be, only time will tell. But I think as far as Pakistan is concerned and the army is concerned, I had said it earlier in some other debate, that the best option, the best scenario is that the army is forced to return to the barracks. For that, for that you need a popular movement in Pakistan, which is not happening. I mean, we need Munir discredited, and if there's any way we can help in doing that, perhaps we look at it, especially if Pakistan decides to retaliate with kinetic action. But I think it's very important that, and I'm not saying that, you establish democracy in Pakistan. We don't. We know what happens when democracy is established in Pakistan. It's a sham democracy. But if there is any way, and even if Imran Khan comes out of jail and becomes the prime minister again, I think policies towards India will change marginally, because I think we know his attitude. So I think for us, it is imperative to look at how we can tackle Pakistan, manage Pakistan in the foreseeable future. I'm one of those people who you could call me slightly a cynic, but I think we probably should help Pakistan along the way to its own doom.
But how do we do that? By supporting the Baluchis, by supporting other insurgent movements, or by what?
There are very various ways you can do it. Economically squeeze them as much as you can. I know we don't have all the levers with us. Our trade is minimal, it's stopped. But there are other levers that we need to exercise through the IMF, through the FATF, and seriously, because if unfortunately we've not been able to nab these terrorists who perpetrated this horrendous attack on the 22nd, but if we are able to get some sort of verifiable intelligence or verifiable evidence which we can present to the international, to the FATF in particular and the IMF, then it would help us in isolating Pakistan, getting them back on the grey list. Because once they come back on the grey list, they're going to face a very uphill task. And for that, we need the help of our friends internationally. Unfortunately, the statements emanating so far from various capitals have been at best lukewarm. Some of them, like Singapore, Indonesia, have strongly condemned terrorism. Of course, Israel is always behind us. But I think we need to see if we can drum up some support once we get some concrete or some, we won't get a smoking gun, but some sort of credible evidence, because we really need to squeeze Pakistan. We cannot let this, pass and then go on as business as usual and wait for the next terrorist attack.
Yeah, Padma, you and Yash Sinha were talking with us in the morning as well. And since then, the responses that have come in from capitals across the world, many of them are just irritating, because it's the same Western trope. Oh, please restrain, please de-escalate, oh, please talk, not recognizing that this is not a fight of two equals in some battlefield. This is India's right to retaliate for a terror attack, which is an instrument of policy for the Pakistani state, right? Now, I don't think we can count. I mean, Ambassador Sinha described himself as a cynic. I'm even more cynical. I feel like the West doesn't get this. They don't get it. Till it's one of their own who's been killed, till it's one of their own bombing operations, they don't get it. So therefore, Yash Sinha has already made the point that look how America responds counts. Christine Fair was pointing out that Trump's nominee for South Asia gets Pakistan, Paul Kapoor, and therefore there's some hope there. But what do you say, Padma?
I agree. I just want to go back to what the others were saying about the various statements coming, including yourself just now, about the various statements coming out of Western capitals predominantly. Comparatively, I don't find President Trump's reaction that bad. Actually, it was more non-committal than anything else. I think it's a lot better than what the UN Secretary General said. Urging maximum restraint on both sides. I mean, that was really over the top, despite the fact that, as Vikram Mishri, Foreign Secretary, pointed out today, evidence of the link between this front and Lashkar had been, which is a proscribed group, according to the UN itself, has been given to them 3 times over the last 1.5 years. So there is no way that they could have just been sleeping on it. That's point number 1. Point number 2 on Kashmir's status, which was also discussed, statehood may be a good time, but right now I think the priority really should be, now that we've set about this task, to eliminate the scourge of terrorism. Nobody else is going to do it for us, as world capitals have shown, as reactions are showing, as both of you have pointed out. I think we're pretty much on our own there. And a final point, which I really want to ask Yash, actually. Yash I think I agree with you, economic squeeze is one way. But Yash, how can we do that without global cooperation, which is evidently missing, because, and then you said that, as long as we provide them evidence and the linkages and all that. But look at what happened in the case of 2611. I mean, it could not have been a more public trial of Ajmal Kasab. It could not have been greater evidence that we provided all Western capitals. Did anything change in attitude? No, nothing changed. And just to close that subject, I'll give you a small anecdote, Barkha, of what happened to me today. As you can imagine, being, with the European media for so long, I have been receiving phone calls from various papers, dailies, print media. Let's stick to the print media, asking for stories, reports on what happened on Operation Sindoor. And it is routine journalistic norm, and I know, that print media, when you write for the print media, you get what is known as a playback, which is a copy of your article after it's edited and chopped and everything and laid out, so that you as the author can take a final look and make sure everything's okay. Now, this was refused to me today. And I know why. It's the old story of gunman versus terrorist, one man's freedom fighters, another man's terrorist. And I, in turn, Barkha, I've just simply had enough of this. So I refuse to. It makes no difference to me. I said, in that case, I'm sorry, but I'm not going to. I offer them an opinion piece. I said, in that case, you take an opinion piece from me, not a piece which you can, do whatever you want with and refuse to show me, So we parted on mutually amicable terms, in the sense that, at least for today, and I said, I'm not doing a report. Nobody touches my copy. I mean, enough is enough. I'm tired of this freedom fighter versus terrorist.
No,
And
it's
at the end of the day, we're
highly
dealing here.
irritating. Yeah, no, it's very, very, very irritating. But your question to Ambassador Yashina, it's an important one. I'm not saying that the world is going to stand shoulder to shoulder with Pakistan. They will lean towards India, but not with enough granularity to understand that this is not a fight between India and Pakistan, that both countries need to sit at the dialogue table. 2 children have fought in kindergarten. If they talk, they'll make up. I mean, and this thing about dossiers, I agree with Padma. I mean, how many dossiers were furnished? Yes, the Havur Rana was, has been extradited, but David Headley is still sitting, rumored to be some sort of deep state asset in America. So how can it be that the world is okay with Hafiz Saeed and Jaish-e-Mohammed chief Masood Azhar roaming around with impunity in Pakistan? After all, 6 Americans were killed in the Mumbai attacks. I mean, does America not want to bring the Lashkar to justice?
Roam around too much now.
I think start again. Yeah,
I think Masood Azhar will not roam around freely and nonchalantly from now on. I heard he's lamenting the death of 10 family members.
That's right. We have reported that. Yeah.
But as far as terror in Pakistan is concerned, everybody knows it's the terror factory. As long as they don't hit, I was in the UK, so I know the official cooperation between British intelligence and the ISI. And the whole focus was that there shouldn't be another 7/7 in London or in the UK. And to that extent, they succeeded. However, I think we have to fight our battles on our own. Now, I don't want to go on your channel and say that, yes, we must support the Baluchis, we must support the Jai Sindh, we must support the remnants of the MQM. These matters are decided by more competent people who are aware of the state of play there. But what I'm saying, we need a multi-pronged approach. Economic squeeze is one of them. You're right. We cannot, squeeze Pakistan without the help of the others. But we certainly can play a role in the room. I mean, look at this. I mean, I mentioned Turkey, but there are other countries. Our market. Can we leverage our market? Because if we continue the way we are going, can we leverage our market to change the behavior of some of these countries, at least partially? Because look at the UK. Look at what happened yesterday. When the FTA and the double contribution agreement was announced, to concluded, their statements, they've been a bit circumspect. BBC won't change, but I have to do BBC's credit. I saw someone from Chatham House who gave a very good account of what actually happened. And he was of Indian origin, but it was a very good, without any biases as such, a factual account of what happened. So if BBC could interview him, I don't know whether they'll play it again, but I was surprised to see that. So I think, Padma knows, and the German papers and the German broadcasters, what their biases are, the French, etc. We can't change that overnight, but we certainly can use what we have as leverage to try and see whether they will change. They will not change their reporting. They will still call them militants. The UN Secretary General will still make anodyne statements hyphenating India and Pakistan. And if an Unmogib office had been hit, then perhaps his tone might change. But I'm not wishing that at all. I do hope it will not happen. But what I'm trying to say is that we really need to leverage our strengths. And just one, if I may, 2611. I was very intimately involved with the follow-up action. Sometimes we ourselves shoot ourselves in the foot. I recall when an inquiry team had come from Pakistan. You might say it's a sham team, but you have to go through the motions. We didn't really entirely go through the motions in terms of the prevailing law in both countries, which is the British, what we inherited from the British. But I won't dwell on that further. That gave them the excuse to go back and throw out the case. They were waiting for that. They would have done it in any case, but they blamed us because we didn't follow due procedure. But that is only minutiae details which are not important right now. What we need to do is follow up as far as this attack is concerned, make Pakistan pay. And we've already begun it. We've hit them where it hurts, actually the terrorist infrastructure. If they foolishly respond in kind, then we are up for a more escalation. And I'm sure once the escalatory ladder is scaled, you will find all the big powers rushing in with statements and telephone calls and midnight calls, and then we are back to square one. But we in India should never treat it as square one, because it's just a process which we should carry forward to its logical conclusion.
Right. I want to get final comments from both of you now. Padma, I'll start with you. I think Ambassador Yash Sinha has painted a picture of how the escalatory ladder can be managed, might be managed. But honestly, who was saying this morning, we've spoken to so many people, this is my brain, I have some brain fog here. But one of the generals, I think, was saying that you can't impose Indian rationality on Pakistan. Like the way we think, they don't think. Right. And so the way we are imagining this playing out, we're imagining that, okay, they're also not going to seek a massive escalation. But the fact is that they're not rational players. If they were rational players, Munir wouldn't have made the speech he did. Pahalgam would not have happened. We would have been fighting their deep state for decades. What might happen next? We had a cryptic comment by former Army Chief Manoj Naravane, picture abhi baki hai. That either means that there is more left in India's military plan. It could mean that. Or it could mean that Pakistan will react and then India will strike again, depending on how Pakistan reacts. Padma.
I think I said this in the morning as well, in fact, to Yash, who's here again, that I think the way they will react, I mean, Yash was also pointing out that there will be a reaction. We don't know what kind of reaction. I think that they will react in the way they know best, through another terror attack. And that can happen anywhere. It doesn't have to be within India. It can be outside India. It can be, I mean, we've seen plenty of...
But they can't own a terror attack at this moment. Padma, sorry, I'm interrupting you, but they can't own a terror. They have to do something they can own for their own people.
they won't own it. They won't own it, but everybody will know that it was done by them. I mean, this is what I suspect, and this is what I intuitively feel. Simply because it would be easier to carry that out rather than a conventional strike, rather than even limited strikes, because India is on high alert. And I have a question. We're talking so much about this international cooperation over economically squeezing Pakistan, or support from the international community. Yash, again, and Barkha, I'd like to ask both of you this question: to what extent will sustained Western interest in Afghanistan continue to play a role in how the West approaches this operation, and this whole sort of India's determination to wipe out terror now? Either you're with us or or we are on our own, and then there's a clear determination, and I think India has never been as united as before over this determination. But for me, I think the main reason why all these countries, because privately, they will all admit to you, and they will all joke about, oh yes, and you guys are the victims of terrorism in India and all this. But when it comes to the media, when it comes to official representation, official statements, there is always a reserve. And I pretty much believe that it is mainly because, especially in Europe, which doesn't have as close, ties as we do with perhaps the United States or with other countries. European countries have had a taste of a military presence in Afghanistan through NATO, and there is that vague sort of left liberal sort of dreaming of restoring democracy to Afghanistan, and removing and women's rights, and all that kind of thing. There is no pragmatism there at all as far as this region is concerned. So to what extent is that going to continue to play a role? To what extent is Afghanistan going to continue to play a role in their thinking on this region? I wanted to ask actually both of you.
It's a great question, and my own sense, but I'll defer to Ambassador Yash Sinha, is that the West is out of excuses. They cannot use Afghanistan as an excuse. You've got friction between the Taliban-led government in Afghanistan and Pakistan. The Americans have exited Afghanistan. That old trope, oh, we need the Pakistanis to manage our situation in Afghanistan, that's dead and buried. Secondly, this is the week where you're bombing the Houthis. Israel is doing what it's doing. I mean, for now, the West is just, sorry, I never talk like this on my shows, but it's galling. And I just can't imagine that Afghanistan can be pulled out of the woodworks of the past to be used as another excuse. I'll let Ambassador have the last words, but you have.
Just a quick interjection, just to say that, but there have been noises coming out of the West that the withdrawal from Afghanistan was too hasty. The fact that they left 12,000 weapons at the Bagram air base, which are now all over the place, they've proliferated all over the place, they've fallen into the wrong hands. So there is a rethink on that exit from Afghanistan. And there is also a rethink given the large number of refugees who are streaming into Europe, and they're creaking at the seams, and they don't want these people. There's this growing sort of antagonism against Islam and Muslims.
No, I see your point.
Given all those,
I see your point. FM Jaishankar, meanwhile, in tweet after tweet, that's former Chief Naravne's Abhi Picture Baki hai tweet. FM Jaishankar is dialing the world. I think that's what's happening right now, and you can see he's talking to all the world, his counterparts across the world. Ambassador Sinha, Afghanistan surely can't be an excuse, but nuclear blackmail of Pakistan. Yes, India has called Pakistan's nuclear bluff, but the world doesn't necessarily understand it, and the world keeps seeing it through the lens of possible nuclear conflict, and that's why Pakistan gets away. How do we call that bluff for the world to see? We've called it militarily, but for the world to see.
Barkha, if you were in their shoes, I'm not talking about the West, but extra regional power or a country outside the region, there is always this fear of a nuclear exchange. And they don't understand. Some of them do, some of them don't. But that's beside the point. When I come to Afghanistan, what Padma had asked, the shambolic withdrawal of the ISAF or the NATO and led by the US I don't see, you talk about revived interest. The only revived interest I see is occasional statements on the status of women. And these are these left liberal people who just make statements, who can't do anything to influence. Yeah, they can host a Afghan women's cricket team or a football team somewhere and play a match and then make a big hoo-ha about it. But that's not helping the women in Afghanistan. And the only thing that I see is in all his statements, and I have a due respect President Trump mentioned about Bagram Air Base recently, and he mentioned that the Chinese have got it. Now, I'm not aware whether the Chinese control Bagram Air Base. I doubt it, but he would have better intelligence. Now, if that is so, and he has expressed interest in criticism of the previous administration, then is there a revival, a geostrategic revival in the Trump administration on the AFPAC area? Because it's not just Afghanistan. I mean, we are again hyphenating AFPAC as we did the early days of Obama, and you know. So I think there may be an interest there, but I think right now he's got his hands full with Ukraine, with Gaza, with the Houthis, and what's happening in the United States.
All right, we will leave it there. It's been a marathon session for us, and we're going to keep going. But I will say thank you. Both of you have been with us through the day, and we've learned enormously from both of you. Ambassador Yash Sinha, Padma Rao, thank you. Our continued coverage will continue. We will have a 360-degree perspective on what happens now that India has struck not just inside POJk, but very importantly inside Pakistan, Punjab, taking out 70 terrorists, including 10 members of Masood Azhar's family. Masood Azhar is a Jaish terrorist who was released in exchange for the safety of passengers on board the hijacked plane IC-814 in 1999. Many Indians are not old enough or were born after that time, so you do not remember who Masood Azhar was. The Jaish-e-Mohammed was most recently responsible for the Pulwama terror attack, and now 10 members of his family, Masood Azhar, have been taken out. 24 missiles, 9 terror bases, Bahawalpur to Muridke, the Indian military striking at the heart of Pakistan, Punjab. It is a day to salute our armed forces. It is a day for Indians to stand as one. It is a day to think of the victims of the Pahalgam terror attack. I won't say that they will get closure at what's happened, but as Shubham Dwivedi's wife told me, for the first time, I think her husband was killed by terrorists, might be at peace. We offer our salutations to India's armed forces, the risks they take with their lives every day to keep our country safe. Keep watching the Mojo Story. We're not done yet. Our coverage continues from the ground, analysis, interviews, ground reports. Thank you for watching. Take care. Jai Hind.
It's great to see you here. Thank you for watching our work. If you haven't subscribed yet, don't forget to click the bell icon and subscribe to Mojo Story and support independent, robust journalism.